Chapter 1. In a dark room, the young man was lying lazily on the bed, mumbling to himself, "I didn't expect the owner of this body to be called Yi Chen as well. He looks like me. Could it be that this body was prepared for me?" In his previous life, Yi Chen was a physics student in a university in the 21st century. He was quite smart and observant. But because of an accident in the lab, all the machines exploded and his soul was sent to this world. If it was a normal person who was suddenly sent to a strange environment, and their soul entered a strange body, they would definitely go crazy. But Yi Chen did not feel anything. He was just a little surprised. Thinking about this, Yi Chen started to wonder if he was a psycho. If he did not feel anything when something this big happened, then what else could he feel? In this short period of memory fusion, Yi Chen had already digested all the memories of this body. In the memory, he was a disciple of a big family. He entered the Sky Cloud Martial School at the age of 12, and became an outer disciple at the age of 14. The only thing that was criticized was that in the 2 years between the ages of 12 and 14, besides training his chi to the mortal realm stage 4, the body's owner did not make any progress in other areas. He had only trained the basic cloud sword art to the 3rd movement. Looks like if I want to survive in this world, I have to get rid of the stupid title. Yi Chen was not happy that the body's owner was called stupid. After all, they were now one, and he who was not stupid did not want to be called stupid. After making up his mind, Yi Chen rolled his eyes. He could not help but remember the things that happened before he was 12 years old. The Sky Cloud Martial School was located in the north of the Windy Nation. Together with the other 4 martial schools in the country, they were known as One Valley, One Village, 3 Schools. Other than the 5 most powerful forces, the 8 big families controlled the Windy Nation's martial arts world. Even the royal court tried their best not to mess with them. And Yi Chen's family was one of the 8 big families, the Yi family. The Yi family developed more than 200 years ago. Their main business was tea and silk, and they had accumulated a huge amount of wealth. As the saying goes, no matter how much wealth you have, you still need to have enough strength to protect it. Otherwise, it would just be an unguarded piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. After experiencing countless setbacks and extortion, the head of the Yi family at that time pondered over the painful experience and decided to use his strong financial resources to develop the family into a martial arts family to compete with other forces. That was how the Yi family, one of the 8 great families of today, came into being. As a descendant of the Yi clan, everyone had their eyes on the top of their heads when they went out. Others couldn't wait to curry favor with them, but Yi Chen wasn't one of them. The reason was that his cultivation talent was too terrible, which was extremely disappointing. Fortunately, her father was the current leader of the Yi family, and her mother was an outer elder of the Rudra Martial School, one of the top 3 martial schools, so no one dared to mock or disrespect them openly. Even so, Yi Chen was still bullied quite a bit. What he remembered the most was that his eldest uncle's son, his 2nd son, and his 3rd uncle's son would pick on him from time to time. They would even humiliate him in a secluded place. Even his maid, Chrysanthemum, was often looked down upon by the other maids. Every time she would come to him and cry, complaining about her grievances. "Fuck, I have to get my revenge." Yi Chen's eyes were filled with hatred, and he clenched his fists tightly. It was not unreasonable for him to be so angry. Right now he was a combination of 2 Yi Chens. He had both the memories and emotions of his previous life, and the memories and emotions of his current life. In other words, both Yi Chens were him and there was no difference between them. No matter which one of Yi Chens was humiliated, he would be furious. Trying his best to control his emotions, Yi Chen continued to recall. The Yi family's disciples started training their chi from the age of 10. Only those who reached Mortal Realm Stage 2 before the age of 12 would be chosen by the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation to become their disciples. However, to become an outer disciple, one had to at least reach Mortal Realm Stage 4. Maybe it was because of the pressure, or maybe it was because he didn't want to embarrass his parents, but Yi Chen managed to reach Mortal Realm Stage 2 within 2 years. And then he reached Mortal Realm Stage 4. He barely crossed the threshold and became an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, compared to the other disciples of the Yi family, he was still far behind. His eldest uncle's son Yi Feng and his 3rd uncle's son Yi Ming both reached Mortal Realm Stage 4 at the age of 12. The most powerful ones were his 2nd uncle's son Yi Tang and his 4th uncle's daughter Yi Xian. Both of them reached Mortal Realm Stage 5 at the age of 12. They were definitely the rare geniuses of the Yi family. According to the difference in talent, the martial institutions they entered were naturally different. Yi Chen's talent was the worst, so he entered the rank 9 Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Feng and Yi Ming entered the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Tang entered the rank 7 North Snow Martial Academy. Yi Xian, who was as famous as him, also entered the rank 7 Emerald Martial School. There is only 1 year left until the Yi family's triennial family meeting. I can't lose face. Getting off the bed, Yi Chen washed up and went to the yard with his sword. The sword cloud art had 9 movements in total. The first 6 did not have names, and the last 3 were named Gap-Seeking, Flowing Clouds and Water, and Luminous Movement. Closing his eyes, the sword cloud art's heart diagram appeared in his mind. Yi Chen stretched out his great steel sword and started to train from the first movement. Different from the past, when Yi Chen swung his sword, he did not feel any obstruction at all. It was like a river flowing when the channel is formed. Crack. A flying leaf was cut in half, but Yi Chen did not feel anything and continued to swing. The first movement, the second movement, the third movement, the 7th movement. Gradually Yi Chen's sword attacks were freed from the restraints. Not only was his sword dancing speed extremely fast, but his movements were also light and agile. He was able to move freely without any restraints. Soon he reached the 7th movement, finding the gap. All of a sudden, the sword light was like an agile mudfish, easily passing through a few different fallen leaves. Putting away his sword, Yi Chen was also a little surprised. For beginners, even the most basic martial arts were hard to learn. This was not only because of talent, but also because of the adaptability of new things. It was just like learning to swim. At the beginning, because of the fear of water, it was very difficult to learn. But once you got used to it, you would be able to do more difficult movements and even create your own movements. All in all, it was not hard to go from low to high, but it was hard to go from nothing to something. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen emptied his mind and started to perform the sword cloud art. The first movement, the 7th movement. The first movement, the 7th movement. After performing the sword cloud art more than 10 times, Yi Chen finally understood the 8th movement, Flowing Clouds and Water. Under the morning sun, the great steel sword reflected the white sword light. It was like the clouds in the sky, or the water in the stream, endless. Correspondingly, the qi inside his body was also like the water. It slowly sped up, completing one small cycle after another, and finally returned to his dantian, and then flowed out again, repeating the cycle. Whoosh. His dantian slightly swelled, and Yi Chen woke up with a start. Middle Mortal Realm Stage 4? That's so easy. Yi Chen knew himself well. He knew that it would take at least a week to get from Early Mortal Realm Stage 4 to Middle Mortal Realm Stage 4, but he did it in just an hour. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Yi Chen understood that there must be a reason for this change. Chapter 2. But no matter how he thought about it, Yi Chen could not think of any changes in his body. So, the only explanation was because of the soul fusion, which gave him an extraordinary comprehension ability that allowed him to easily reach the 8th movement of the Flying Cloud Arts. As for how inner chi improved, it was very simple. As everyone knew, the mental cultivation method of inner strength was tranquil skill, while the martial arts technique was dynamic skill. Although the two had different forms, they both had the effect of training inner chi. However, in comparison, the mental cultivation method of inner strength was completely used to train inner chi, while the martial arts technique was mainly used to attack the target, and the training of inner chi was secondary. After understanding the whole story, Yi Chen could not help but feel his heart beating faster. There were two most important talents for a warrior. One was to be gifted and have a great body, and the other was to have a great comprehension ability that allowed them to learn things quickly. The former had a much higher level of chi training than normal people like Yi Tang and Yi Xian, while the latter could easily master the martial art and beat the stronger ones. If you really wanted to compare, it all depended on the warrior himself. God is on my side. If I keep this speed, reaching the Mortal Realm Stage 8 in 1 year will not be a dream anymore. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Talented people might be able to reach the 5th stage in 2 years, but in the following 2 years, they might not be able to reach the 8th stage. The time needed to reach the 9th stage and the 10th stage would double, and it was even more difficult to reach the condensing reality realm from the mortal realm. In the history of the Yi family, only the 3rd leader of the family had reached the condensing reality realm at the age of 15. Knowing that he would not need much time to master the 9th movement of the Flying Cloud Arts, Yi Chen decided to go to the martial art pavilion to get some more suitable martial arts. After lunch, Yi Chen hurried to the martial art pavilion. The martial art pavilion was usually a common place. The real martial arts would never be kept here. Plus, as an outer disciple, Yi Chen could only see the martial arts below the mid-rank mortal realm. Looking up, all kinds of martial arts almost made Yi Qin dizzy. Flying sky sword art, wind sword art, crossing sword art, lone peak of 13 swords. Cloud breaking palm, limitless hand. Air breaking fist, King Kong fist, 7-star mantis fist. There were 30 to 40 sword techniques alone, more than 50 palm and fist techniques each, 28 leg techniques and only 8 finger techniques. The flying sky sword art had a very high requirement for Qigong, every movement must be light and elegant. The clear breeze sword art was a bit more complicated and required a certain level of comprehension. The crisscrossing sword art was full of killing intent, it was brutal and overbearing, it was suitable for those cold-blooded disciples to train. The lone peak of 13 swords was even more powerful than the previous dozens of sword arts. Alright, I'll choose the lone peak of 13 swords then. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Qin finally decided to train the lone peak of 13 swords. After all, his comprehension ability was extraordinary, training normal sword arts would not be very meaningful, and would be a waste of time. So it was either he didn't choose or he chose the best one. As for fist, palm and finger techniques, Yi Qin had his own requirements. He liked fist techniques so he chose the Vajra fist. Finger techniques were more complicated and difficult to practice, and he was afraid that it would delay the cultivation of sword techniques, so he temporarily gave up on it and ignored palm techniques. Holding the 2 manuals, Yi Qin went to the pavilion elder to register. The lone peak of 13 swords? The pavilion elder frowned and said, I know everyone wants to learn better martial arts, but don't be too ambitious. You have to take it step by step. This lone peak of 13 swords looks like a mid-rank Mortal Realm manual, but it is as hard as a high-rank Mortal Realm manual. A lot of outer disciples don't listen to my advice and end up with nothing, wasting a lot of time. Yi Qin knew that the elder meant well, so he said, Master, I know that the lone peak of 13 swords is hard to learn, but I have confidence. The pavilion elder shook his head. The outer disciples used to be full of confidence as well, but what good would that do? Never mind, I don't have the right to stop him from choosing. I just hope that he knows how difficult it is and doesn't waste his time. Thinking about this, the pavilion elder said, You know the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Without the permission of the school, you are not allowed to teach martial arts without permission. Otherwise, you will lose your martial arts and in serious cases, you will be beheaded. Also, you have to return the manual copy within 3 months. Don't worry, Master. I will not joke around with my life. Putting away the manuals, Yi Qin walked out of the pavilion of martial arts. The outer disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were free to do whatever they wanted, except for the morning and evening meetings, and the martial arts classes that were held once every 3 days. The next morning Yi Qin took his great steel sword and walked deep into the mountains. The windy mountain was 3,800 meters high, and the top half of the mountain was covered in clouds all year round. It seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Other than some of the forbidden areas for the elders and core disciples to train, most of the open space in the forest could be used to train their own martial arts. After spending more than an hour, Yi Qin found a remote cliff. The cliff was about 10 meters wide and 3 sides of it were covered in white fog. Sometimes it would turn into thousands of horses, sometimes it would turn into waves, and sometimes it would shrink and expand, changing constantly. Although a famous mountain in the 21st century is not bad, it is still lacking a little bit of magic. Only here can people forget everything else and focus on training their martial arts. Yi Qin sighed inwardly. In his opinion, it was not that easy to become a powerful warrior. One would have to be able to endure the loneliness. Those people who claimed that they would be able to become powerful as long as they were given a great martial art were completely daydreaming. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin began his boring and monotonous training. He circulated his qi, stepped, swung his sword, shook his hand. In only one day, Yi Qin could perform the 9th movement of the traveling cloud sword art, Night Light movement. Once the sword was performed, the dark sword light was dazzling and difficult to adapt to. In terms of power, it had basically reached the level of a middle-rank Mortal Realm martial artist. It was definitely Yi Qin's most powerful attack at the moment. He came in the morning and went back at night. Before he knew it, another 3 days had passed. On top of the steep cliff, a man pointed his sword at the huge rock in front of him. The sword light was like the reflection of the moon in the water. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The boulder was like a piece of tofu. Sword marks were left on it, and each mark was an inch deep. Finally completed. The exhaustion of his qi made Yi Qin sweat profusely, but he did not care at all. He looked at the sword marks on the huge rock with satisfaction and a light smile appeared on his face. The ninth movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art was several times more difficult than the previous 8 movements, but its power was also several times greater. It took Yi Qin 4 days to complete it. Apart from that, these 4 days of hard training had made the qi inside Yi Qin's body even purer, making it easier for him to control it. The next day Yi Qin came to the cliff to train as usual. But unlike before, Yi Qin was going to start training the extremely difficult Lone Peak of 13 Swords. The Lone Peak of 13 Swords had a total of 13 movements. The sword power was extremely dangerous, like a lonely mountain that was isolated from the rest of the world. It made people feel a chill down their spine, as if all of their hidden flaws were being seen through. Following the movements on the manual, Yi Qin had a rough idea of what it was like. He could vaguely feel that indescribable state of mind. Yi Qin believed that as long as he could complete the Lone Peak of 13 Swords, he would be able to kill people who were weaker than him in a second. But when facing people who were more powerful than him, he would still be able to find flaws, unless his opponent was extremely experienced and had gradually grasped the essence of returning to nature. Chapter 3. 3 months passed by quickly. Outside the cliff, the sea of clouds was still tumbling. On top of the cliff, the young man was wearing a uniform holding a great steel sword. Maybe it was an illusion or maybe it was because of the environment, but the young man's sword aura gave off the feeling that he was at the top of the world. He was obviously standing in front of you, but it felt like he was standing on a lonely mountain far away. That kind of distance made people want to vomit blood. After 12 consecutive sword strikes, the young man's eyes were like lightning, piercing through the void. His figure suddenly leaped up as if he was pouncing down from the peak of a mountain. With a flash of sword light, a terrifying sword mark of 3 inches deep and 3 feet long was left on the opposite boulder. It was clean, efficient, and merciless. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, the young man mumbled to himself, "No wonder the pavilion master wanted me to choose another sword art. This Lone Peak of 13 Swords is not just a simple mid-rank mortal realm martial skill. It contains such a profound artistic conception that it is way beyond the original scope." The young man was Yi Qin. In the past 3 months, he had completed the training of the Lone Peak of 13 Swords with his super comprehension ability. But recently, he realized that the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was not as simple as it seemed. It seemed like it was still missing something. In other words, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was just an incomplete manual. The real manual had probably been lost, which was why it had dropped to mid-rank mortal realm. Fortunately, the person who was training it was Yi Qin. After a lot of hard work, he not only learned the artistic conception that the Lone Peak of 13 Swords did not originally have, but also improved his qi circulation. He believed that he would be able to train his own Lone Peak of 13 Swords in no time. Also, because of the 3 months of training, Yi Qin's qi had reached the early mortal realm stage 6. His progress was really fast. It's time to return the manual. Thinking of the Sky Cloud Martial School's rules, Yi Qin did not dare to delay. On the way back, Yi Qin's ears twitched. He heard a feminine voice coming from afar. It was at least a mile away, but it was still very clear. It was as if the entire voice had been condensed together and exploded in an instant. Such powerful qi. How strong must one's body be to be able to release it? Sounds like a girl. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Qin carefully approached. After crossing a few thorny meadows, Yi Qin arrived behind a boulder. Poking his head out, he saw a small forest. Beside the small forest was a wooden hut, and in front of the wooden hut was a small pond. A few lotus leaves floated on the surface of the pond, giving off an artistic feeling. At the edge of the small forest, a young girl of about 16 years of age, dressed in snow-white attire, was practicing her fist technique while letting out a soul-stirring shout. Her figure was thin and frail, but each of her punches and kicks were domineering and had a sharp penetrative power. It's senior sister Su Jing. Is this a forbidden area? Seeing the other party, Yi Qin finally understood. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, except for the leader and the inner elders who had their own mountains, the rest of the people who wanted to practice martial arts had to find a suitable place. However, although the Windy Mountain was big, the best places to practice martial arts were also limited. Normally, the outer elders and core disciples would take the initiative to occupy a good place and make it a forbidden place. If a normal person tried to break in, they would be scolded, and if it was light, they would be scolded, and if it was heavy, they would be severely punished. In Yi Qin's eyes, senior sister Su was one of the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, ranked 23rd. She was at the mid-condensing reality realm and was extremely talented. Su Jing was using her footwork. Between her punches and kicks, she pressed her tongue against her teeth and channeled her chi into her abdomen. She kept yelling to increase the power of her fist technique. After throwing out a few punches, Su Jing's chi had reached its peak. She jumped into the air and attacked like lightning, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Her fist landed on a huge tree that was as thick as a bucket. Bang! Bang! An astonishing scene occurred. Dazzling golden light burst forth from Su Jing's fist and palm, which then converged into a solid substance. She easily broke 3 trees that were connected in a row. Her momentum was terrifying. It was Jinqi release. Yichen squinted his eyes. When a mortal realm warrior transforms his chi into Jinqi, it means that he has officially stepped into the condensing reality realm. Not only would a condensing reality realm warrior's combat power increase, their Jinqi would also be able to leave their body and attack people from a distance. Come out. Su Jing had already noticed Yi Chen's arrival. She stared at Yi Chen's position with sharp eyes. Yi Chen swallowed his saliva and obediently showed himself. You are an outer disciple. Yes. Why are you peeking at me? Your voice traveled too far. I was curious, so I came to have a look. Su Jing looked at Yi Chen carefully. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, which made her a little curious. If it were any other outer disciple, they would usually stammer in front of her, but Yi Chen's way of speaking was very logical and well-mannered, which made it hard for people to dislike him. Not planning to cause any trouble for Yi Chen, Su Jing said lightly, You can leave now. Don't come here again. Yes. Leaving the place, Yi Chen let out a breath. Although Su Jing's attitude was calm, she gave off an intimidating vibe. He was willing to bet that even if he ran into a core disciple who was ranked higher than her, he would not feel so pressured. It seemed like the core disciple ranking was going to change this year. Suddenly Yi Chen smiled. If it was before, he probably would not be able to say a word in front of Su Jing. But now he was able to answer calmly. It must be because of his strong soul. But what caught Yi Chen's attention the most was Su Jing's personality. She was indeed cold and unsociable. Normal people would not be able to get close to her. Plus her powerful martial arts, she left a deep impression on people. Arriving at the pavilion of martial arts. The pavilion master looked up and recognized Yi Chen immediately. He said meaningfully, How is it? You haven't mastered the lone peak of 13 swords yet, right? It's still not too late to choose another sword art. Yi Chen smiled lightly, No need, I am here to return the manual. Okay, please register here. After signing his name, Yi Chen turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, the pavilion master asked curiously, There are only 2 months left before the Mu Rin Gang, aren't you going to try harder? The Mu Rin Gang was a traditional trial in the Sky Cloud Martial School. It was open once every half a year. Most of the participants were outer disciples. If one could pass the trial, it meant that one's fighting ability was high. If not, then one would have to keep trying. Half a year ago, Yi Chen was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in 3 breaths and became a laughing stock. I think the lone peak of 13 swords should be enough for the trial. Yi Chen thought that he would be able to increase his chi to the late mortal realm stage 6 in 2 months. Even if he could not make it into the top 10, he would not be too far behind. Of course, he had not experienced the trial yet, so he was not sure how strong he was. The pavilion master nodded subconsciously. Then he was shocked. You mean you have mastered the lone peak of 13 swords? How is that possible? More or less. If the pavilion master knew that he had not only mastered the lone peak of 13 swords, but also understood the artistic conception and a deeper level of chi cultivation, what would he think? Not wanting to reveal too much, Yi Chen walked out. Even after Yi Chen had left, the pavilion master still could not believe it. He knew that the lone peak of 13 swords was incomplete. This sword art was created by the 3rd headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and was a top-rank mortal realm. But for some unknown reason the original copy had been lost, and all that was left was an incomplete copy. Even so, the lone peak of 13 swords was still very hard to learn. After all, the foundation of the lone peak of 13 swords was already at the top-rank mortal realm. The outer disciples nowadays are too full of themselves. The pavilion master shook his head, obviously not believing what Yi Chen had said. Chapter 4. Back in the yard, Yi Chen was stimulated by Su Jing's powerful fist art, and immediately wanted to learn the King Kong fist. However, after practicing a few times he still felt that something was wrong. If I'm not wrong, senior sister Su Jing is training the top-rank mortal realm martial skill Monster Killer Fist, which is extremely powerful. Although my King Kong fist is not as powerful as the Monster Killer fist, it is the same kind of powerful fist art. It's just that when I watch her fight it's really powerful, but I don't have that kind of feeling. What is going on? Standing in the middle of the yard, Yi Qin frowned and thought. In his mind he kept replaying the scene of Su Jing practicing over and over again. That's right, Su Jing's shout could travel a mile and it was full of energy. That was because her body was strong. My comprehension was strong but my body was still weak. In the end I couldn't learn fierce fist techniques. Thinking about the key to the problem, Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of not being able to learn, but he was afraid of not being able to find the source. Now the first thing Yi Qin needed to do was to get into the horse stance. Only when the horse stance was stable, would he be able to use the powerful fist art. Otherwise, if he fought with someone, his lower body would be unstable and that would be a big joke. The horse stance was to spread the feet slightly wider than the shoulders in a half-squat posture. Because the posture was like riding a horse and it was as stable as a stake, it got the name. Squatting well in the horse stance could strengthen the kidneys and waist, strengthen the tendons, replenish the qi, regulate the spirit, and stabilize the lower body, improve the balance, and increase the body's reaction speed. The horse stance was one of the basic skills before practicing martial arts. As the saying goes, if you don't practice the fist art, it'll all be in vain. It meant that if you only learned the moves from the fist art manuals, and did not actually train the whole body's strength and endurance, it would only be for show. With his thighs and calves at an angle of 90 degrees, Yi Qin looked straight ahead, and as his breathing rose and fell, he quickly and rhythmically performed the horse stance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, his fists were like cannonballs and the sound of the wind was endless. Within a short while he had already punched more than 300 times. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Qin concentrated on his lower abdomen for a quarter of an hour according to his memory. Then he would do it again at night. However, the speed of his punches had to be gradually increased. He had to strive for a breakthrough every time without stopping. Half a month later, Yi Qin stopped practicing the horse stance straight punch and only practiced the 4-level horse stance. He stood there quietly for half an hour. When he realized that there was no difficulty at all, Yi Qin clenched his hands into fists and bent his elbows in the double peaks piercing ear stance, which meant that the center of his fist was facing forward, the eye of his fist was facing his ear, and he pulled back as hard as he could. At the same time he stood in the 4-level horse riding stance, bent his waist and puffed out his chest. Once the 2 hours were up, he intended to guard his lower abdomen for a quarter of an hour. By the end of the month, Yi Qin's body had undergone a huge change. His strength was almost 1,000 pounds and he could walk as if he was flying. His qi could travel along his back and he was full of energy. The most obvious change was the increase in his appetite. For every meal he could eat 3 big bowls of rice and a roasted chicken. He slept very soundly and towards the end his qi was full, and he could walk at will as if he had endless energy. However, these were not the key points. Now Yi Qin could truly achieve the state of heart and hand, hand and heart, hand and heart. He could maintain his peak condition when fighting with others. One day after Yi Qin finished the horse stance he frowned and said, "My body's quality has improved, but my physical strength is still not enough. Senior sister Su Jing's strength is at least several times that of mine. When she uses the demon-vanquishing fist, it is even more indestructible and powerful." Looking around the yard, Yi Qin's eyes lit up, and he stared at a big stone in the corner. Lifting weights could undoubtedly increase one's arm strength, but it could easily damage one's muscles, so it was not a wise choice. However, running with a stone in hand was different. With the change of center of gravity and the shift of pressure, it could easily train every bone and muscle in the body, and it could also train one's endurance. As soon as he thought about it, Yi Qin ran to the corner, exerted strength in his arms and easily lifted the big stone. He turned around and ran out of the yard. The windy mountain had dozens of side peaks, covering an area of dozens of miles. Except for the area above the mountainside, which was filled with buildings, the rest of the area was desolate and uninhabited. Of course, at the foot of the mountain, there were many disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School guarding the mountain, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. On the mountain road, there was a figure carrying a stone as if he was flying. Those who paid attention could see that there was no qi fluctuation in his body, which meant that he was not using qi at all, and was purely relying on his physical strength to train. Look, isn't that Yi Qin? Yeah. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why doesn't he focus on training his martial skills? There were 3,000 outer disciples and 500 inner disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Most of them did not want to stay in their own yards and like Yi Qin they liked to train in remote places. There were also some who would find like-minded people to train with, and they could even spar with each other. Yichen did not look around and did not pay attention to these people's discussions. But some troubles could not be avoided. A human figure shot out horizontally, blocking in front of Yichen. It was a 14 or 15-year-old bulky teenager. Yichen stopped. "Wang Gang, what can I do for you?" The bulky teenager's name was Wang Gang. He was also an outer disciple like Yichen, but his cultivation was much higher than Yichen's. He had already reached the early mortal realm stage 7. He was good at martial arts and had great strength. The two had a conflict before, and more specifically, Yichen had been beaten up by him and had been bedridden for half a month. Wang Gang smirked. "Training like this won't work. Just like last time, I could beat you like a dead dog with only 30% of my power." Yichen sneered. He would have been fine if Wang Gang had not come to him, but now that he had come to him, he would not let it go. Half a year ago he had accidentally talked back to Wang Gang, and he had been punched, breaking 2 of his ribs. Fortunately, the Yi family was not short of money, and they had a lot of healing medicines, which was why he was able to recover in half a month. "Really? Then how do you think I should train?" Yichen threw down the stone. "All talk and no action, let me teach you." Wang Gang's body suddenly rushed forward, appearing in front of Yichen in just a few steps. His palm, which was much bigger than a normal person's, chopped down like a steel plate, creating a loud sound. Looking at Wang Gang's powerful palm, Yichen did not try to dodge. Instead, he raised his left hand and used the King Kong Tower style to block. He had chosen to meet force with force. Boom! The sound of wood and stone hitting each other was heard. Yichen did not move an inch, but Wang Gang's lower body was a bit shaken, leaving him wide open. How is this possible? His chi is obviously not as good as mine. How could he block my breaking monument palm? What the hell? Wang Gang immediately felt that something was wrong. He did not care about his own weakness. He changed his right fist into a palm and chopped out. However, Yichen had the foresight. Before his opponent could launch the second attack, his right fist had already landed on Wang Gang's chest with an aggressive aura. King Kong fist, 5th movement, King Kong smash. With a cracking sound, Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his feet left the ground and flew backwards. He rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. His whole body was dispirited. This time everyone was shocked. Wang Gang, who had always been known for his ferocity, had actually lost to Yichen in a direct confrontation, and in such a miserable way, it was like a dead dog. Only Yichen knew what had happened. Wang Gang's strength and chi were both higher than his, but in a real battle, Wang Gang's weakness of not being proficient in martial arts was immediately exposed. For example, that vertical chop just now, it was indeed powerful, but Yichen did not take it head-on. Instead, he chose to press down, first consuming part of Wang Gang's strength, and then he used all his strength to rebound, making Wang Gang's lower body unstable. As for taking it head-on, that was just an illusion because he was too fast. It could not be taken seriously. Chapter 5. Looks like your training method is wrong. I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. Lifting the stone, Yichen continued to run. After Yichen left, the crowd's voices grew louder. I can't believe it. Yichen won. He used the King Kong fist. The King Kong fist and the breaking stone palm are both mid-rank mortal realm martial skills. They should be equally powerful. Plus, Wang Gang's cultivation is higher than Yichen's. What is going on? The reason is simple. The calm-looking teenager thought for a while and said, Yichen's King Kong fist has already reached a very high level. There is softness in the hardness. Someone asked, how did you know? The calm teenager smiled lightly. The headmaster once said, softness in the hardness is the way to go. The punch that Yichen used to stop Wang Gang seemed to be very powerful, but it actually contained a rebound technique. Of course, I only realized it after careful analysis. The mountain road was rough and bumpy. Drenched in sweat, Yichen ran around the mountain for dozens of miles before he reached a wide river. Boom. Throwing the stone on the ground, Yichen took off his outer clothes and jumped into the river. Training at the bottom of the river was 10 times more difficult than training on land. The huge water pressure was pressing on from all directions, making people feel scared. Concentrating his chi in his dantian, Yichen stood steadily on the river bottom that was full of stones and mud. He casually swung his fist, and the undercurrent surged, but his strength was only 30% of his normal strength. But this was exactly what Yichen wanted. Otherwise, there would be no need to train at the bottom of the river. The river water quickly became turbid, rolling and swirling as if a huge water monster was hiding in the depths, stirring up trouble and wanting to come out. In this harsh environment, Yi Chen could feel that all of his bones and muscles were trying their best to fight against the muddy current. Gradually they combined into one, increasing the efficiency. After a long time, Yi Chen could no longer hold his breath and finally jumped out of the water. Huff! Yi Chen breathed heavily and laughed. Training at the bottom of the river is so efficient. I wonder how many people know about this method? Cool Breeze Town was less than 10 miles away from Cool Breeze Mountain. Second floor of Lucky Fortune Restaurant. Yi Chen, whose stomach was already rumbling with hunger, couldn't care less about his image. He devoured the table full of fine wine and delicacies like a tornado. It turned out that Yi Chen would come to the windy town to have a meal every few days. After all, he was just an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so the food he ate was cooked in huge pots. Although it was not delicious, it was still nutritious. Although the windy town was not big, it still had some precious dishes. Moreover, Yi Chen also liked to listen to the rumors of the Jianghu people, so that he could be prepared to travel the Jianghu in the future. On the second floor, besides Yi Chen, there were also some people from the Jianghu. All of them were armed with swords and sabers, and they looked spirited. Have you heard? Quick Blade Wu Wanshan was defeated by a young bladesman. I also heard about it. That young bladesman seems to be called Lynch. He is the third disciple of the Northern Snow Manor. His saber moves are very sharp. He defeated Wu Wanshan within 10 moves. Are you kidding me? Wu Wanshan has already reached the early clasping yuan realm. He is very powerful. How could he be defeated by him? Third brother, you are too ignorant. This news has been spread all over the world, how could it be fake? But that Lin Chi had beaten Wu Wanshan, who was at the early clasping yuan realm, when he was only at the late condensing reality realm, he was indeed powerful. I wonder how he compares to the head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chen's expression changed. He recalled the stories of Wu Wanshan and Lynch. Wu Wanshan, who did not belong to any sect, was in his 30s, and was said to have created his own swift blade technique, which could divide a drop of water into 5 parts in a split second. He once single-handedly killed more than 40 brave and skillful mounted gangsters, and cut a single plank bridge in half from a distance of 10 feet. He was named one of the swift blade techniques. Lynch, the third disciple of the Northern Snow Manor. He started cultivating Qi at the age of 9, reached the condensing reality realm at the age of 13, reached the mid-condensing reality realm at the age of 15, and reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm at the age of 17. He was almost as powerful as the head disciple of the North Snow Martial School. Both of them were unreachable to Yi Chen right now, but Yi Chen did not think that Lin Chi had the power to beat the head senior sister. He had heard from the teaching elder that the head senior sister's talent in martial skills was no less than some of the inner elders. No matter what kind of martial skill she practiced, she could master it to perfection. She was a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School. I wonder how long it will take me to reach this level? Yi Chen did not doubt his potential. His only weakness was that he started late. Suddenly, a Jianghu man said, "Who do you think has the potential to compete with the top disciples of the other 4 martial institutions in the future?" Without a doubt, the head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrant Sword, is at the same level as the North Snow Martial School. As for the others, I think Jianghu, who is ranked 4th among the core disciples. He is ruthless and has a lot of fighting experience. Jianghu is not bad, but I think Tao Xiaofeng, who is ranked 3rd among the core disciples, is very powerful. He always wins against stronger opponents. The person who brought up the topic chuckled. You are talking about the top 5 core disciples. If it was in the past, I would have thought so too. But this time it's different. I think highly of Su Jing, who is ranked 23rd among the core disciples. Why do you say so? The others looked curious. Yi Chen was also paying attention. He did not expect that someone would mention Sister Su Jing. 3 days ago I saw her once. At that time she was fighting with the Iron Destroying Hand. This person hadn't even finished speaking when everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Iron Destroying Hand Li Tong, this person isn't an ordinary person. He's treacherous, cunning, and incomparably ruthless. He's been chased for half a year, yet he's still safe and sound. It's said that his unique skill, Iron Destroying Hand, is passed down from the Rudra nation. Is truly able to destroy gold and break iron. Wrong. In a head-on fight, Su Jing had been suppressing Li Tong the whole time. Li Tong's arms were broken, and he vomited blood and died. What? Li Tong is at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, but he was being suppressed? What's so strange about that? If you saw the scene, you would know how powerful Su Jing's fist art was. Compared to her, Li Tong seemed to be very weak in terms of aura and fighting style. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He knew how powerful Su Jing was. Normally there were 3 extremely high realms for powerful martial arts. The first realm was the combination of hardness and softness, the second realm was the combination of hardness and softness, and the highest realm was the combination of hardness and softness. Su Jing had already trained the demon-killing fist art to the second realm. Yi Chen himself had only trained the King Kong fist art for a short time, but he had also reached the second realm. He had only used 70 to 80% of his power when fighting against Wang Gang. Of course, these 3 realms were not that easy to reach. Those who were not talented could not even reach the first realm after spending years or even decades. For example, Wang Gang had not even mastered the breaking monument palm, not to mention the combination of hardness and softness. Chapter 6. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed, and there was only 1 week left until the Mu Ren Gang challenge. During this time, Yi Chen practiced the horse stance for 2 hours every morning and night, and spent the rest of his time training his physical strength and martial arts. Right now he could already lift a 300-pound rock with one arm, and with both arms he could easily lift a 1,000-pound rock above his head. Besides the improvement of his physical strength, Yi Chen found that he had enough physical strength, and his sword arts were much easier to perform. His speed and control had increased drastically, and he could easily split 7 to 8 falling leaves with a casual swing of his sword, pierce through a waist-thick tree, and leave a 4-inch deep mark on a huge rock. It's time to train my combat skills. Yi Chen felt that he had reached his limit, and there was no way he could improve even if he kept training. If he had the time, he might as well use it to increase his combat experience and improve his fighting skills. That way he would be able to bring out his full potential. However, it was not that easy to train in a real battle. He was still an outer disciple, and he could not leave the mountain to wander around the world, so there was no need to talk about life and death battles. Although the inner disciples were only 1 level higher than him, if they were to fight in a real battle, even if you were at the same level as them, you would still lose within 2 or 3 attacks. This was the difference between fighting and not. Fortunately, it was not necessary to fight with humans to achieve the effect of a real battle. There were demonic beasts in this world, and they could train either actively or passively. When the demonic chi inside their body reached a certain level, they would mutate and evolve. For countless years, the ancient people had divided the demonic beasts into different levels. Rank 1 and 2 demonic beasts were equivalent to mortal realm warriors, rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts were equivalent to condensing reality realm warriors, and rank 5 and rank 6 demonic beasts were equivalent to clasping yuan realm warriors. Demonic beasts above rank 6 were very rare, and could only be found deep in the mountains. Fighting with demonic beasts was not any worse than fighting with humans. On the contrary, demonic beasts were usually more aggressive than humans. If a ferocious beast that had killed countless animals and humans appeared in front of you, you would only be able to use half of its power with just one look. Therefore Yi Chen decided to go to the Silent Hills to train. There were often low-ranked demonic beasts there. Wearing the great steel sword on his left waist, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the yard. On the way down the mountain, Yi Chen sighed in his heart as he watched the outer and inner disciples coming and going. No matter who it was, if they wanted to live a better life they needed money. His Yi family had millions of assets, so he shouldn't be poor. Unfortunately, that was not the case. For example, the Yi family had a total of thousands of people. 600 to 700 of them were businessmen, helping the family to manage the business. The remaining 400 to 500 people focused on practicing martial arts and didn't make any money at all. However, if they wanted to protect their own assets, they had to have a strong martial force. This martial force also needed money to support it, and it would accumulate to an astonishing amount in a year. That was why even his father, the head of the Yi family, only had a few 100,000 taels of silver. As his son, his monthly allowance was 100 taels of silver. If there were other necessary expenses, he could claim them. What could he do with 100 taels of silver a month? The only thing he could do was eat well and dress well. There wasn't much of a difference in other areas. Using expensive medicine to train his body was not something he could enjoy. Only the core disciples of the family or the martial school could afford it. Going down the mountain, Yi Chen found the right direction and sped up his pace. In the afternoon, Yi Chen arrived at the outer area of the Silent Hills. Some rank 1 demonic beasts started to appear. This kind of dangerous place, normal mortal realm warriors wouldn't dare to enter. Even Yi Chen became more cautious. His hand was always on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack if there was any danger. Along the way, Yi Chen didn't meet any high-ranked demonic beasts. Occasionally, a top-rank 2 demonic beast appeared, but it was only a red smelting bird, and it was badly injured. If it wasn't for the fact that he was flying in the sky, Yichen wouldn't mind fighting with it. After walking for a while and killing a few demonic beasts, Yichen suddenly stopped and injected his chi into his ears. There's the sound of fighting. The biggest difference between a warrior and a normal person was the use of chi. A normal person's 5 senses had a limit, but a warrior could use chi to enhance their 5 senses. Right now, with his chi, Yichen could hear loud noises from a mile away, and he could also identify the source of the noises. Following the sound, Yichen quietly rushed over. In front of him was a dense forest, and he could vaguely see human figures moving about. Other than that, there was also a huge shadow and the roar of a beast. When he was 30 steps away from the battlefield, Yichen took a deep breath and jumped onto a big tree, where he could see everything clearly from above. In the middle of the forest, there was an open space with a radius of 50 feet. Right now, it was occupied by 4 or 5 teenagers with weapons in their hands, attacking a huge demonic beast. The demonic beast was 10 feet long, shaped like a fierce tiger with shiny black fur, a long red tongue dripping with purple liquid, and a mouth full of sawtooth teeth. Its claws were 3 feet long, sharp and curved. It was a top-ranked 2 demonic beast, poisonous sawtooth beast. It was as powerful as a mortal realm stage 10 warrior. Its body carried a deadly poison that would cause the skin of the victim to ulcerate. The victim would need an antidote, otherwise once the poison reached the heart, even a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to save them. After observing for a while, Yichen noticed the golden rings on their sleeves, and the name of an unranked martial school popped up in his mind. The Golden Light Martial School, a martial school close to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The leader of the school, Liu, was a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and was an expert in the golden rings. He used to be an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and later traveled to other countries besides the Windy Nation. When he came back, he founded the Golden Light Martial School, and now had 500 disciples. The 5 people attacking the poisonous sawtooth beast were not very powerful, but their teamwork was quite good. It seemed like they had been working together for a long time. A few sword lights landed on the poisonous sawtooth beast. The one who attacked was a young girl in a red dress. She was wielding a thin sword and she seemed to be at the mortal realm stage 5. Beside her were 2 twin brothers who wielded blades. They were tall and muscular, and they would yell at the beast from time to suppress it, using their physical strength to stop it from moving forward. Although the 3 of them were working hard, they were not the main force but the other 2. One of them was a young man in a black dress. His weapon was the Azure Dragon Halberd, which was 2 meters long and looked quite heavy. Every time the poisonous sawtooth beast was about to threaten the others, it would be pushed back by him, and he would take the opportunity to leave a bloody mark on his opponent's body. The one that caught Yi Chen's attention the most was the young man in blue. He was about 17 or 18 years old and he had a flute on his waist. He was the most powerful one without a weapon. Every time he threw out a palm strike, it would bring up a sharp black wind, which pushed the poisonous sawtooth beast back. If Yi Chen's guess was right, the young man in blue was a mortal realm stage 9 warrior, and he was already able to mix his chi into the wind generated by his palm, and attack people from a distance. But of course the power was much weaker than Jin Chi, otherwise the poisonous sawtooth beast would have been killed already. Beasts had always been powerful, but they would eventually run out of energy. Right now, the wounded poisonous sawtooth beast was exhausted. The poisonous smoke that it tried to breathe out was pushed away by the young man in blue's palm strike. It turned around and tried to run away. "Where do you think you're going?" The young man in blue's eyes were like lightning, and his palm strike landed on the back of the poisonous sawtooth beast. Brr. The poisonous sawtooth beast let out a cry, and its huge body flew out like a broken sack, its internal organs all shattered. "Brother Liu is so powerful." The girl in red wiped her sweat as she put her sword back into its scabbard. She turned around and looked at the young man in blue with admiration. The young man in blue said gently, "What's so powerful about me? You guys will catch up in a few years." The young man in black with the Azure Dragon Halberd said, "I am now at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 7, I will be able to catch up to you in a few months." "That's true." The young man in blue did not seem to care. The girl in red curled her lips, as if she did not like the young man in black's arrogance. Chapter 7. The twins surrounded the beast's body and laughed. "We've struck it rich this time. There is a poison pellet inside this beast's body." "Poison pellet?" The blue-clothed man and the black-clothed man's expression changed. The younger twin nodded. It is indeed a poison pellet. It looks like it has only been formed for a few months. It's only the size of a walnut. A rank 2 beast was worth less than 1,000 silvers. 5 people would only get 200 silvers. However, a pellet inside a beast's body was different. Even a freshly formed pellet could be sold for 1,000 silvers in the market. A walnut-sized pellet could be sold for 2,000 silvers. Poison pellets were a type of pellet. They could be used as medicine or for training poison arts. The girl in red wanted to touch the black pellet, but the blue-clothed man immediately stopped her. Sister Yao, don't touch it. This pellet contains all the poison in the beast's body. It can even corrode iron. It's extremely dangerous. That powerful? The girl in red stuck out her tongue. The blue-clothed man took out a jade box and said, it's not good to use a wooden or iron box. Only a jade box can keep the poison out. Then he channeled his chi into his left hand and grabbed the black pellet. He carefully put it into the jade box. On the other side, the twins were already collecting the materials from the beast's body. Finally, they put them all into a golden silk bag. After everything was done, the twin brother frowned. Brother Lu, it took us half a day to kill one beast. There were more than 3 of them in the cave. One of them was especially big. The girl in red suggested, how about we go back and ask for help? But what if someone else gets it first? The black-clothed man rolled his eyes. No way. The Silent Hills is at least 1,000 miles wide. The terrain is strange and complicated. There are not many people here. The blue-clothed man shook his head. Haven't you noticed? That poison heart plant is about to mature. What do you mean? The girl in red didn't understand. The black-clothed man was dazed and said, once the poison heart plant matures, those beasts will eat it. The blue-clothed man seemed to have made up his mind. He said in a low voice, we can deal with normal beasts, but the biggest one is not something we can deal with. So let's give up. Otherwise, the possibility of dying is very high. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Just like what the blue-robed young man had said, a stalk of poison heart grass was not worth it for them to risk their lives. How about including me? A clear voice sounded. Who is it? The black-clothed youth's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gripped the azure dragon halberd tightly. Yichen walked over step by step and said, don't be nervous, I just passed by here. The black-clothed youth sneered, just passed by? You heard everything we said. Don't be rash. The blue-clothed youth gave the black-clothed youth a look before taking a step forward and blocking the 3 of them behind him. He asked, who are you? I don't think we've met before. Yichen cupped his hands and said, I am an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School Yichen. I heard the sound of fighting, so I rushed over to take a look. I don't mean to offend you. I see. The young man in blue did not suspect anything. Poisonous sawtooth beasts were extremely ferocious, so it was normal for the sound of their battle to be heard. Not to mention the other party was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so it was not a good idea to offend them. The black-clothed youth looked at Yichen carefully and said sarcastically, you are only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, what can you do to help us? Yichen glanced at the black-clothed youth and said to the blue-clothed youth, if I'm not wrong, the bigger one is as powerful as an early condensing reality realm warrior. It is indeed hard to deal with, but I have a way to make it lose some of its mobility. What way? The girl in red asked curiously. Yichen knew that he wouldn't be able to convince everyone if he didn't show some of his skills, so he pulled out his great steel sword. The people in front of him saw him pull out his sword and immediately held onto their weapons in case he suddenly attacked. Walking in front of a huge tree, Yichen took a deep breath, then abruptly stabbed out with his sword. Swoosh. The tree, which needed 2 people to wrap their arms around, was pierced through like a piece of tofu without any resistance. The blue-clothed youth was shocked, he said in a low voice, condensing the sword light at one point, such a powerful sword skill. It was normal for a mortal realm warrior to release sword light, but to gather all the sword light at the tip of the sword was extremely difficult. Even with the blue-robed young man's cultivation, he could not do it. Now that he saw Yichen was able to do it, he couldn't help but admire him. He thought to himself, no wonder he is a Sky Cloud Martial School disciple. Yichen turned around and said, the poisonous sawtooth beast is very fast and its defense is not low. But as long as one of its legs is broken, everything will be fine. The black-clothed youth was very competitive, he sneered, it's easy to say, but the poisonous sawtooth beast is not a tree that will just stand there and let you hit it. Yichen didn't argue, he swung his great steel sword a few times. Swoosh. The sword was back in its scabbard. Just as the black-clothed youth was about to mock Yichen again, The leaves above Yi Chen's body suddenly split into 2, then into 4. The cuts were perfectly straight. Suddenly everyone gasped. To be able to do this without using their eyes, even the outer elders of the Golden Light Martial School would not be able to do this. The blue-clothed youth took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "I am Lu Tao, an inner disciple of the Golden Light Martial School. This is Wang Haichuan, these two are Yang Wen and Yang Wu, and this is Yao Qing's sister Yao." Lu Tao pointed at the 4 of them and introduced them one by one. It was obvious that he recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen cupped his hands and said, "It's my honor to meet you all." Yao Qing giggled, "Are all the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School this powerful?" Wang Haichuan said in a low voice, "How is that possible?" There was a hill hidden in the forest. It was only 10 meters tall, but it was more than a mile wide. "Brother Yi, we will see the cave in 100 steps. If I am not mistaken, there should be 2 poisonous sawtooth beasts guarding outside and 1 big one inside." The few of them had practiced Qinggong, so they walked silently, like a group of ghosts. Yi Chen nodded and said in a low voice, "Brother Lu, you should have a way to lure one out, right?" Lu Tao smiled lightly. "The poisonous sawtooth beasts like to eat poisonous plants. I have 5 matured poisonous scorpion plants here. Although they are not as good as the poisonous heart plant, they are still effective." Previously, they had used the poisonous scorpion plants to lure out one of the poisonous sawtooth beasts. Soon Yi Chen and the others saw the dark cave and the 2 poisonous sawtooth beasts 10 meters away from each other. They immediately held their breath. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tao took out a long jade box from his pocket and opened it. Inside were 5 purple plants with 9 leaves and a slightly fishy smell. It was the poisonous scorpion plant. Holding the poisonous scorpion plant in his hand, Lu Tao explained, "The smell of the poisonous scorpion plant spreads very quickly. Once one of the poisonous sawtooth beasts smells it, we have to move away immediately. Otherwise, it will be bad if the other poisonous sawtooth beasts surround us." After 3 breaths, the poisonous sawtooth beast that was close to them raised its head. "It's here." Yao Qing looked excited. It was like a game. When the poisonous sawtooth beast took 10 steps, the group moved back 30 steps. When the poisonous sawtooth beast took 30 steps, the group moved back 100 steps. Chapter 8. Looking at the dead body of the beast on the ground, Lu Tao took a deep breath. "Only one left, I hope everything goes well." Yi Chen said lightly, "It will go well." In the battle just now, Yao Qing didn't do much, because Yi Chen's sword was way too fast. Right now she was full of hope. "How did you train your sword art? Can you teach me?" Lu Tao frowned. Sister Yao was being too reckless. He hurried to say, "Sister Yao, don't mess around. How can you teach me sword art so easily?" The rules of the True Spirit Continent were very strict. Even a master would not teach his disciple everything he knew, not to mention that the 2 sides were not related at all. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen said, "There is nothing to teach, but you can practice the basic sword art 100 times a day, and you will see the results in a month." "Really?" Yao Qing didn't believe him. Yi Chen smiled but didn't explain. The beast in the cave was shockingly huge. Its head alone was the size of a water tank. Its huge eyes were shining with a bloody red light. It looked very cruel. "Let's go together." Lu Tao took the lead. He threw out 4 palm attacks towards the beast. What followed closely behind was a snow-white saber gleam, dense and fine sword gleam, and twisted saber gleam. The saw-toothed poisonous beast, which had already been pushed back by Lu Tao, howled as it retreated again and again. In its rage, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple poisonous smoke. Lu Tao was shocked. He immediately gathered all the inner qi in his body, and a black arc of light appeared between his hands. All the purple poisonous smoke exploded the moment it came into contact with the arc of light. The shock forced him to retreat again and again, and his arms were numb. The others didn't dare to stay where they were, and they fled in panic. Right at that moment, Yi Chen moved. His body flew out, his great steel sword pierced through the beast's open mouth. He flicked it upwards, and the tip of the sword came out as if it was cutting through tofu. The beast struggled for a while, then its head tilted to the side. It died. "It's dead?" When Lu Tao saw that Yi Chen didn't act according to the plan, he thought that he had forgotten. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would kill the poisonous sawtooth beast with a single strike. Shaking off the liquid on his sword, Yi Chen slowly sheathed his sword and said, "The poisonous sawtooth beast's poisonous smoke will pause for a blink of an eye. Above its mouth there is a hole the size of a cup. That is its biggest weakness, and it goes straight to the brain." The younger twin brother Yang Wu said in admiration, "Amazing, you managed to find its fatal weakness after killing 2 poisonous sawtooth beasts." Yi Chen said, Finding a weakness is something a swordsman must master. Hehe, no matter what, the demonic sawtooth beast has been dealt with. Yao Qing laughed. The cave was not deep, only 7 or 8 feet. Lighting the match, Lu Tao gasped, "It's not the poison heart grass but the Spider King grass." "What? Spider King grass? Senior brother Lu, are you seeing things?" Yang Wen exclaimed from behind. Lu Tao confirmed, "The poison heart grass is purple and looks like an orchid, while the Spider King grass is black, and the top leaves look like poisonous spiders. There is no way I'm seeing things." Hearing this, even the usually calm Yi Qin couldn't help but breathe faster. Although the poison heart grass was precious, it was only worth 2,000 or 3,000 silvers, and was very useful for those who practiced poison arts. In comparison, the Spider King grass could only be described as rare. Not only could it be used as medicine, but it could also be used in the practice of poison arts. What was even more precious was that there was an insidious martial art called 1,000 Poisonous Hands of 1,000 Spiders, which required the Spider King grass in order to master. If those who practiced 1,000 Poisonous Hands of 1,000 Spiders found out that they had the Spider King grass in their hands, not to mention 10,000 silvers, they would not hesitate to pay even more. Of course, the possibility of them killing and robbing them was very high. Yao Qing suddenly said, "Senior brother Lu, it's too dark here, I can't see anything." "That's true, let's go out." Lu Tao carefully dug out the Spider King grass and walked out of the cave. In the bright environment, the appearance of the Spider King grass was clearly revealed to everyone for the first time. The grass was 7 inches tall and had 7 leaves. Its entire body was ink black, and one could faintly see a flowing light flickering on it. At the top of the Spider King grass, there was a fruit that looked like a black spider lying there. At first glance, it was hard to tell whether it was alive or not, and it was extremely creepy. "This is the Spider King grass, it looks so scary." Yang Wen and Yang Wu smacked their lips. Lu Tao recalled, "When I joined the Golden Light sect, I was lucky enough to see the head elder obtain a Spider King grass. It looked exactly like this one. I didn't think I would get one today." Wang Haichuan stared at the Spider King grass and licked his lips. One Spider King grass can be sold for at least 10,000 silvers, 666 silvers. I can't even make that much in half a year. Hearing Wang Haichuan's words, Lu Tao remembered to split the money equally. He said to Yi Qin, "Brother Yi, you and I are from different sects, it's inconvenient to contact each other, and the Spider King grass and Spider King grass will take a while to sell. How about I give you the money directly?" Yi Qin wasn't interested in the Spider King grass, so he agreed. "Alright, 2 normal poisonous sawtooth beasts are worth around 2,000 silvers. 1 elite poisonous sawtooth beast is worth 1,500 silvers, plus 10,000 silvers for the Spider King grass. It's a total of 13,500 silvers, divided equally between 6 people is 2,250 silvers, or 225 silvers of gold. Here is a 100 silvers and a 10 silvers note. I'll give it to you first. Junior brother Wang, junior brother Yang, and junior sister Yao, gather the money and give it to brother Yi." The few of them gathered the money, but they were still short of 50 silvers, so they could only use the materials from the poisonous sawtooth beasts as a substitute. Putting away the gold note and the materials, Yi Chen's ears twitched. He said in a low voice, "There's someone." Putting away the jade box with the Spider King grass, Lu Tao shouted loudly, "I am Lu Tao, a disciple of the Golden Light Martial School, please show yourself." "Haha, the Golden Light Martial School, is it that small martial school?" The grass rustled and a group of big men walked out of the forest. The leader of the group was ugly, his head had been cut in half, leaving only 2/3 of it, looking very scary. "Bullshit." Wang Haichuan was furious. The ugly man glared at Lu Tao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Tao knew that these people didn't come with good intentions. This group of people was most likely a group of outlaws. His face suddenly turned ugly. "What do you want?" "Haha, recently I've been a bit short on money. If you are willing to give me some, that would be great." Lu Tao frowned. "We don't have much money on us, but we can give you the beast materials. They should be worth a few thousand silvers." He couldn't see through the opponent's chi level, but if he was not mistaken, they were at least at Mortal Realm Stage 10. If a fight broke out, besides him, the rest of his disciples would be in danger. Even Yi Qin would be the same. The ugly man yelled, "Do you think we are beggars trying to fool us with a few thousand silvers? Now I'll give you a choice, leave the Spider King grass and leave immediately." "Oh right, that little girl can't leave, let me vent my anger." As soon as he said this, the big men started laughing. Yao Qing's face turned pale, she bit her lips. Lu Tao's face darkened, he suppressed his anger and said, "You must be joking." "Who is joking with you?" I'll count to 10 if you don't behave. Don't blame me for being cruel. The ugly man reached out his hand and grabbed the blade on his back. Chapter 9. Wang Haichuan's face turned red. If you want to fight, then fight. The ugly man sneered, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if we really fight, none of you will be able to escape. Of course we still have a chance. 1-2. Lu Tao stopped smiling and said coldly, Sir, do you really want to fight with us? 5, 6, 7. The ugly man did not answer, he just stared at them as if they were dead men. Yi Qin and Lu Tao looked at each other, the meaning in their eyes was clear. 9. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the ugly man pulled out his sword, jumped into the air and started to attack. Most people thought that they would count to 10 before attacking, but in fact this was their tactic. They had used it many times and they could easily catch their opponents off guard. The ugly man's name was Ma Wu, and he was a Jianghu thug who had fled from another city. He used to work as a guard for a small family named Wang. Later, he coveted the beauty of the young lady of the Wang family, so he decided to go all out and humiliate her in the middle of the night. His ruthless methods made people's hair stand on end. Lu Tao, Wang Haichuan and the others were all shocked, but only Yi Qin was prepared for it. It was not because he had a lot of experience in the martial world, but because of his powerful soul power, he was able to see through Ma Wu's subtle movements. Pushing his chi to the limit, Yi Qin tilted his body and swung his sword horizontally, using the 8th movement of the cloud-walking sword art, flowing clouds and water. Ma Wu was stunned. He thought that Yi Qin was prepared, but he did not expect that he would meet a trap, and in the end he was caught off guard. In a flash, Ma Wu tilted his sword and brushed past Yi Feng's great steel sword. Clang! Puchi! Sparks flew everywhere and a sword mark appeared on Ma Wu's waist. Blood flowed out from the wound. It was a superficial wound. No one could believe their eyes. A Mortal Realm Stage 6 warrior had injured a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior with just one sword attack. What the hell? Little did he know that Yi Qin was also feeling sorry for Mag Wu. If Mag Wu's reaction had been a bit slower, he would have been able to inflict a serious injury on Mag Wu. If Mag Wu had been a bit weaker, the blade would not have been able to deflect Yi Qin's attack, and the wound would have been an inch deeper. This was the power of the flying cloud swordsmanship. I really can't underestimate a mortal stage 10 martial artist. Yi Qin's second attack came after the first one failed. It was the 9th form of the flying cloud sword technique, luminous shift. All of a sudden, the sword light that was as dark as water diffused out. It was as if the air was no longer air, but a deep and unfathomable pool of water in the middle of the night. Damn it! Why is this kid's sword art at such a high level? Ma Wu's scalp went numb and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. His broadsword slashed towards the center of the sword light like a bolt of lightning, and he strived to destroy the opponent's sword momentum. Otherwise, the situation would not be good for him. Ma Wu's full-powered attack missed and he was shocked. He kicked the ground with both of his feet and hurriedly stepped back. Yi Qin seemed to have expected this and he dashed out like an arrow. The sword in his hand changed its direction, and with a beautiful arc, it was the dangerous lone peak of 13 swords. A fierce light flashed in Ma Wu's eyes. He slapped the sword with his left hand that was filled with chi and yelled, "Damn little bastard, die!" Boom. A Mortal Realm Stage 10 martial artist was not that easy to kill. A strong chi flow exploded like a hurricane, and it easily blew away Yi Qin's body. However, Yi Qin seemed to have lost his weight. He lightly touched the ground and his aura suddenly changed. Like a collapsing mountain, he once again dashed towards Ma Wu, and the beautiful sword light pierced through his body. Swoosh! The tip of the sword pierced through Ma Wu's neck and came out from the back of his head. A warrior who was about to reach the condensing reality realm was killed by Yi Qin with only one sword attack, and it was as easy as drinking tea or eating a meal. It also made Yi Qin realize how powerful his own fighting power was, and most importantly, how powerful the lone peak of 13 swords was. Pulling out the sword and shaking off the blood, Yi Qin tried to get rid of all the distracting thoughts after killing someone. He looked around and found that the others had also started fighting. 7 or 8 ferocious-looking men were surrounding Lu Tao and the other 4, and the sound of their weapons clashing was like beans being fried. Get the hell out of here. Lu Tao had the highest cultivation. He threw out a series of attacks with both of his palms, and instantly pushed back a few people. However, one of them only took 3 steps back. His clothes were torn open, but his body was not injured at all. Lu Tao's pupils shrank. Endurance Kung Fu. That man had a square face and a wide mouth. He was 2 meters tall and his chest was like a small mountain. His chest was like an iron plate, and there was a faint dark blue color on it. It did not look like a human's body. Hee, I have trained the iron shirt martial art, plus I have been soaking in the medicinal wine every day. I have already trained my skin to be as hard as iron. As long as I do not lose my chi, I will be fine no matter how many times you attack me. Come on. You are looking for death. It was Wang Haichuan who spoke. He swung the azure dragon halberd in a circle, and pushed back a few people who were attacking him. Then he turned his body and stabbed towards his opponent. This time, the tall man did not dare to underestimate Wang Haichuan. He knew that no matter how hard he trained the iron shirt, he would not be able to train his body to be as hard as iron. He was not afraid of ordinary blunt weapons, but if he was stabbed by a sharp weapon he would be finished. Not to mention that Wang Haichuan's attack was so powerful that it could even pierce through iron armor. Putting his hands together, the tall man suddenly grabbed the azure dragon halberd, not letting it move an inch. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao landed in front of his opponent, and lightly pressed his palm on the halberd. Like a hammer hitting leather, the tall man's mouth started to bleed, and a shallow palm print appeared on his chest. It was a patch of green and red. At this moment, two ferocious men took the opportunity to attack Lu Tao. Lu Tao cursed inwardly. Although he had wounded the tall man with his palm, his arms were numb from the recoil force, and he could not even breathe. Wang Haichuan was also powerless. The ferocious men who had been pushed back by him started to attack even more crazily, making him feel like he could not resist. On the other hand, Yao Qing and the twins could still hold on. After all, they were in a one-on-one situation. Seeing that Lu Tao was about to be killed, a beautiful and bright sword light suddenly shot out. It twisted twice in the air, and the two ferocious men's necks started to bleed, and they fell straight down. After the successful sword attack, Yi Qin did not stop. He stabbed the other ferocious man's heart with a gap-seeking move, helping Wang Haichuan reduce the pressure. Thank you. Lu Tao, who had narrowly escaped death, said gratefully with a pale face. Yi Qin nodded and said, let's kill them first. In fact, after killing Ma Wu, their fates had been sealed. It was only a matter of time. In a short while, except for the man who practiced iron shirt, the others were all dead or injured. On Yi Qin's side, except for himself and Lu Tao, the others were more or less injured. Where do you think you're going? Wang Haichuan noticed that the tall man was trying to escape, so he threw the 2-meter-long azure dragon halberd at him. Crack. The tall man, who had been through hundreds of battles, dodged the azure dragon halberd by a hair's breadth. However, the monk could not run away from the temple. Yi Chen's body followed the sword, and with one strike he broke the man's iron shirt and pierced his heart. Chapter 10. After the crisis was over, Lu Tao and the others let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time they were shocked. Killing a Mortal Realm Stage 10 ugly man and a strong man with copper skin and iron bones all by himself, this kind of fighting power was really scary. Even the first outer disciple of the Golden Light Realm could not do this, and even those newly promoted inner disciples might not be able to do it. Even if they could, they might not be able to escape unscathed, unlike Yi Qin, who hid his power well. Brother Yi, I, Lu Tao, have never admired anyone before, but today I admire you, Lu Tao said with a serious face. Yi Qin did not say anything, he just smiled lightly. The group of strong men had brought them more than 3,000 silvers, and after splitting it evenly, each of them got more than 500 silvers, which was quite an unexpected windfall. Everyone goodbye. After getting enough silvers, Yi Qin did not want to work with them anymore, he was ready to go to the Silent Hills by himself to gain more experience. Lu Tao said, alright, we are about to go back, you be careful. When they were about to leave, Yao Qing could not help but say, Yi Qin, remember to come and play with us. Yi Qin nodded, maybe next time. Soon they were gone. Yi Qin thought to himself, not long after I came out, I have already gotten 2,700 silvers, which is enough to buy some expensive materials to train my body. As for the medicines that are good for training chi, forget about it, those things can easily cost more than 10,000 silvers, I can't even afford them. Aside from that, what really confused Yi Qin was why he did not feel much when it was his first time killing someone. Could it be because of his soul power? Shaking his head, Yi Qin really could not understand. The Silent Hills was 1,000 miles wide and there were countless beasts. As far as Yi Qin knew, the outer 100 miles only had rank 1 and 2 beasts, and the chances of encountering rank 3 beasts were very low. Like that big poisonous sawtooth beast, it was actually not a rank 3 beast, it could only be counted as a quasi-rank 3 beast. Between 200 and 500 miles was the danger zone, where rank 3 to 5 beasts could appear at any time, and with his current strength, encountering them would only mean death. As for the area beyond 500 miles, it was the real forbidden zone. Decades ago, a powerful party sent their warriors to the deeper part of the zone to find some rare herbs, but unfortunately, they encountered a rank 7 beast, ghost-face bull. Out of more than 100 people, only one escaped, but he died after a few days. The reason was because his body was too strong and he went crazy. Since then, no one had dared to enter. Within 10 miles, Yi Chen had killed 3 demonic beasts. The third one was a rank 2 demonic beast, the rampage bull. Yi Chen had grabbed its horns and killed it with his fists. After collecting the demonic beast materials, Yi Chen decided not to go any deeper. Instead, he chose to explore the path horizontally. He did not want to run into any beasts above rank 3. Time flew by quickly. On the third day, Yi Chen carried a big leather bag on his back, heading back to the Windy Town. The Elixir Hall was the only medicine shop in the Windy Town. It was not that big and the shop was not that luxurious, but in terms of wealth, it was definitely one of the best. After all, the richest people in this world were warriors, and most of their money was spent on medicines or pellets that could help them train. They did not even frown when it came to spending money. For them, money could be earned back, but increasing their cultivation was something that could only be found by luck. Stepping into the Elixir Hall, Yi Chen frowned. The shop was bustling with people. Most of them were warriors in tight clothes, and some were young masters from rich families. There were also 1 or 2 people that even Yi Chen could not see through. They were probably condensing reality realm warriors. Walking to the counter, Yi Chen put the big leather bag with the materials on it. Shopkeeper, demonic beast materials. The shopkeeper was an old man wearing a black robe with golden edges. He had a calm temperament. He walked over and opened the leather bag. While counting the materials, he said, "Poisonous sawtooth beast material is worth 520 silvers, bald-tail wolf material is 85 silvers, violent bull material is 380 silvers. That's 1,650 silvers in total." Yi Chen said, "Change them all to gold notes." The gold notes were the same as the silver notes that Yi Chen knew. They could be exchanged for gold at the bank, or they could be bought and sold directly. The minimum amount was 5 silvers, and the maximum was 10,000 silvers. The storage fee was 3% of the total amount, which meant that if you deposited 100 silvers, you could only take out 97 silvers. As for the bank that issued the gold and silver notes, there was no need to worry about it going bankrupt. There was a saying that even if the Windy Nation was destroyed, the Bank of God would still be standing strong. This was referring to the stability of the gold notes. After all, as a super large bank that spanned over 10 nations, it would be impossible for it to go bankrupt so easily. There were countless forces protecting it in the dark, and the country was one of them. After ordering the workers to keep the demonic beast materials, the shopkeeper opened the safe and took out a few shiny gold notes. He placed them on the counter neatly. "Here, a total of 165 silvers. You can count it." Yi Chen took a quick glance at the notes, then nodded and put them away. He then shifted his gaze to the shelves on the side. As a shopkeeper, he was good at reading people's expressions. The old man smiled and said, "Young warrior, what can I do for you?" Yi Chen said, "I need some body-strengthening pellets or herbs. Can you tell me about them?" "No need for such trouble. I will give you a list of body-strengthening medicines. The effects and prices are marked on it. It will be easy to understand." "All right." A moment later, the shopkeeper went to work, and Yi Chen took out a piece of paper filled with words. Tiger dragon bone refining pellet, refined with the blood essence of a blood-marked tiger and horned python, 5,000 silvers per pellet. Demon ox strength pellet, refined with the blood essence of a berserk bull and primordial grass, 3,500 silvers per pellet. Flying swallow pellet, 2,000 silvers per pellet. After a long while, Yi Chen shook his head. Body-strengthening pellets were just too expensive. They cost 2,000 to 3,000 silvers every time. He could only afford one tiger dragon bone training pellet with all of his money, and the effect of the pellet was only for 3 days. It was not enough for long-term training. Thinking of this, Yi Chen was a little envious of those who were blessed by the heavens. They received top-notch training from a young age and ate pellets and elixirs as if they were jelly beans. In a few years, the amount of money they spent could probably fill up a house. It would be strange if they didn't improve quickly. Of course, external help was still external help. Perhaps they could become an ordinary expert, but it would be difficult to reach a certain height. Looking at the bottom of the list, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Got it. Body strengthening paste, refined with 3 sungrass, beef butter, ironwood juice and 8 other ingredients. 100 silvers per bottle. That's it. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin raised his head and called over the shop assistant who was passing by. He said, "Give me 30 bottles of body strengthening paste." "Alright, please wait a moment." 30 bottles of body strengthening paste filled an empty wooden box. After paying, Yi Qin carried it out of the elixir pavilion. Chapter 11. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the small yard, a shadow was steadily training. The strong and fierce fist power brought up a strong gust of wind that blew the dust on the ground into the air. Ha! After a set of punches, the silhouette suddenly exerted his strength and consecutively punched the waist-thick hard wooden pile twice. With a cracking sound, the wooden pile could not withstand the power of the punches and broke into two. The upper half flew 7 to 8 meters away and disintegrated into small wooden pieces in the air. Finally, the punches have become soft and hard. There was only one day left until the Mu Ring Gang Challenge, but Yi Qin did not have any thoughts of relaxing. He focused on training his King Kong fist. His powerful soul power allowed him to clearly feel every inch of his body's power. He could easily combine the power from every part of his body and create a deeper level of explosive power. This was also the reason why he was able to train his King Kong fist to the highest level. I think the creator of King Kong fist did not train it to the highest level. I have the advantage in this aspect, but the opponent's advantage in creating his own martial art has made me lose. Bitterly smiling at his own stupid thoughts, Yi Qin shook his head and walked to the stone table not far away. On the round stone table, there was a white porcelain bottle with a red wooden stopper. It was the body strengthening paste that cost 100 silver per bottle. Pop. Yi Qin opened the stopper and turned the bottle upside down. Soon, the milky yellow liquid flowed into his palm, and a light fragrance filled the air. Taking off his clothes, Yi Qin dipped his hands in the paste and wiped his body. So satisfying. After a couple of breaths, Yi Qin could only feel the heat slowly seeping in from the surface of his skin into his muscles, blood, and bones. It felt like there were ants trying to drill into his body, which was a bit itchy and painful. Looking down, Yi Qin could only see the muscles on his muscular body, shining like the most ferocious cheetah. His streamlined body was full of explosive power. It was hard to imagine that this was the body of a 14-year-old teenager. Of course, compared to Su Jing's seemingly weak body, Yi Qin's was at least twice as strong. After training for a while, Yi Qin put on his clothes, picked up his great steel sword, and walked out of the yard towards the announcement square of the West District of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The announcement square was the place where the Sky Cloud Martial School would announce important things. The opening of the Mu Ring Gang should have already been announced. After all, many of the new disciples were still in a confused state, and did not know what to pay attention to, just like Yi Qin. In fact, Yi Qin didn't have to go there on purpose. He already knew what he needed to know, and there wouldn't be any changes. However, the current him was different from the past. He couldn't live passively. He had to take the initiative and strive to be meticulous. Sometimes, it was the details that determined success or failure. Moreover, the day before the Mu Ring Gang Challenge, there would definitely be a lot of people gathered at the announcement square. This was a good opportunity to observe the strength of others. Along the way, Yi Qin realized that in the 2 years he had been in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he did not have a single friend that he could play with. Thinking about it, he felt like a failure. With a bitter smile, Yi Qin was a bit envious of the outer disciples around him. Seeing them talking and laughing, it was so fun. They arrived at the plaza. Looking around, a square marble plaza that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of them. In front of the plaza, there was a huge wall with a giant piece of paper on it, with the words Mu Ring Gang Challenge Competition, written in big black letters. Following the flow of people into the square, Yi Qin's ears were filled with all kinds of voices. Last year, the champion of the Mu Ring Gang Challenge competition was the top outer disciple, Wu Zongming. I wonder who it will be this year? I think it will be Wu Zongming again. Who knows how much his strength has improved in the past 6 months? You're right, but I think the top outer disciple genius, Zhang Haoren, will win. Zhang Haoren. The one who reached the Mortal Realm Stage 10 at the age of 13. Yeah, I heard that when he joined the Sky Cloud Martial School at the age of 12, he was already at the Mortal Realm Stage 7. It has only been a year, and he has jumped from the Mortal Realm Stage 7 to the Stage 10. His speed is unbelievable. One of them sneered, no matter how talented Zhang Haoren is, he has only just reached the Mortal Realm Stage 10. Don't forget, Wu Zongming was already at the Mortal Realm Stage 10 half a year ago, and now he is only half a step away from the Condensing Reality Realm. To put it nicely, it is half a step away, but to put it bluntly, It is a failure, otherwise he would have reached the condensing reality realm already. The one who spoke had a square face and thin lips. How dare you insult Wu Zongming? The outer disciple who spoke for Fang Zongming said angrily. The square-faced disciple did not back down. I know you are Wu Zongming's friend, but I am not. I am just stating the facts. No matter where it is, it makes sense. How, what a good makes sense. Suddenly, a cold voice came, followed by a sharp aura that came out of nowhere like a whirlwind. Everyone looked over. 10 steps away, a young man in blue with a long sword on his back was standing there, staring at the person who was mocking him. It was the top outer disciple Wu Zongming. Yi Chen stood on the side with great interest, thinking to himself, this is going to be interesting. The square-faced disciple who called Wu Zongming worthless seemed to be scared by the aura. He stuttered, what I said was not the truth. Wu Zongming sneered, do you know what kind of people I hate the most? They are the cowards who talk behind people's backs. Now I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you can take one palm attack from me, I will let this matter go. Do you dare? One palm attack. The square-faced disciple's eyes flashed. He was at Mortal Realm Stage 8, 2 whole stages lower than Wu Zongming, but it should not be a problem for him to take one palm attack. At most, he would be slightly injured, but if he did not take it, then he would really be a coward and he would not be able to hold his head up high in front of everyone. Alright, one palm attack it is. What is there to be afraid of? After saying that, he slightly bent his body, his right arm hanging down, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Obviously, he was gathering his chi into his right arm. This is the starting movement of the little Yiksha palm. Someone saw through it and couldn't help but say. The square-faced disciple smiled proudly. The little Yiksha palm was a high-rank mortal realm martial skill. Normally, with his status, he would not be able to get this skill, but his uncle was an outer master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so it would be easy for him to prepare a high-rank mortal realm martial skill for him. With the little Yiksha palm, he was confident that he could take one attack from Wu Zongming, and maybe not be at a disadvantage. Then he would be famous. Wu Zongming's expression did not change. He said lightly, are you ready? The square-faced disciple raised his eyes. Anytime. At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the two of them. One was the top outer disciple, and the other was a Mortal Realm Stage 8 outer disciple. Although they had only exchanged one attack, they should be able to see part of their power. Even if they could not see anything, it would be good to learn something new. Chapter 12. On the empty field, Wu Zongming walked slowly towards the square-faced disciple. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. Surprisingly, the first to attack was not Wu Zongming but the square-faced disciple. His legs slightly bounced up and he took a step forward. His right arm drew a strange arc in the air and attacked Wu Zongming from below. The sound of the air shattering was heard, and a dark light flashed on the edge of the square-faced disciple's right hand. It was a sign that his chi was about to break through his body. Go back. Wu Zongming growled, and his palm landed on the square-faced disciple's right hand. Boom. The square-faced disciple's feet left the ground, and he was knocked back to where he stood. He took a dozen steps back and almost fell. Cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the square-faced disciple pointed at Wu Zongming. You. He only managed to say one word before he fainted. Suddenly the field was filled with noise. Although everyone knew that the square-faced disciple might not be able to take even one attack from Wu Zongming, they did not expect the gap to be this big. It also seemed that Wu Zongming did not use any martial skills, and only used normal movements. The number 1 outer disciple was indeed powerful. Yi Chen's opinion was different from everyone else's. To be honest, the gap between Mortal Realm Stage 8 and Mortal Realm Stage 10 was not that big, not to mention that the square-faced disciple had used a high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Little Yiksha Palm, which was almost at the threshold of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Even if he could not beat Wu Zongming, he would not have fainted. The real reason was something else. If Yi Chen guessed it right, Wu Zongming's martial art was of a higher level than the square-faced disciples. Whether it was the quality or the quantity of chi, the two were not on the same level. Besides, Wu Zongming had obviously trained his martial art to a higher level, and his control of his chi was much better than the square-faced disciples. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could not help but smile bitterly. The world he lived in was called the True Spirit Continent. It was a vast continent and no one knew how big it was. No one knew how many people and beasts lived on this continent. The only thing that was certain was that this continent was dominated by martial schools and martial artists. Although countries were important, they were not as important. On this mainland, There were two things that were extremely important to a cultivator. One was martial skills and the other was cultivation techniques. Compared to martial skills, cultivation techniques were several times more important. The value of a low-rank mortal realm skill was definitely not lower than a mid-rank mortal realm skill, sometimes even higher. If martial skills allowed a person to display 2 or even 3 times their combat prowess, then cultivation techniques were a person's foundation. The stronger one's foundation was, the greater the innate advantage one would have. Normally, if a warrior's martial art was 1 rank higher, the total amount of his chi would increase by 30%. In other words, if 2 warriors were at the same level and one of them was practicing a low-rank mortal realm martial art, and the other was practicing a mid-rank mortal realm martial art, the latter would have 30% more chi than the former. If the latter was practicing a high-rank mortal realm martial art, then it would be 70% more chi than the former, and a top-rank mortal realm martial art would have 10% more chi than the former. There was a huge gap between the two. In addition to the total amount of internal chi, the higher the level of the cultivation method, the greater the quality of the internal chi. For example, if the internal chi produced by practicing a low-level cultivation method was compared to a piece of wood, then the internal chi produced by practicing a high-level cultivation method was like a piece of stone, or even a piece of metal. How could wood compete with stone and metal? It was obvious that they were not on the same level. As the first outer disciple, Wu Zongming's skill was at least a mid-rank mortal realm, while Yi Chen's was a low-rank mortal realm. Even if Yi Chen was at the same level as him, mortal realm stage 6, his chi would still be 30% more than Yi Chen's, not to mention that Yi Chen's cultivation was higher than his. Luckily, in terms of the quality of chi, Yi Chen was confident that he would not lose to Wu Zongming. A month ago he had already trained his Cloud Chi spell to the peak level, which was 1 rank higher than what was described in the manual. It was roughly equivalent to the most common mid-rank mortal realm skill. Although Wu Zongming had defeated the square-faced disciple with 1 move, he did not look too proud. To him, the square-faced disciple was just a clown. Defeating him was not enough to make Wu Zongming happy. But teaching him a lesson was to let others know that even if he had failed in his breakthrough, he was still not someone that anyone could compete with. Clap, clap, clap. A handsome young man clapped his hands and walked over. That was amazing. No wonder you are the first outer disciple. Wu Zongming, you are qualified to be my opponent. Wu Zongming turned his head and squinted his eyes. Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren's body looked a bit young, but his temperament was quite mature. He smiled lightly and said, "You are training the high-rank mortal realm art, the Peiyuan art. I wonder which stage you have reached." "Sorry, I just reached the peak of the 4th stage." No wonder Wu Zongming was able to knock out the square-faced disciple with just 1 palm attack. It turned out that he had been training the growing yuan art. As a high-rank mortal realm art, the growing yuan art might not be the best in other aspects, but there was one thing that stood out from the rest. The growing yuan art was extremely rich and powerful. It was even more powerful than other arts of the same rank. Besides, the growing yuan art was divided into 5 stages, and reaching the peak of the 4th stage was already quite impressive. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haoren smiled proudly. "Compared to ordinary people, you are indeed a genius. But today you are no longer my opponent." Wu Zongming sneered. "Arrogant people never have a good ending." "Really? I am not afraid of hurting you, but I am training the high-rank mortal realm above the clouds art, but I have already reached the highest stage, the 5th stage. That is the difference between us." Hearing this, everyone in the square started to talk about it. This is ridiculous. Martial arts are the hardest to improve. Zhang Haoren has only learned the above the clouds art for 4 months, and he has already reached the 5th stage. How is this possible? That's right. High-rank mortal realm arts are usually divided into 5 stages. For an ordinary person to reach the 1st stage, it would take at least 3 to 4 days, 10 days for the 2nd stage, 1 month for the 3rd stage, 3 months for the 4th stage, and more than a year for the 5th stage. I remember there were some inner disciples who changed to a top-rank mortal realm art before, and they gave up on their previous high-rank mortal realm art. Looks like in terms of talent, Zhang Haoren is still the best. Different from the others who were shocked, Yi Chen thought it was reasonable. Geniuses were geniuses because they could not be judged with common sense. Otherwise they would not be geniuses. As for Wu Zongming, he was not that bad either. He was only 1 step away from the 5th stage of the Peiyuan art. Maybe in another half a month he would be able to reach the 5th stage. Wu Zongming was indeed surprised. He had obtained the high-rank mortal realm art half a year ago after winning 1st place in the Mu Ring Gang. He thought that reaching the peak of the 4th stage in half a year would already be amazing. Normally, it would take about 5 months to reach the 4th stage from the 1st stage, and another 5 months to reach the peak of the 4th stage. He did not expect Zhang Haoren to be even more talented than him, reaching the highest stage of the 5th stage in just 4 months. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zongming said calmly, "Don't talk too much, power is not something you can compare with." Zhang Haoren grinned, "That's right. Therefore, I will be the champion of this Mu Ren Gang competition." After he finished talking, he turned around and walked away, leaving everyone staring at his back. Chapter 13. Watching Zhang Haoren leave, everyone was impressed and jealous at the same time. They were all human beings. How could he reach Mortal Realm Stage 10 and Over the Clouds art at the age of 13? Was there really such a huge difference between a genius and a normal human being? Yi Qin shook his head, turned around and walked towards the notice board. On the giant piece of paper, there were lines of fist-sized words written with a silver hook and an iron pen. Obviously, it was written by a master who was good at calligraphy. Looking at the paper, other than some things to look out for, there was also a list of rewards for successfully passing the Mu Ren Gang. It was a chi-boosting pellet unique to the Sky Cloud Martial School, which could save 1 month of hard work. If it was used to break through to the condensing reality realm, the success rate would definitely increase. Of course, it was only possible to break through to the mortal realm, and not from the mortal realm to the condensing reality realm. Right now what I need the most is time. This chi-boosting pellet can save 1 month of hard work. It is very useful for me. Yi Qin smiled and continued reading. The top 10 winners of the Mu Ren Gang will be able to choose a high-rank mortal realm martial skill. The top 6 will be able to choose 3 Windy Dew pellets. The top 3 will be able to choose a high-rank mortal realm martial skill, and the winner will be rewarded with a chi-boosting pellet. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. He did not really care about high-rank mortal realm martial skills, but the Windy Dew pellet was a magical pellet that could help with chi training. According to some people, after taking the pellet for 10 days, the warrior would feel refreshed and free of all distracting thoughts. Their training speed would also increase by leaps and bounds, and it would be much easier for them to learn martial arts. Even many inner disciples wanted to get their hands on it. It was worth more than 10,000 silvers. It could only be found by luck. The only downside was that it could not be used frequently. It was said that the effect would get worse and worse every time it was used until the end there would be no effect at all. As for the high-rank mortal realm martial skill, Yi Qin could feel that his training speed would increase by leaps and bounds, and the quantity and quality of his chi would reach new heights. In other words, with a high-rank mortal realm martial skill, Yi Qin's overall power could easily double. Looking at the prize for the first place, Yi Qin forced a smile. Without a doubt, the yuan-boosting pellet was the most valuable pellet. It could help a mortal realm warrior level up, and it could even help a warrior break through to the condensing reality realm. However, Yi Qin was not confident at all. Although Ma Wu was also a mortal realm stage 10 warrior, he was nowhere near as talented as Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren. Both of them were geniuses. Their martial arts and martial skills were way better than the others, and their comprehension was also top-notch. It would be almost impossible to win against them, unless Yi Qin could break through from Mortal Realm Stage 6 to Mortal Realm Stage 8. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Qin made up his mind. He wouldn't hope for the first or second place, but he had to get the third place. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The night was over, and the first rays of the morning sun shone from the east. In the courtyard, Yi Qin, who had just finished a set of fist techniques, was wiping the body refining paste. His body was as straight as a sword. After this Mu Ren Gang, it will be the Yi family gathering in half a year. Whether or not I can amaze the world will depend on today's result. Yi Qin knew very well that the second son of his eldest uncle Yi Tang, and the daughter of his fourth uncle Yi Xian, were both rare geniuses of the Yi family. They had reached Mortal Realm Stage 5 at the age of 12, and now that 3 years had passed, they had probably reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, or even the Condensing Reality Realm. A Condensing Reality Realm warrior was not easy to defeat. Even if Yi Qin had amazing comprehension, he still could not ignore the gap between them. Before Yi Qin even left the house, half of the Sky Cloud Martial School was already in an uproar. The Mu Ren Gang Challenge was an important day for most of the disciples. On that day there would be some outer elders, inner disciples, and occasionally 1 or 2 inner elders would come to watch. As for the Mu Ren Gang, it was located right in front of the plaza. It was usually closed and no one would be able to see it from the outside. When Yi Qin arrived at the plaza, it was already filled with people. More than half of the 3,000 outer disciples had arrived, and they were all waiting on the plaza. There were also a lot of inner disciples and outer elders, all of them sitting on the high platform at the back of the plaza. Elder Lin, who do you think will be in the top 10 this time? The one who spoke was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. He was very handsome and his skin was very white. The elder who was called Elder Lin laughed. Yun Tao, you are already one of the best among the inner disciples, and you are also interested in this. Yun Tao said, my talent is not that great and people did not think highly of me when I was younger. So I understand how the outer disciples feel when they want to be in the top 10. That's true. Elder Lin nodded. From what I can see, most of the top 10 this time will be the same as the top 10 from last time, but with the addition of Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren? I have heard of him. I heard that he is the #1 genius among the outer disciples. Yesterday there was news that Zhang Haoren had already trained his high-rank mortal realm above clouds art to the highest stage, the 5th stage. This kind of talent is really rare. The 5th stage of the above clouds art, no wonder the elder thinks so highly of him. Yun Tao looked surprised. When he was still an outer disciple, he also trained the above clouds art, but even after he became an inner disciple, he still had not reached the highest stage. Elder Lin looked at Zhang Haoren and said happily, the more geniuses there are in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the more potential we have. If one day we can become a rank 8 institution from a rank 9 institution, I, as the head elder of the outer sect, will die with a smile on my face. Yun Tao was excited by Elder Lin's words. Don't worry, Elder Lin. Although I am not as talented as the head sister and the others, when that day comes, I am willing to work for the Sky Cloud Martial School and help it become a rank 8 institution. As long as you have the heart. It was time for the Mu Rin Alley to open. Crack, crack, crack. Under everyone's heated gaze, the huge wall in front of the square suddenly cracked open, revealing a deep alley. No one knew where it led to. At this moment, Elder Lin stood up and said loudly to the sea of people, everyone, today is the semi-annual Mu Rin Alley Challenge competition. All outer disciples are qualified to participate. As for the reward for successfully breaking the Mu Rin Alley, you should have seen it on the notice board. I will not say much here. Now, let's enter the first round. Only those who have the ability to defeat a wooden guardian can enter the Mu Rin Alley. Elder Lin's voice was not loud, but with the help of his Zhen Qi, it spread out for miles and everyone could hear him clearly. Damn, last time I almost beat a wooden guardian. I can definitely do it this time. Me too, but I heard that in addition to the wooden guardians there are also wooden sword artists. This is a bit tricky. No matter what the crowd thought, the Mu Rin Alley Challenge competition had officially begun. Kala, 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 a row of 20 wooden guardians walked out. These wooden guardians were 2 meters tall, and their bodies were made out of a strange kind of wood. Their eyes were 2 thin crystals, emitting a cold light. Obviously they were not ordinary creatures. Yichen was not surprised at all. It was said that wooden guardians were a special kind of puppet, invented 5,000 years ago by a rank 5 institution, the puppet school. Although they did not have any intelligence, they could sense the people around them and use them to attack. The Sky Cloud Martial School had obtained the method of making wooden guardians by chance. Unfortunately, these wooden guardians were not very powerful, only equivalent to a mortal realm warrior. Therefore they were perfect for testing the outer disciples. Chapter 14. In the first round, 20 people would be tested together. Those who passed the test would stand on the right side and wait to challenge the Mu Rin gang, while those who failed would have to leave. Last time, Yichen only lasted for 3 breaths before he was injured. The test began. Surprisingly, Wang Gang was among the first 20 people. With his peak of Mortal Realm Stage 7 cultivation, he should be able to defeat the Wooden Guardian. At least he wouldn't be killed instantly, which would be a joke. The Wooden Guardian sensed that someone was approaching, so it moved its heavy body and threw a punch towards Wang Gang. The strong wind from the punch blew his hair into the air. Speed was not Wang Gang's forte, so he quickly crossed his arms and blocked the Wooden Guardian's punch. His body was pushed back 3 steps. Stone-breaking strike. After taking 3 steps back, Wang Gang jumped up, raised his right palm and chopped towards the Wooden Guardian's head. Bang! The Wooden Guardian's senses were indeed sharp. It blocked Wang Gang's deadly attack with its arms, then punched again with its left hand. The speed of the punch was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react. Damn, the Wooden Guardian is so fierce. Some of the outer disciples who had just joined the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't help but exclaim. Even Yichen couldn't help but admire the Wooden Guardian's power. There was no sign of life, but its movements were steady and powerful. All of a sudden, Wang Gang bent his left leg and used his knee to block the wooden guardian's second attack. He used the force to fly back and landed 5 steps away. After getting some distance from the wooden guardian, Wang Gang knew that he couldn't beat it with brute force, so he had to surprise it. Double Dragon goes to sea. Seeing the wooden guardian chasing after him, Wang Gang gave up on using his stone-breaking strike and used the crouching dragon fist that he wasn't familiar with yet. He twisted his arms and like 2 evil dragons he dashed out. Crack. The wooden guardian's fist was locked. Wang Gang shouted coldly. He used both of his arms to block the opponent's fist, then threw out a flying kick. Meteor kick. Boom. With a powerful kick, the wooden guardian fell to the ground. The examiner next to him immediately yelled, "Pass." Different from here, the word fail could be heard from other places. Soon the first group of 20 people finished their tests. Only 4 people passed and the rest were all eliminated. They had no choice but to leave the square. As for the wooden guards, it was unknown what kind of wood they were made of, but they were basically unharmed. Fortunately, as long as they were defeated, they would pass the test. Otherwise, they would be exhausted to death. Not long after, the second test also ended and only 1 person passed. 5 people from the third group passed. 3 people from the fourth group passed. No one in the fifth group passed. In the 120th group, Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren stepped out at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and walked up to the stage indifferently. Facing the wooden guardian in front of them, the 2 of them attacked almost at the same time. Wu Zongming's figure flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in the arms of the wooden guardian. His right palm instantly pressed against the wooden guardian's chest, and with a ferocious shake, the wooden guardian was sent flying like a piece of straw. A clear palm print was left on the wooden guardian's chest, and it could be seen how pure this palm strike was. As for Zhang Haoren, he was even more terrifying. He stretched out his body and directly ignored the distance of 10 meters between them. In the blink of an eye, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the wooden guardian's head. Then he stopped in his tracks and swung his arm. The wooden guardian was thrown more than 10 meters away. Damn, he killed the wooden guardian in 1 second. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they could not believe what they had just seen. Wu Zongming's performance was already amazing enough, and he had sent the wooden guardian flying with 1 palm strike. However, Zhang Haoren seemed to be even better. In front of him, the wooden guardian was like a child that had not yet learned how to walk. In the 123rd group, Yi Chen stepped onto the stage. Without the speed of Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren, Yi Chen only had the exquisiteness of his movements. With just a few punches and kicks, he had defeated the wooden guardian and successfully passed the stage. When the first round of the test ended, Elder Lin stood up and said, "A total of 365 people have passed. The second round will now begin. Now everyone will enter the Mu Ren gang." "Haoren, you said you could help me get the 3rd place, right?" Standing next to Zhang Haoren was a tall teenager about 15 years old. At this moment, his breathing had quickened, and he could not help but ask. Zhang Haoren did not care and said, "Cousin, don't worry. With your strength it is not difficult to pass the Mu Ren gang. What is difficult is to get the 1st place, and I will stop the others at the right time." "That's great." It turned out that this teenager was Zhang Haoren's cousin, who had joined the Sky Cloud Martial School before Zhang Haoren. He had also participated in the Mu Ren gang competition before, but he was only in the 30s, far away from the top 10, not to mention the 3rd place. This time, if he could get the 3rd place, he would definitely get a high-rank Mortal Realm Martial Art Manual, a high-rank Mortal Realm Martial Skill Manual, and 3 Windy Dew Pellets, which would be enough for him to reach the Condensing Reality Realm. At this moment, Zhang Haoren changed his tone, "But I can't go too far, you know the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School." "I know, don't worry. Even without your help, I am confident that I can get into the top 10. "Good, let's go in." The Mu Ren gang was like a bottle gourd. The entrance was very narrow and could only fit 5 people side by side. Once inside, the space suddenly opened up and there were 10 different alleys. 365 people were divided into 10 groups, and they all chose different alleys to enter. In the alley that Yi Chen had chosen, the walls and the ground on both sides suddenly cracked open, and a group of wooden guards and wooden sword artists jumped out. They cut down 5 to 6 people like a tornado, and screams were heard one after another. Dodging the attack of a wooden sword artist, Yi Chen took out his great steel sword from the scabbard and cut the wooden sword in half. Then he lowered his body and went through the wooden sword in an instant. That was close. Luckily we were not in the crowd, otherwise there would be no space to dodge at all. As they moved forward, the number of people became fewer and fewer. From the original 30 to 40 people, there were only 20 people left, and 5 more alleys appeared in front of them, each with 4 or 5 people choosing the same alleys to move forward. On the other side, Zhang Haoren's feet flashed, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. All of the wooden guards and sword artists could not lock onto him. Occasionally there would be 3 or 4 wooden guards in front of him, but they would also be blown away by his palm. The space became narrow and Zhang Haoren stopped and thought, the place in front is the place with the most wooden guards. When everyone comes here, I can secretly trip them up and make them hesitate. That way my cousin will be able to get the 3rd place easily. As for the 1st place, Zhang Haoren thought that it would be a piece of cake. Even Wu Zongming was not qualified to compete with him, which was why he wanted to help his cousin. Plus, this was the only way to the finish line. Even if someone could threaten him, he would have the chance to take action. Chapter 15. The first one to arrive was Wu Zongming. He was only slightly slower than Zhang Haoren. Looking at Zhang Haoren with a confused look, Wu Zongming did not know what he was planning. Didn't he say he wanted to be the champion? Could it be that he was waiting for me on purpose? This is ridiculous, this guy is way too arrogant. Although he was confused and angry, Wu Zongming would not waste time on him because of this. He was about to pass through. Wait. Zhang Haoren blocked his way. Wu Zongming's face darkened. What do you mean? Zhang Haoren said lightly, nothing else. Don't you think it's more fun with more people around? There is no need to rush. It has nothing to do with me. Sorry, I can't agree to that. You are looking for death. Wu Zongming was furious. His slowed-down body suddenly sped up. His right fist turned red as it punched towards Zhang Haoren. High-rank mortal realm martial skill, Burning Fist. Zhang Haoren smiled and threw out a punch as well. Dong. The 2 fists collided, the surrounding walls and the ground seemed to shake. A strong gust of wind spread out in all directions. Wu Zongming felt his arm go numb. He could feel 3 layers of power coming from Zhang Haoren's fist. He immediately lost his balance and took 3 steps back. 3-layer flowing cloud force. The 3-layer flowing cloud force was the signature martial art of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Although it was only a high-rank mortal realm martial skill, many of the inner disciples were training it, not willing to give it up. The main reason was that the more powerful one was, the more powerful the 3-layer flowing cloud force would be. Zhang Haoren shook his hand to extinguish the fire on his fist. He looked a bit surprised. Looks like I have underestimated you. The burning fist can actually produce fire power. Same to you. Wu Zongming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He pushed the inner qi in his body to the limit and kept it hidden, waiting for the critical moment to strike with a thunderous blow. The surprise on Zhang Haoren's face disappeared and he laughed loudly. What do you mean by the same? Don't get me wrong. I only used 70% of my strength earlier. Zhang Haoren had the right to be arrogant. At the age of 13 he had not only trained his qi to the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, his Over the Clouds art had also reached the highest stage, the 5th stage, and his 3-layer flowing cloud force had also reached the completion stage. He was confident that he could even fight against a warrior who had just reached the condensing reality realm, not to mention Wu Zongming. Wu Zongming didn't say anything to refute, because he knew that any words were useless. The only thing that could be valued was strength. Sparks appeared on his red fist. The sparks increased and finally formed a faint flame. The fist wrapped in the flame was like a red-hot soldering iron, hard and hot. Wu Zongming sneered, "Aren't you the only one who hasn't used your full strength?" Interesting. Zhang Haoren was taken aback. Anger could be seen in his eyes. His opponent had been hiding his strength time and time again, making him feel like he was being looked down upon. After all, when he fought with others in the past, no one dared to not use their full strength. Otherwise, they would have been beaten senseless. An even more intense battle was about to begin. Right at that moment, a human figure flashed past. Seeing the two confronting each other, he cautiously slowed down and moved to the other side of the tunnel. Was Yichen. Although he was much slower than Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren when he was using his full strength, he was still much faster than the others. After all, when facing the clumsy wooden dummies, the more subtle movements would give him the bigger advantage. Fighting with brute force would just be asking for trouble. I didn't expect these two to fight in the Mu Rin alley without caring about the competition. Noticing the cracks on the walls nearby, Yichen knew without guessing that there had been a huge battle here. The result should be a tie, or maybe they were just testing each other. However, they didn't care about the ranking, but Yi Qin did. If these two still didn't want to give up, the first place would probably be his. Maybe it would be a bit unfair, but who wouldn't want a pie falling from the sky? Flashing his feet, Yi Qin was about to enter the tunnel. How dare you? Since when is it your turn? Zhang Haoren was already a bit annoyed. Seeing that Yi Qin was ignoring them and wanted to enter the tunnel, he immediately vented his anger on him. Zhang Haoren's right hand pulled and released, and a cold qi burst out. Wherever it went, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. High-rank mortal realm martial skill, soaking cold palm. Yi Qin's eyes turned cold. He and Zhang Haoren did not hate each other, but his first move was the soaking cold palm. With his mortal realm stage 10 cultivation, it was definitely more powerful than a top-rank mortal realm martial skill used by a normal outer disciple. If he was hit by this palm, it would not be as simple as lying in bed for a few months. His meridians would be frozen and he would become a cripple. Although the Yi family was rich and could buy a lot of precious medicines to cure his wounds, it did not mean that he would be willing to take this palm and suffer for nothing. Mountain collapse. Taking out his great steel sword, Yi Qin dashed to the side with the momentum of a collapsing mountain and a landslide. His speed was as fast as lightning. It was a movement from the lone peak of 13 swords that focused on speed and footwork. Kalala. The place where Yi Qin was standing was covered in a layer of frost. It was not hard to imagine what would have happened to Yi Qin if he had not dodged it. Keeping his distance from Zhang Haoren, Yi Qin said expressionlessly, "This is too much. You are only a mortal realm stage 6 disciple. What makes you think you can be ranked 3rd? Don't even think about being ranked 1st. Go away." Zhang Haoren did not take Yi Qin seriously at all, even if Yi Qin had just dodged his palm attack. Even a man made of mud had a temper, not to mention the young Yi Qin. His eyes were filled with coldness. Yi Qin's knuckles bulged as he tightly gripped the sword hilt. Although he did not have the confidence, if he really wanted to fight to the death, he might be able to hurt his opponent. What? You still want to fight? Believe it or not, I will cripple you right now. When the higher-ups find out, they will at most punish me a little. No one will give up on a genius like me for you. Zhang Haoren sneered, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wu Zongming, who was standing on the side, had no reason to let Zhang Haoren continue to be so arrogant. He said sarcastically, "Such arrogance, I would like to see how you are going to cripple him in front of me." Zhang Haoren said in a creepy tone, "Wu Zongming, have you made up your mind to go against me? Don't regret it." "What a joke, what do I have to regret?" "Ha, then let's see who will become a condensing reality warrior first. But I am definitely going to cripple this brat right in front of you." His body suddenly lengthened. Zhang Haoren put his left hand behind his back, and his right hand was filled with frost qi. He moved like a dragon towards Yi Qin's head. Normal people would not have the chance to react to his sudden movement. In Zhang Haoren's eyes, Yi Qin would not be able to escape. Chapter 16. Feeling the cold qi, Yi Qin felt a sense of danger for the first time. He held his sword with one hand and held it with both hands, forming a thin sword screen in front of him. Just like ice meeting with boiling water, the sword screen melted under Zhang Haoren's palm power. Seeing that his opponent's palm was about to land on his chest, Yi Qin let out an angry roar and clenched his left hand into a fist. King Kong Infinite. This was the most powerful punch in the King Kong fist. Yi Qin had already practiced it to the point where it was both soft and hard. Combined with his anger, it was pushed to an unimaginable level. Before the two's fists touched each other, there was already a slight cracking sound. Zhang Haoren was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful King Kong fist. It was almost as powerful as a high-rank mortal realm skill. But so what? In terms of quantity and quality of qi, he had an overwhelming advantage. Piss off. With a cold qi, Zhang Haoren increased his power again. He pressed his palm onto Yi Qin's fist like lightning. Boom. The ice exploded and Yi Qin was pushed back. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and his left arm was covered in cold qi. He could no longer exert any strength. Next time, remember to be careful. Not everyone can be offended. Zhang Haoren paused for a second and attacked Yi Qin again. At this moment, Yi Qin did not care about anything else. He shook his right wrist, and the great steel sword turned into a bright cold light and pierced out. It was obviously very close to Zhang Haoren, but at the same time, it gave people the illusion that it was still very far away. Even Zhang Haoren was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly reached out his left hand that was behind his back, trying to catch that sword edge. Seeing this, Wu Zongming knew that even if Yi Qin managed to hurt Zhang Haoren, he would still be disabled. Plus, he would be disabled right in front of him. How could he accept that? Merciless fire. With sparks flying everywhere, Wu Zongming rushed out and threw a punch at Zhang Haoren from the side. Facing two attacks, Zhang Haoren could no longer stay calm. He took back his hands, waved his sleeves, and escaped from the encirclement in the blink of an eye. High-rank mortal realm skill, inching steps. Wu Zongming didn't expect to hit Zhang Haoren, but his opponent's strength made him more and more afraid. Zhang Haoren's Over the Clouds art had been trained to the 5th stage, the flowing cloud triple force had been mastered, and the soaking cold palm had been mastered. Now, he also had the footwork martial skill inch travel steps. Who knew what other powerful martial skills he had hidden? Brother, what is your name? Wu Zongming took a deep breath and turned to look at Yi Qin. Yi Qin was activating his inner qi to expel the coldness from his left arm. Hearing the voice, he said, Yi Qin. You should know my name, so I won't say too much. However, your fist and sword techniques are very impressive. I almost made a mistake. He had also noticed Yi Qin's punch. Although he was injured when fighting with Zhang Haoren, but among the outer disciples, not many could take a hit from Zhang Haoren. Not to mention that Yi Qin was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. Excuse me. Yi Qin said calmly, but inside he was anxious. The qi in his palm was like maggots in his bones, he could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Yi Qin started to regret his decision. If only he had trained a mid-rank mortal realm art. Even though his qi would not be as good as Zhang Haoren's, it would still be on the same level, and he would definitely be able to get rid of the qi. Of course, it was not Yi Qin's fault. A mid-rank mortal realm art was as valuable as a high-rank mortal realm skill. With his status as an outer disciple, he would not be able to get his hands on one. Although some of the more useless mid-rank mortal realm arts were available in the martial arts pavilion, they were not easy to learn. It would take a lot of time and energy, and if one were to change their qi in the future, it would take up a lot of time to refine the original qi, which was not a good idea. Therefore, Yi Qin was planning to get a good art from the Mu Ring gang, but he did not expect to run into a situation like this. Wu Zongming, you are looking for death. Being pushed back by the two of them, Zhang Haoren's face turned red, then white, then purple, and finally blue. It looked creepy. Wu Zongming said coldly, you don't have the right to say that. Very good. Today neither of you will leave. Ice and Snow Universe. 10 layers of qi rose up, a blue light flashed across Zhang Haoren's body. That was the sign that he had pushed his Above the Clouds art to its limit. It was obvious that he was really angry and wanted to attack without caring about anything else. Zhang Haoren drew a half circle with both of his hands, and the sharp cold wind gathered into a ball, swirling around and pushing towards the two of them. Oh, oh, oh. Who? The cold wind blew like a tornado, and the ground was covered with layers of frost, spreading quickly. Wu Zongming was taken aback. From the power of this palm, it was not difficult to see that Zhang Haoren was only one step away from condensing the fake into the real, and transforming his inner qi into true qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to display the soaking cold palm to such an extent. It was simply like a real blizzard. Prairie fire. Wu Zongming had not used all of his power for a long time, and this time even his hidden power was forced out. All of a sudden, the heat wave was like a tide, and his face gradually turned red. In the end, it actually became like a fire jade with steam rising up. And his two fists became even hotter, almost melting. With a terrifying power, he punched out, facing that sharp cold wind. The ground was shaking and the walls were shaken by the power. Pieces of rubble fell down. There was a loud bang. Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming both stepped back, but Zhang Haoren only took 3 steps back and Wu Zongming took 4. At this moment, a shocking sword light suddenly appeared, stabbing straight at Zhang Haoren's left rib. It was as fast as a fluttering rain and it was silent. You are looking for death. Before Zhang Haoren could even take a breath, he saw Yi Qin attack with his sword. In a rage, he ignored the limits of his body, forcefully gathered his qi and punched in the air. The fine steel sword was bent like a bow under the powerful qi, unable to move an inch forward. This made Yi Qin have a deeper understanding of Zhang Haoren's power. Zhang Haoren, take my punch. Wu Zongming seemed to have forgotten the fact that he was outnumbered. His feet shook, and his body directly pounced at Zhang Haoren. Without the support of enough qi, Zhang Haoren could not perform the inch travel steps. He secretly hated Wu Zongming as he exchanged punches and palms, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You forced me to do this. Using the impact of the opponent's punch, Zhang Haoren exaggerated 10 steps back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Hearing this, Wu Zongming thought to himself, does this guy still have martial skills that he hasn't used yet? Yi Chen also frowned. He had to admit that Zhang Haoren was the only genius that he admired so far. He had already mastered a few of his martial skills. Looking at the two seriously, Zhang Haoren clenched both of his fists. A strong blue light shone from his fists, and finally turned into a beautiful blue airflow. Accompanied by the blue airflow, a slight tiger roar came out of nowhere. It was terrifying. Tiger roar, dragon fist. Seeing this, Wu Zongming's expression changed drastically. He blurted out. Top-rank mortal realm martial skill, tiger roar, dragon fist. This is bad. How did this Zhang Haoren learn so many martial skills? Yi Chen had heard of this martial skill before. It was said that among the top-rank mortal realm martial skills in the Sky Cloud Martial School, only the monster-killing fist could compete with the tiger roar, dragon fist. Normally, only the inner disciples could learn top-rank mortal realm martial skills, but Zhang Haoren had obviously broken this rule. Chapter 17. Zhang Haoren sneered and stretched his body. He then dashed towards the two of them like a dragon. While he was on the way, his fist, which was wrapped in blue qi, was thrown out with all of his strength. It left a beautiful trail of light in the air. At first glance, it looked like there was a blue qi dragon on his fist. The roar of a tiger shook the sky. Wu Zongming and Yi Chen had already lost their footing before this punch had even landed. They felt as if there was a peerless dragon swooping towards them, and its power was so great that they couldn't even think of fighting back. Of course, if they did not fight back, they would definitely die. When Yi Chen was about to make a move, he realized that Wu Zongming was already prepared. Zhang Haoren, don't think that you can beat me with your tiger roar dragon fist. Burning fire sacrifice spell. Wu Zongming put his palms together, his qi increased rapidly, fighting against Zhang Haoren's punch. He then jumped at Zhang Haoren and threw out a punch that seemed slow but was actually fast. Yi Chen was shocked. The burning fire sacrifice spell was an extremely powerful auxiliary martial art. By burning qi, it could increase the user's power to a new level. But when the time was up, the user's body would be damaged to a certain extent. If used too many times, the user could even become a disabled person. Boom. When the two fists collided, the debris on the ground flew in all directions. In the next second, both of them were blown back, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. No wonder you have the guts to fight against me. You have learned the burning fire sacrifice spell. The burning fire sacrifice spell was not a high-rank martial art, it was only a high-rank mortal realm martial art. But once used, it could increase the user's power by 30%. However, the side effect was too big, it could damage the user's body or even cripple the user. So no one dared to use it frequently. It was listed as one of the forbidden martial arts in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if Zhang Haoren stopped Wu Zongming, he would have to pay a huge price for it. It might even affect his progress to the condensing reality realm. Wu Zongming was about to say something, but he realized that someone was coming from behind. He sneered, "Sorry, I can't keep you company." With the help of the burning fire sacrifice spell, Wu Zongming's speed had reached its limit. He rushed into the tunnel with a wave of heat, and disappeared in a flash. I have to say you're very lucky. Zhang Haoren wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson, but he was afraid that Wu Zongming would take the first place. Not to mention that he was not only injured, but the tiger roaring dragon fist had also consumed most of his internal qi. It was hard to say whether he could get what he wanted, so he had to leave behind a meaningful sentence and then dashed into the passageway. Yi Chen sneered in his heart and continued to expel the cold air from his body. Swish, swish, swish. In a short while, at least a dozen people had entered the passage. After a short while, Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. His right hand tightened its grip on the hilt of his sword. He tapped the ground lightly and shot into the tunnel like an arrow leaving the bow. In the deep tunnel, the wooden machete men jumped out one by one, slashing at anyone they saw. The dozen people running in front of Yi Chen had no choice but to slow down, lest they were eliminated at the last moment. Damn, that person behind us is so fast. The person at the back saw that Yi Chen could ignore the attacks of the wooden swordsman and always escape from danger at the critical moment. He could not help but exclaim. Just as he finished his words, he was slashed to the ground by a wooden machete man. He regretted that he did not pay attention. Yi Chen flew over from above and cut down the incoming wooden blade with one sword strike. Then he narrowly passed between two wooden machete men. His timing was perfect. As for the reason why Yi Qin could be so calm, it was all because of his powerful soul power. He did not need to use his eyes to sense everything within 5 meters around him. Moreover, after precise calculations he could quickly choose the best route, which could save him a lot of time. Overtake 5 people. Overtake 10 people. Overtake 13 people. Yi Qin finally returned to the 3rd place, leaving the 4th place far behind. The exit of the Mu Ren alley was actually in the same direction as the entrance. In other words, all the challengers had taken a big detour inside. It was hard to imagine how big the so-called Mu Ren alley was. Although they could see the exit, it did not mean that they had succeeded. At the exit stood a slender and short wooden machete man. Its whole body was made from hundreds of pieces of dark red wood. It held a slender long blade in its hand. It did not seem to have any life force, but it was emitting a terrifying magical power. Bada bada. The wooden machete men rushed towards Yi Qin. It was getting faster and faster. When it was 5 steps away it waved its blade. Qin. Yi Qin felt like his great steel sword was about to fly out of his hand. He was shocked at the wooden macheteman's power. The first blade was blocked, but the wooden macheteman's second blade followed. It did not have any changes, only speed and ruthlessness. Find an opening. Yi Qin calmed himself down and shook his great steel sword. Like a mudfish, he stabbed the wooden macheteman's elbow joint at a weird angle. Although he did not manage to break his opponent's elbow, he managed to create a flaw in its movement. Thus Yi Qin hurriedly threw a punch at its chest. Boom. The wooden machete man was blown away. He had succeeded. Outside the exit, Master Lin looked at Yi Qin with surprise. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on getting the 3rd place. Here are 3 windy dew pellets. As for the high-rank mortal realm martial skills and martial arts, you will have to go to the Pavilion of Martial Arts to pick them yourself. This is the tag for the 2nd floor of the Pavilion of Martial Arts. It can only be used once." Putting away the pellets and the tag, Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to get the 3rd place. Wu Zongming walked over with a smile on his face. A high-rank mortal realm martial art and not having one are 2 completely different levels. I am afraid that you will catch up with me in the future. Yi Qin blocked a punch from Zhang Haoren with his mortal realm stage 6 power. His martial arts were not that high, which made Wu Zongming very curious about him. He wanted to make friends with him. After all, one more friend was better than one more enemy. Yi Qin said modestly, "You flatter me. If it were not for you, I would not even be able to stand here. Let's not talk about this. We should talk more in the future." "Of course. Alright, you need to be careful of Zhang Haoren. Although he could not do anything to me, he might come after you. You should be careful." Yi Qin nodded and looked towards Zhang Haoren's direction. Zhang Haoren's face was very pale. This time he had suffered a huge loss. Not only did he not win against Wu Zongming, he did not even keep his promise to his cousin. Luckily he got the 1st place with his inch travel steps, otherwise he would have been vomiting blood. As for Yi Qin, he did not care too much about Zhang Haoren. With a high-rank mortal realm martial art, he was confident that he could increase his power to the next level in a short period of time. If he had a few more months, he would have trained his chi to the 7th or 8th stage and trained his martial art to the highest level. By then, it would not be impossible for him to fight against Zhang Haoren. Of course, Zhang Haoren's Tiger Roar Dragon Fist was a threat. It was quite hard to deal with, and could be considered as one of the best top-rank mortal realm martial arts. However, Yi Qin was not weak either. With the lone peak of 13 swords with this unique sword art, Yi Qin had nothing to fear. Chapter 18. After a night's rest, the next morning, Yi Qin once again came to the Pavilion of Martial Skills. The Pavilion Master knew most of the inner disciples and all of the core disciples, but the outer disciples only knew a few people, such as Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming. But strangely, the moment Yi Qin entered the pavilion, he recognized him and smiled at him. Yi Qin felt strange but still said politely, "Greetings, Master." The pavilion guardian elder nodded and said as a senior, "It's not a good thing to have too many martial skills. You should know what I mean." Yi Qin knew what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly. "Master, I am going to the 2nd floor. Here is my token." Yi Qin said as he handed the token to the elder. "Token? What? You got the 3rd place in the Mu Ren gang?" The pavilion master's face was full of surprise. He could not help but ask. "Yes." The pavilion master hesitated. "You really mastered the lone peak of 13 swords?" Seeing Yi Qin nodding, the pavilion master still could not believe it, but he had to believe it. Getting the 3rd place with only an incomplete lone peak of 13 swords was too easy. After all, Yi Chen was only at the mid-mortal realm stage 6. Although he was the pavilion master, he could not ask too much. He reminded, those who can go to the second floor are all inner disciples and core disciples. They will more or less show their arrogance in front of you, an outer disciple, so remember not to mess with them. Also, you are not an official inner disciple, so you have to come down in 15 minutes, so you need to pick a martial skill as soon as possible. I know. Yi Chen understood this. Although inner disciples and outer disciples were both disciples, their positions were completely different, and if he had a conflict with an inner disciple, he would be the one to suffer. As for picking a martial skill within 15 minutes, it was to prevent outer disciples from secretly memorizing other martial skills. The staircase was deep on the left. Yi Chen walked over with a calm expression. As soon as he went upstairs, Yi Chen felt an invisible pressure on his face. Looking around, there were about a dozen people on the second floor. Some of them were reading the secret manuals seriously, some were chatting in low voices, and some were holding a few secret manuals and making a choice. Among these people, the oldest was no more than 20 years old, and the youngest was about the same age as Yi Chen. All of them had an unfathomable temperament. They were inner disciples. The inner disciple who was closest to Yi Chen turned his head out of habit with a hint of doubt on his face. Then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered, I almost forgot, yesterday was the Mu Rin Gang Challenge, this person should be in the top 10. After muttering to himself, he turned his attention back to the secret manual and stopped paying attention to Yi Chen. Taking a few steps forward, Yi Chen looked around and realized that the layout was similar to the first floor, but it was more classical and elegant. The bookshelves were not made of normal wood, but were made of valuable sandalwood. The aroma coming from the sandalwood was rich, and it had the effect of calming one's soul. The bookshelves were divided into 5 layers. The bottom 3 layers were filled with high-rank Mortal Realm manuals, and the top 2 layers were filled with top-rank Mortal Realm manuals. There were 3 to 5 manuals on each layer, and at most 7 manuals. On the side of each bookshelf there were labels such as Training Art Type, Auxiliary Art Type, Movement Art Type, Attack Art Type, Defense Art Type, and so on. Without further ado, Yi Chen only had 15 minutes to make a choice. First, he went to the section with the martial skill manuals. Yi Chen randomly picked up a manual, flipped through the title page, then put it down. Then he picked up another one and put it down. Out of the dozens of manuals, there were only 9 that caught his eye. They were Burning Fist Attack Art, Inch Travel Steps, a movement skill, 8 Steps Chasing Cicada Movement Art, Yuan Chi Force Defense Art, Formless Counterattack Defense Art, Golden Swallow Art Movement Art, 4 Parts Fist Attack Art, Sword Draw Art Attack Art, Deadwood Seal Attack Art. These 9 martial skills might not be the best high-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, but they were definitely the most suitable for Yi Chen. Therefore even he was a bit tempted by them. The Burning Fist was Wu Zongming's main martial skill, its power did not need to be mentioned. Once he mastered it, he would be able to create a fire power, which would be able to deliver a fatal attack to the enemy. The inch steps was the footwork that Jianghu trained, it was like shrinking the ground into an inch, it was very scary and practical. The 8 steps Chasing Cicada focused on the explosive power within 8 steps, which was enough to increase one's speed by 50% or more. No matter how fast the enemy was, they would not be able to escape from the palm of their hands, it was the best choice for chasing and killing enemies. The Yuan Chi Force was a bit more mysterious, it needed the help of Qi to cultivate a special kind of Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi was just like Qi, it would be stored inside the body, and when it was used, it would automatically appear and protect the body. However, every time it was used, it would be used up. The first 4 were already the best. If there were no other choices, Yi Chen would definitely choose one of them. However, with the last 5, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up on them. The non-phase counter-attack was a defensive martial skill, but it was also an offensive martial skill. It focused on being able to predict the enemy's movements and counter-attack with defense. If the enemy was strong, I would be strong. If the enemy was weak, I would be weak. If the enemy did not move, I would not move. It was very hard to deal with. If one mastered it, he would be able to stand on the ground. The Golden Swallow Art was a movement skill, it allowed the user to walk on water without a problem. When mastered, the user would be able to fly more than 100 meters in the air, as light as a swallow flying on grass. When he saw the introduction of the Fragmented Fist Art, Yi Chen could not help but let out a sound of surprise. This martial skill was so fierce and overbearing, it did not even have a hint of softness in it. With one punch, the target would definitely be torn into pieces. It could be said that it had reached the pinnacle of hardness. It was quite extreme. Hardness cannot last long. Tai Chi is about yin and yang, hard and soft. Not to mention this martial skill, I'm afraid that if I can't defeat the enemy, I will be defeated by the enemy. It is too extreme. Yi Qin shook his head and gave up on the fragmented fist art. As for the sword drawing art, it was about the explosive power produced in the moment of drawing the sword. The strength and speed of the sword drawing art was much greater than the direct swing of the sword. Therefore, the first move was to hit the enemy first and to kill the enemy in one move. Yi Qin practiced the lone peak of 13 swords. If he could combine it with the sword drawing art, then from drawing the sword to putting it back, there would be no flaws to speak of, unless the opponent's strength or martial skills were much higher than his. However, there were many things that were not the case. The sword drawing art was not bad, but it was not a wise choice for those who practice sword arts. It was the same as the fragmented fist art, it was too extreme. The first move was to injure the enemy, and if it could not injure the enemy, the spirit would be wasted. Therefore, the sword drawing art was not suitable for swordsmen, it was suitable for assassins. The last martial skill was the deadwood seal. This martial skill was good at hiding its aura. When it attacked, it was silent. Often, the enemy would not even notice it and would be killed directly. In addition, the name of the deadwood seal seemed lifeless, but in fact, it contained infinite vitality. Before the attack hit the target, the essence chi would be tightly locked. Only at the moment when the attack hit the target, would it be like an old tree in the spring, radiating a terrible vitality and explosive power. Chapter 19. Which one should he choose? Yi Qin thought for a while and quickly made his choice. He reached out his hand and picked up the golden swallow art. There was a reason for him to make such a choice. Compared to offensive and defensive martial techniques, movement martial techniques were more suitable for survival. It must be known that in the world of martial techniques, there was nothing that could not be overcome, only speed could not be overcome. When one's speed reached a certain realm, before the enemy could even hit you, you would already be able to injure them. This was more powerful than any offensive martial technique. Taking a step back, even if you could not defeat your opponent, you could still use your extraordinary speed to escape. Defensive martial skills could protect you for a while, but it could not protect you forever. As for the inch swim steps, the 8 steps chasing cicada, and the golden swallow art, Yi Qin didn't really care why he chose the golden swallow art, it was just a feeling. Now that he had chosen the martial skill, it was time for the martial skill. What do you mean? I had my eyes on this iron cloak technique first. At this moment, a commotion broke out from the third bookshelf. Yi Qin immediately knew who it was. He curiously walked out from between the shelves and looked towards the direction of the noise. 10 steps away stood 2 people. One of them was handsome, no more than 13 years old. He looked young and immature. He must be Jianghu, who had just arrived. The other was about 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a yellow robe and had a strong body. His arms were even thicker than Jianghu's. He had a square face and a square chin. His eyes were long and narrow, giving off a cold light. He looked like a combination of a tiger and a poisonous snake. The two were fighting over a high-rank mortal realm defensive skill called Iron Cloak Art. This skill was not of a high rank, but it was very practical and effective. Its popularity was no less than a top-rank mortal realm skill. Jianghu wanted to take it back and train it to make up for his low defense, but he didn't expect that it would be snatched away by Jianghu. Jianghu even glared at Jianghu, telling him to get out of here. Jianghu couldn't take it anymore. He was furious. The yellow-clothed youth chuckled and said, "An outer sect disciple dares to be so arrogant. Scram home and drink milk." Jianghu's face darkened. "Don't think I don't know who you are." Huang Bingwen, 17 years old, early condensing reality realm, the second young master of the mayor's mansion. "It's good that you know," Huang Bingwen said proudly. 17 years old and only at the early condensing reality realm, and you still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself? What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Jianghu's words were shocking. As soon as this was said, the onlookers started to discuss. This person is Jianghu, right? No wonder he dared to go against Huang Bingwen. However, his tone was sharp enough. I'm afraid he will offend many people. Peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 at the age of 13. If he could break through to the condensing reality realm by the end of the year, he would be one of the top 5 geniuses in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Looks like Huang Bingwen has kicked an iron plate. I heard that Jianghu is favored by the inner disciple Elder Lu. He even made an exception and allowed Zhang Haoren to learn the top-rank mortal realm martial skill, Tiger Dragon Fist. Huang Bingwen's face darkened as he heard the discussions around him. He said in a creepy tone, "Little brat, you have guts. You only dare to be so arrogant because of your connections? What a joke. I, Zhang Haoren, need my connections. Do you dare to make a bet?" 2 months later in the martial arts plaza, the loser has to apologize to the winner. Zhang Haoren threw out another bomb. Huang Bingwen and the other inner disciples were all shocked. What kind of joke was this? An outer disciple challenging an inner disciple? All right. As you wish, I, Huang Bingwen, will accept. Although fighting with an outer disciple would be beneath his dignity, as long as he could beat his opponent easily, people would think that Zhang Haoren was too arrogant and would not blame him. Grabbing the Iron Cloak skill manual from Huang Bingwen's hand, Zhang Haoren walked down the stairs without looking back. Huang Bingwen's face turned green. He had nowhere to vent his anger. When he realized there was another outer disciple on the second floor, he yelled, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Yichen was shocked. He did not expect to become Huang Bingwen's punching bag. Annoyed, he said coldly, "My eyes are on my face. Do I need your permission to look anywhere?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding inner disciples were shocked again. What was going on? This year's outer disciples were getting more and more arrogant. The first one was still okay, as he was at least at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, and he had the support of an inner master. But this guy in front of them was only at the mid-Mortal Realm Stage 6. He was not famous and no one knew him. But his tone was not any lower than Zhang Haoren's. Huang Bingwen was furious. His clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind. A dark brown light shone out of his body. It seemed like he was about to attack. "Huang Bingwen, what are you doing? Do you know what this place is?" One of the inner disciples with black hair scolded. Huang Bingwen shivered. He had almost forgotten that this was the pavilion of martial skills. Fighting was forbidden here. Once caught, he would be severely punished and would not be allowed to enter the pavilion for half a year. Withdrawing his Zhen Qi, Huang Bingwen looked at Yichen fiercely and threatened, "Once we leave the pavilion of martial skills, I will teach you a lesson." Yichen frowned. This guy was like a mad dog. He would bite anyone he saw. But Yichen's cultivation was still low, so he would not be able to beat him. If he did not think of a way, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After making up his mind, Yichen raised his head, "I will also make a bet with you. 2 months later we will fight in the martial plaza. Whoever loses has to apologize to the other. Do you dare?" Like a bolt from the blue, Huang Bingwen himself was shocked. Haha. As if he had heard the funniest joke, Huang Bingwen pointed at Yichen and said, "You? Do you think you can beat me in 2 months? You must be dreaming." "What? You don't dare? Damn, I know you are trying to provoke me. Why would I not dare? In 2 months I will teach you and that Zhang Haoren a lesson together." Huang Bingwen was still a bit patient. He knew that the more he suppressed his desire, the better it would be when he exploded. Anyway, 2 months would pass very quickly. If that is the case, then I will not disturb you anymore. 15 minutes were almost up, and Yichen still had to choose a martial art. He did not dare to waste any more time. Looking at Yichen's back, the other inner disciples showed their interest. They were hoping that 2 months would pass quickly. Who knows, they might be able to see something interesting. Next to the bookshelf of martial arts, Yichen was seriously making his choice. 6 Sun Art, Extreme Young. Dead Tree Art, Restrained Qi, Silent and Silent. Flowing Cloud Art, Fast Qi Circulation, Fire Force. Little Star Skill, Using Small to Win Big, Pure Inner Qi. There were not many martial arts, but it was enough to dazzle Yichen. There were all kinds of martial arts, and there were even some that were not so popular. Time passed by slowly. Yichen was a bit anxious. If he did not hurry, time would be up. Annoyed, he randomly picked up a martial art manual. Yichen's eyes were fixed on it. Under this martial art manual, there was another martial art manual. It seemed like it was accidentally left there. On the cover of the martial art manual, there were 3 words written in black, Pure Yuan Art. Chapter 20. Picking up the Pure Yuan Art manual, Yichen opened it to the first page. Pure Yuan Art, Qi First Qi Revolution, 100 Rivers Flow, Second Qi Revolution, Third Qi Refine the Body, Fourth Qi Revolution, Fifth Qi Revolution, Sixth Qi Integration. Alright, that's it. With only one glance, Yichen had already made up his mind. Training the Pure Yuan Art to the 5th twist, it would have the effect of combining the 6 elements into one. What was the meaning of combining the 6 elements into one? Combining the spirit, chi, soul, hands, eyes and body into one. Combining the 6 elements into one, achieving the combination of the spirit and chi, the soul and chi, the hands and the eyes and body. Perhaps its attack and defense were not as good as other arts, but the purity of its chi was definitely one of the best. There were not many mortal realm arts that could achieve spirit, chi, soul, hands, eyes and body. Suddenly, an inner disciple appeared next to Yi Chen. He was reading a manual. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, he smiled politely, but when he saw the manual in Yi Chen's hand, he was shocked. Pure Yuan art? Yi Chen nodded, yes. The disciple hesitated for a second, then said, the pure Yuan art is indeed a rare art, but in the past 100 years, no one in the Sky Cloud Martial School has reached the 5th Qi Revolution, and only a few have reached the 4th Qi Revolution. I suggest you choose another art, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Since this was the case, Yi Chen was more than happy that no one else was training the same art as him. As for the disciple saying that no one in the past 100 years had reached the 5th Qi Revolution, it was only because of mortal realm warriors. Once they reached the condensing reality realm, they would be qualified to receive a top-rank mortal realm art. Therefore, most people would give up on their original art. After all, a high-rank mortal realm art would not be as good as a top-rank mortal realm art. My time is up. After saying goodbye, Yi Chen walked downstairs with the 2 manuals. The disciple shook his head. He warned Yi Chen out of kindness. As for whether Yi Chen would listen or not, it was none of his business. It was hard to say if he would still remember Yi Chen in the future. On the bed, Yi Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands formed a series of hand seals, one above and one below, at the position of his dantian. Along with the rise and fall of his breathing, strands of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from the surroundings, forming a whirlpool that quickly seeped into his body, circulating ceaselessly in his meridians. If someone could see through Yi Chen's body, they would discover that other than the cyclone in the center of Yi Chen's dantian, there was another cyclone forming slowly and forcefully. Phew! Slowly letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen opened his eyes. An extremely obscure light flashed across his pupils. 6 hours to cultivate to the first revolution. It seems that I have underestimated my own ability. Yi Chen was very satisfied with his efficiency. For a moment he felt proud of himself. However, this was just the beginning. The pure Yuan art had a total of 5 revolutions, and each revolution was extremely difficult. It would take at least a few days to reach the 2nd revolution, and the 3rd revolution would take a few times longer. The 4th revolution would take another few times longer, and the 5th revolution would not be as simple as just doubling the time. Although Yi Chen already had a preliminary understanding of his own potential, he was still a little surprised that he had reached the 2nd revolution on the 3rd day. Now, the 2nd cyclone in his body was already 1/10 the size of the cyclone from the Cloud Chi spell, and it was even purer and more refined. It was like a transparent crystal without any impurities. On the 6th day, all the meridians in Yi Chen's body had been cleared. The pure Yuan Qi inner Qi continued to circulate without any hindrance. Bit by bit, it trained his body, and extracted a very pure Yuan Qi from his bones and blood, merging it into his body and strengthening the cyclone. On the 7th day, the 3rd revolution of the pure Yuan art was completed. Now, the 2nd cyclone was already 1/5 the size of the 1st cyclone. Not only was it incredibly pure, but it was also spinning at an extremely fast speed. It was like a powerful gear, sucking in and spitting out a huge amount of Yuan Qi and the inner Qi from the 1st cyclone. Yi Chen thought to himself, the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi is at least twice as pure as the Cloud Qi spell inner Qi. It's time to refine it. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to have 2 types of inner Qi in my body, and it would be hard for me to reach the 4th or even the 5th revolution of the pure Yuan art. Yi Chen put all his effort into activating the pure Yuan art, and started to attack the Cloud Qi inner Qi. When the Cloud Qi inner Qi was attacked, it tried its best to fight back. It used its advantage in numbers to set up layers of defense, blocking the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi. However, the inner Qi of the pure Yuan art was too pure. It was like a sharp knife breaking through layer by layer. Every time it reached a place, it would refine the layer of defense formed by the inner Qi and strengthen itself. Then, like a rolling snowball, the more it attacked, the stronger it became. Feeling the dominance of the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi, Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Quality was always more reliable than quantity. The Cloud Qi inner Qi was 5 times more than the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi, but it still couldn't compete with the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi. Time passed by slowly. When there was only 1/5 of the Cloud Qi inner Qi left, the Qi whirlpool suddenly collapsed and scattered. It became a disorganized mess. How could it still be a threat to the pure Yuan Qi inner Qi? As the Cloud Qi inner Qi was completely refined, Yi Chen's Dantian swelled up, and his cultivation broke through from the mid-mortal realm stage 6 to the late mortal realm stage 6. Letting out a mouthful of mist-shaped Qi arrow, he stretched his body. All of his bones started to make cracking noises, which sounded like they were connected together. Only 10 days of hard work and I have reached the late mortal realm stage 6. No wonder it is a high-rank mortal realm martial art. Training a martial art was too important for a warrior. When both warriors had the same talent, the warrior who trained a high-level martial art would always have a higher achievement than the warrior who trained a low-level martial art. This was an unchanging truth. Yi Chen had trained the pure Yuan art to the third Qi coil in 10 days, and had already accumulated a lot of Qi. Now that he had refined the Cloud Qi inner Qi, it would be strange if his cultivation did not increase. Just when Yi Chen was full of confidence, a group of guests arrived at the foot of the Sky Cloud Martial School's mountain. There were 2 men and 2 women. The leading man was an old man in his 60s, with a withered face and a cold expression. He was wearing a long green robe and had an emerald tag hanging on his waist. Next to the old man were 3 young men and women. The young man was about 17 or 18 years old, with a cold face and sharp facial features. On the left of the cold-looking young man was a pretty girl who was about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a green dress with a long sword hanging on her waist. On the right was another girl who looked a little older than the pretty girl. She had a beautiful face and a proud temperament, like an orchid in a valley, or a peony among flowers. The 2 different temperaments mixed together made her look even more outstanding. The pretty girl said to the beautiful girl, "Sister Shuiyan, no matter what you do, I will respect your decision. Yi Chen, I am not a picky person. Yi Chen's mother and my mother are both outer elders of the Rudra Martial School. They are like sisters. She used to take care of me when I was little and treated me very well. However, when it comes to marriage, I don't want anyone else to make the decision for me, and I don't want my future husband to live under my shadow." The beautiful girl spoke clearly, which made her look even more attractive. The pretty girl Yi Chen nodded and stopped talking. At this moment, the indifferent old man said, "Don't worry, our Emerald Martial Palace is the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. We will not force you to compromise. With your talent, you will definitely become an inner elder in the future. Why would you waste your time on worldly affairs?" Chapter 21. Who are you? At the foot of the mountain, 4 guarding disciples stopped a group of people. The cold-looking young man took a step forward and said loudly, "We are from the Emerald Martial Palace. This is the Inner Master Mu Fengyuan. Let us in." Emerald Martial Palace, Inner Master. The guarding disciple was shocked. In the Windy Nation, the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace could do whatever they wanted when they were outside, not to mention that there was an inner elder who was basically an overlord. Even the emperor had to treat him with respect. "This way, please." The guarding disciple at the front smiled and winked at the people next to him. "Go inform the master." Soon, the Emerald Martial Palace had shocked the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. In the reception hall of the Sky Cloud Martial School, other than the few inner masters sitting on the left side, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the main seat. He was about 40 years old, with a huge frame and a pair of tiger paws on the armrest of the chair. He looked like a tiger or a dragon. He was indeed the most powerful warrior in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the leader of the school, Luo Xinglia. Normally, if it was a normal inner master, Luo Xinglia would not have to greet him personally. He could have asked the head master or the second master to do so. However, this time Mu Fengyuan was not simple. He was one of the top 10 inner masters in the Emerald Martial Palace. He was at the late clasping Yuan realm, which was not much weaker than Luo Xinglia. The head master, the second master and the third master might not be weaker than him, but it would be hard for them to suppress him. For the sake of his reputation, Luo Xinglia did not want to see a situation where the host was weaker than the guest. Therefore, he had to come personally because he was the only one in the Sky Cloud Martial School who was obviously more powerful than him. On the right side, Mu Fengyuan and the 3 young men were sitting in order. "Ah, Master Mu, what brings you here? Sorry for not greeting you earlier." Luo Xinglia laughed brightly first, then looked at Mu Fengyuan. Mu Fengyuan smiled lightly, put down the teacup in his hand and said, "I hope Leader Luo will not blame us for coming without an invitation." The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School was also an old man, slightly chubby. "Of course not. Our leader heard that you are here, so he came out to greet you personally." Luo Xinglia nodded, then changed the topic. "I wonder what Master Mu is here for?" You can't be here just for a visit, right? Of course I am here for a visit, and also to take care of my junior's personal affairs. A junior's private matter? What is it? Luo Xinglia was a bit surprised. Mu Fengyuan cleared his throat and asked, I wonder if there is an outer sect disciple named Yi Qin? This is his sister Yi Xian and the other one is also related to him. As soon as she said that, Luo Xinglia and a few of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders looked at Yi Xian and the beautiful girl and couldn't help but compliment them. The two women's beauty was secondary. What caught everyone's attention was their cultivation. Yi Xian looked like she was not even 15 years old yet, but she had already reached the early condensing reality realm. Her Zhenqi was a bit messy, so she should have just reached the condensing reality realm not long ago. In terms of talent, the Sky Cloud Martial School did not lack geniuses like her, but there were not many of them, not to mention she was a girl. The other beautiful girl was a bit scary. She was only slightly older than Yi Xian, but she had already reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. If she was given a few more months, she would definitely be able to reach the late condensing reality realm. She was so talented that she could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the Sky Cloud Martial School, maybe even higher. Luo Xinglia sighed quietly. The Emerald Martial Palace really had a lot of geniuses. Any one of them could compete with the most talented disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School. No wonder they had always been the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. Even the North Snow Martial Academy was slightly weaker than them. Young lady, what is your name? The head elder could not help but ask. The beautiful girl looked calm. Greetings, head elder. I am Ji Shuiyan. Ji Shuiyan, are you a disciple of the Ji family? Yes. Luo Xinglia laughed. With a disciple like you, the Ji family's position as one of the top 8 families will be even more stable. Congratulations. Yeah. The other inner elders nodded in agreement. Someone bring Yi Qin in. Luo Xinglia did not know who Yi Qin was, but he was the leader of the martial institution, so he only needed to say one word. The cold-looking young man who had been silent the whole time, got Mu Fengyuan's permission. He stood up and said, Leader Luo and all the elders, Lu Wuxiang has a request. He hopes that before we take care of Sister Ji, he can have a fight with Child Hans Han of your martial institution. Luo Xinglia's face froze. You mean my son Luo Hans Han? Mu Fengyuan smiled and said, Lu Wuxiang is one of the top 4 core disciples of our martial institution. Fighting with Child Hans Han should not be a disgrace to him, right? Of course, but my son is not feeling well. He might not be able to accept this. Luo Xinglia seemed to be troubled. Looking closely, one could see that there was a hint of sadness hidden deep in his eyes. Lu Wuxiang was a bit disappointed. He still wanted to say something but was stopped by Mu Fengyuan. Dad. Suddenly, a young man in blue appeared outside the guest hall. Luo Xinglia looked over in surprise. Hans Han, why are you here? The young man in blue looked at Lu Wuxiang and said, Dad, just accept his request. I also want to see the power of the absolute palm, Lu Wuxiang. But, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The young man in blue was indeed Child Hans Han, Luo Hans Han, the son of Luo Xinglia. He was ranked second among the core disciples, just below the hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei. Lu Wuxiang stood up. 2 years ago, the 4 most powerful young warriors of the Windy Nation were named as the top 4 child. They were our head disciple, Child Emerald, Child North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy, Child Duanmu from the Duanmu family, and Child Hans Han from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Right now, my head disciple and Child North Snow are trying to break through to the Clasping Yuan realm, but you have lost the title of the #1 core disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is really hard to understand. Luo Hans Han responded calmly, Zhu Mei beat me fairly and honestly, I think you all know about her power. Hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei is indeed very powerful, but to be honest, she is much weaker than my head disciple. Maybe your understanding of my head disciple is still the same as 2 years ago, then you are completely wrong. Luo Hans Han didn't want to argue with the young man. He said, let's cut the crap, how are we going to compete? His opponent was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, and was called the Absolute Palm by the young generation of the Windy Nation. His Zhen Qi and palm art were extremely powerful. It was said that he was only slightly weaker than the Emerald Young Master. Very simple, 3 palm attacks will do. It is not time for the real battle yet. As you wish, let's do it right here. On the stage, Luo Xinglia, Mu Fengyuan and all the inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were all staring at the two without blinking. It was rare to see a battle between the most powerful young warriors, especially Luo Xinglia, He couldn't hide the nervousness on his face anymore. He was both worried and expectant at the same time. Ji Shuiyan and Yi Xian's eyes were even brighter than before. To be able to witness the battle between their brother disciple Lu Wuxiang and child Hans Han, this trip was definitely worth it. Please. Luo Hans Han took a few steps forward. One of his hands was held behind his back, while the other hand was slightly raised. Lu Wuxiang walked over with big steps. I hope you will try your best, otherwise you won't be able to compete with me. Of course. Chapter 22. The two stood 10 steps away from each other and started accumulating their power. After a few breaths, Lu Hanshan's face was covered in a dense purple mist. No one knew what kind of martial art he had been practicing. He let out a deep growl, then suddenly rushed towards Lu Wuxiang while launching a palm attack with his right hand. Before he arrived, his power had already arrived and a light ripple appeared in the air. Lu Wuxiang had a serious look on his face. He stomped on the ground and cracked it, then darted out like a bolt of lightning and launched a palm attack against Lu Hanshan's. Boom. A transparent stream of air spread out in all directions, sending the tables and chairs flying. At the same time, the two figures separated and shot backwards. Yi Xian was shocked. She didn't expect that a fight between two late condensing reality realm martial artists would be so powerful. Even the heavy red sandalwood tables and chairs were blown away by the force of the impact. Ji Shuiyan was only one step away from the late condensing reality realm, so she wasn't too surprised. Of course, she knew that she was no match for these two. She wouldn't even be able to take one palm attack from them. The two of them tried their best to control their bodies, then simultaneously moved towards the middle of each other. Their bodies were releasing an intense fighting intent that could even be sensed from a long distance away. I don't think we need the third palm attack. If this is all you've got, the second palm attack will be enough to decide the winner. A cyan-colored stream of air rose up from Lu Wuxiang's body. This stream of air was extremely sharp. The air that came into contact with it was twisted and cut apart, making a sizzling sound. Blue murderous chi. Lu Hanshan said in a low voice. The look on his face turned even more serious. Luo Xinglia, who was sitting in the main seat, was even more nervous than Lu Hanshan. This blue murderous chi was one of the most powerful martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace. It was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, and had a very obvious effect on breaking the internal Jin Qi. It was only taught to the most core disciples. Even ordinary core disciples couldn't do it. Judging from the power that was showing from Lu Wuxiang's body, he had obviously reached the 8th level of the blue murderous chi. How amazing! But how would Luo Hanshan deal with it? Lu Wuxiang said blandly, I don't think there's any need to continue. Not necessarily. Lu Hanshan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a blue vein bulged on his forehead, then a second one, a third one. Something amazing happened. His eyes turned from black to red, then from red to purple, and at last 2 purple streams of air came out of his eyes, drifting out. Purple Ice Heart, the 8th level of the extreme purple art. Good job. Luo Xinglia was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. The other inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School all showed smiles on their faces. The extreme purple art was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, divided into 9 levels, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before, they all thought that Luo Hanshan wouldn't be able to rival Lu Wuxiang, but now they didn't have to worry anymore. Seeing Luo Xinglia's excited face, Luo Hanshan was also very happy. Thinking about what he had been through in the past 2 years, he had been stuck at the 6th level of the purple extreme art, unable to make any progress. After that, he had lost to the current number 1 disciple, Zhu Mei, in the core disciple exam. Everyone thought that he had reached the end of his potential, and that he might not even be able to keep the number 2 disciple in the future. Now no one would suspect him. This time it was Lu Wuxiang who attacked first. His palm, which was wrapped in cyan airflow, was violently thrown out, as if it was going to destroy the entire hall. Luo Hanshan remained calm and collected. He threw out his palm to meet the incoming attack. Different from Lu Wuxiang, when his palm attack was thrown out, it didn't even make a swooshing sound. However, wherever his palms passed through, the air suddenly started to vibrate intensely, as if it was boiling water. 2 palms collided. A few cracks appeared on the ground, and the violent power spread out in a spiral shape, shattering all the tables and chairs in the surroundings, as if they had been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Facing the incoming sharp power, Ji Shuiyan released her chi and threw out her palm in front of her body. Crackle. The incoming power was blocked by Ji Shuiyan's palm, causing a series of explosive noises, which even made Ji Shuiyan's face slightly pale. Fortunately, it was only the aftermath of the attack, and the power had already been reduced by 70 to 80%. Yi Xian, who was sitting next to Ji Shuiyan, exclaimed, "If it weren't for you, Sister Shuiyan, I would have been seriously injured by the aftermath of that attack." Ji Shuiyan said, "The cyan great murderous qi is especially good at breaking internal Jin qi, combined with the pure purple extreme arts Jin qi, its destructive power is extraordinary." Except for Ji Shuiyan and Yi Xian, the rest of the people in the hall turned a blind eye to that fierce qi, as if there was an invisible wall in front of them, which had absorbed all of the power. Outside the hall, Yi Chen's heart was beating fast. Is this what a late condensing reality realm fight looks like? It's so intense, it's not any weaker than the top martial artists in the 21st century TV series. I wonder when I will be able to reach this level. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the explosion of qi, Lu Wuxiang's body swayed, and he took 13 steps back in a row, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Luo Hanshan took 15 steps back, and on the last step he even broke the bricks under his feet, sinking 3 inches deep into the ground. In the end, Lu Wuxiang was slightly better than Luo Hanshan. Throwing a complicated glance at Luo Hanshan, Lu Wuxiang said, "I am good at palm arts after all, so this time we are even. What do you think?" Luo Hanshan said, "Let's start the third palm attack." "No need, I have already understood your power. Although you are not as powerful as my head disciple, you have finally regained your Prince Hanshan's power." Lu Wuxiang shook his head. Luo Xinglia saw that the fight was over, so he laughed out loud and said, "The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are indeed worthy of their reputation, young heroes." Mu Fengyuan said, "Sorry, Leader Luo." It's nothing." Luo Xinglia was very happy. His son Luo Hanshan had returned to the top of the martial geniuses, and he, as a father, was also proud. He grinned and said, "Hanshan, find a seat and sit down." Luo Hanshan nodded and said to Lu Wuxiang, "Tell Pei Wushuang that I, Luo Hanshan, am back." "I will." Both of them found their seats and sat down without saying anything else. Outside the hall, Yi Chen came back to his senses. He bowed to Luo Xinglia and said, "Leader, elders, disciple Yi Chen greets all of you." The head elder said blandly, "Come in." Walking into the hall, Yi Chen saw Yi Xian and Ji Shuiyan, who was sitting right next to her. He knew her as well. They had met a couple of years ago. She was no longer the little girl she used to be. It was just that the world had changed and he had basically guessed why they were here. After all, their relationship was not good enough for them to visit each other yet. Luo Xinglia calmed himself down and said seriously, "Yi Chen, do you know these two?" "Yes." Yi Chen took a deep breath. "Since it is a private matter, then you can solve it in private. What do you think?" Luo Xinglia was not in the mood to care about the personal matters of the younger generation. They were not even core disciples. "Yes." Ji Shuiyan stood up. She said to Luo Xinglia and Mu Fengyuan, "Please allow me to talk to him in private." Luo Xinglia and Mu Fengyuan nodded. Walking in front of Yi Chen, Ji Shuiyan said blandly, "Let's go out and talk." Yi Chen did not say anything, he just followed her out of the hall. As for Yi Xian, she hesitated for a second, but after saying goodbye to everyone she also followed. Chapter 23. Outside the hall was a plaza paved with white marble. A screen wall was erected on the plaza. It was 33 feet tall and 24 feet wide. It was extremely grand. Beside the screen wall, Ji Shuiyan looked Yi Chen up and down. After a long time she said, "I'm here because..." Yi Chen interrupted her and said, "I know." "You know?" Ji Shuiyan was a little surprised. In her impression, although he was not stupid, he was definitely not smart. But this time he seemed to have changed. Yi Chen said self-deprecatingly, "It can't be that you're here to see me." Ji Shuiyan shook her head, "Of course not. Regardless of whether you've guessed it or not, I have to tell you personally that it's impossible between the two of us. So you're here to discuss the annulment of the engagement. After all, if I don't agree, it will be very troublesome for you to resolve the engagement alone. At the very least, you will have to face the dissuasion of many elders, especially since you won't be able to face my mother. She treats you very well and is like a sister to your mother. If we both agree, those elders won't be able to say anything." Ji Shuiyan opened her mouth and found that she did not know what to say. This was different from what she had imagined. She had thought that he would be very angry. No matter what, it was humiliating to have the engagement annulled by the female side. She had already prepared a way to deal with this. That was to let him know the difference in strength between the two of them. The two of them were not compatible, and continuing to be entangled would only bring humiliation to themselves. But now, these countermeasures had become useless and she was caught unprepared. Taking a deep breath, Ji Shuiyin found that she had underestimated Yi Qin. At the same time, she felt a little sullen and said in a stiff tone, "You're right, but there is one thing you must remember. Even if you don't agree, I will still annul the engagement. You should have heard of the saying, dragons don't cohabit with snakes. The two of us are not people of the same world. I still have a long way to go in the future, and the gap between us will only grow bigger." Dragons don't cohabit with snakes. Yi Qin chuckled and said, "What a good metaphor. You think of yourself as a true dragon and I as a little snake. However, it's too early for you to make a metaphor. It's not certain who is the true dragon. Moreover, even a little snake has the chance to transform into a dragon." Ji Shuiyin could not help but let out a cold smile. The other party was simply boasting shamelessly. Based on the current situation, it was obvious who was the real dragon and who was the little snake, but he actually said that it was uncertain who was the real dragon. Did he think that one day he could become a real dragon and soar through the heavens? Alright, I'm not interested in arguing with you about the established facts. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you agree to break off the engagement? Yi Qin replied without hesitation. Why wouldn't I agree? I agree to cancel the engagement. Yi Qin knew his potential very well. As long as he had enough time, reaching the condensing reality realm, clasping yuan realm, or even the astral reaching realm would not be a problem for him. Why would he bother with a woman? Besides, even if he didn't agree, so what? She had even invited the inner master of the Emerald Martial Palace. If he didn't agree, he would only be humiliated. Now that he had agreed, he had turned from passive to active, and had kept his last bit of dignity. Of course, what she had given him today, he would definitely return it in the future. He wanted to let her know that whether or not she was a real dragon was not determined by words, but by actions. Both of them remained silent for a while. After a while, Ji Shuiyin slightly scratched the crystal ring on her left hand with the middle finger of her right hand. A dim light flashed and a manual suddenly appeared in her hand. Yi Qin's pupils shrank. A storage ring. A storage ring was a legendary treasure for normal people, but it was a must-have item for high-level martial artists. The inside of the ring had its own space and could store a huge amount of items such as gold, pellets, herbs, clothes, weapons. They could all be stored inside and it would be weightless. He didn't expect her to have a storage ring. Among the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only 2 or 3 people had a storage ring. This is a top-rank Mortal Realm manual, Iron Bone Godly Palm. If you can learn a thing or two from it, you will be able to beat other martial artists at the same level. But don't worry, this is not a martial art from the Emerald Martial Palace. I got it from a Jianghu bandit that I killed. It will not be a threat to you. Consider it my compensation to you. Ji Shuiyin slightly raised her chin, as if she had just thrown out an ordinary item. I will take what I want myself. Yi Qin rejected without hesitation. What a joke, it was only a top-rank Mortal Realm manual, there was no need for him to sell his pride. Not to mention if he accepted it, she would look down on him and think that he was a coward. Ji Shuiyin frowned. Don't you understand? With your talent, I don't know when you will become an inner disciple. Yi Qin said coldly, you don't have to worry about canceling the engagement. I will do what I said. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. After saying that, Yi Qin turned around and walked towards the main hall. He needed to report to Luo Xinglia before he could leave. Ji Shuiyin was shocked, then she sneered. She thought that Yi Qin was doing it on purpose for her to see. Otherwise, why would he let go of a top-rank Mortal Realm manual? After all, a top-rank Mortal Realm manual was not easy to find. Unfortunately, Yi Qin was just wasting his time. She would never like him. On the way, Yi Shen stopped Yi Qin. Why are you so stubborn? Just take it. Why are you so angry? Yi Shen had a lot of power in the Yi family. Before, even Yi Qin did not dare to argue with her. There are so many manuals in the Sky Cloud Martial School, there is no need. Yi Shen shook her head and said, you have changed, you have become unreasonable. I know you are feeling humiliated, but to be honest, you and Sister Shuiyin are not a good match. Her future husband should be someone like the 4 childs, not a nobody like you. Of course, I am not belittling you, a nobody also has his own way of living, you are better at living a stable life. I am being unreasonable. Never mind, Yi Qin did not want to talk to these 2 arrogant women anymore. Sometimes, the more reasonable your words were, the more likely they would think that you were being calculative. If you were being unreasonable, the more aggressive they would be, the better it would be. Therefore, the best way would be to ignore them. See you at the end of the year. After saying that, Yi Qin walked into the guest hall. In the hall, Mu Fengyuan glanced at Yi Qin. At least you know yourself. Ji Shuiyin is one of the most talented disciples in the Emerald Martial Palace. She is indeed not compatible with you. Yi Qin cursed in his mind, old man, it's none of your business whether I'm qualified or not. You people from the Emerald Martial Palace are all the same, arrogant, thinking that you are no longer a normal human being. Now even Yi Xian has gotten this weird habit. One day I will beat all of your disciples one by one. I will let you know that we are all humans, and the Emerald Martial Palace is nothing special. Although he thought so, Yi Qin would not say it out loud. Talking back to a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, who was also an inner master of the Emerald Martial Palace, would be suicidal. Leader, I will leave now. Yi Qin bowed to Luo Xinglia. Luo Xinglia waved his hand, since the problem is solved, you can leave now. Yes. Turning around, Yi Qin did not even look at Ji Shuiyin and left without hesitation. Yi Xian, who was standing right next to Ji Shuiyin, twitched her mouth. She felt a bit embarrassed. They were all disciples of the Yi family, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Ji Shuiyin said softly, I hope he will not tell Aunt Hui about this. I don't think he would dare. Yi Xian said without hesitation. Chapter 24. It had been 10 days since the engagement was cancelled. In these 10 days, Yi Qin had taken the first Windy Dew pellet. This pellet was just like the rumors said, after taking it, all the distracting thoughts would disappear and he would feel refreshed. It helped Yi Qin to open up all the meridians in his heart, allowing his qi to flow freely under the training of the heart fire. The heart movement and qi flow were also the fourth pure yuan art rotation. Besides that, Yi Qin had already started training the golden swallow art. This qigong required a lot of qi, it had to be pure and without any impurities or else it would be very difficult to train it to the highest level. The good thing was that the qi from the pure yuan art was unimaginably pure, and the impurities had already been removed during the second qi rotation. When he reached the fourth qi rotation, after being trained by the heart fire, his qi had gained more spirituality, which made training the golden swallow art much easier. These few days my qi is getting restless, it should be a sign that I am about to break through to the mortal realm stage 7. The training speed of the pure yuan art's fourth qi rotation is indeed amazing, but to reach the condensing reality realm is still very difficult. What can I do? To be honest, I have only been in this world for half a year, unlike other people who have been training for 4 to 5 years or even 7 to 8 years. There is no way to compare. Ever since he knew that Yi Xian had reached the early condensing reality realm, Yi Qin knew that he had to work even harder, or else he might not be able to compete with Yi Xian at the Yi family meeting. Besides, Yi Xian, the second son of his uncle Yi Tang, was not easy to deal with either. After all, he and Yi Xian were the two geniuses of the Yi family. He took out a jade bottle from his pocket, opened the cork, and a blue pellet rolled out onto Yi Qian's palm. Qi-boosting pellet, the most commonly used pellet for mortal realm warriors, it was worth more than 3,000 silvers. Right now, Yi Qin was only one step away from the mortal realm stage 7. He might be able to break through in a week, but he couldn't wait that long. He was planning to use the qi-boosting pellet to increase his cultivation and break through to the 7th stage. This way he could save 7 days of hard work. 7 days of hard work might not mean much to normal people, but to Yi Qin it meant a lot. With his comprehensive ability, he could learn a high-rank mortal realm skill in 7 days. Even the top-rank mortal realm skill, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords, only took him 2 to 3 months. And that was because the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was incomplete and needed to be perfected. Otherwise, a month would have been more than enough. Therefore, these 7 days had to be saved and not wasted. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yi Qin flicked his finger. The blue qi replenishing pill flew into his mouth in an arc and slid down his throat into his body. Gulp. The qi replenishing pill melted the moment it came into contact with water, turning into an extremely pure vital energy. All of a sudden, the pure yuan qi rushed out of his dantian like a hungry wolf that had smelled blood. Within a few breaths, it had wrapped around the pure yuan qi from the qi replenishing pill and started to refine it. Such a powerful refining ability. If it was the cloud qi spell, the efficiency would be at least 2 times lower. The higher the quality of the qi, the faster the yuan qi could be refined. This was a well-known fact in the true spirit continent. Of course, if the total amount of qi was high, it would also help a lot in refining yuan qi. Under normal circumstances, it was not uncommon for quantity to beat quality. An hour had passed. A light popping sound came from Yi Chen's body. His dantian, which had already expanded a lot, swelled up again like an inflated balloon. In the center of his dantian, the pure and transparent cyclone suddenly sped up, like a spiritual nebula, constantly swallowing and changing, absorbing the new internal qi. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly let out a breath. His face was filled with joy. He had finally reached Mortal Realm Stage 7. There was not much difference between the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 6 and Mortal Realm Stage 7, but that was only for normal people. If it was Yi Chen, even a little bit of improvement would greatly increase his fighting power, and he would be able to use more of his martial skills. Today is not a good day to continue learning the pure Yuan art. I should consolidate my cultivation first. Yi Chen knew the importance of a solid foundation. If the foundation was solid, then he could continue to improve. If the foundation was not solid enough, then he would be like a castle in the air that could collapse at any time. He might even lose his mind and become a cripple when he tried to break through. After a day, Yi Chen had completely consolidated his cultivation and had even made some progress. This qi replenishing pill could save him a month of hard work. Subtracting the 7 days he used to break through, he still had 21 days left, which was just enough for him to take another step forward. In the following days, Yi Chen took the second Windy Dew pellet and tried to break through to the 5th qi coil of the pure Yuan art. Of course, life was not like a pool of stagnant water. After the first time he met the outer disciple Wu Zongming, the two became friends. They would chat and spar with each other during their free time. Wu Zongming thought highly of himself. He thought that although Yi Chen's achievements in martial skills were high, there was still a gap between him and Wu Zongming. He did not expect that after limiting his cultivation to Mortal Realm Stage 7, Wu Zongming would be at a disadvantage in a real fight. His high-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Burning Fist, did not seem to be able to win against Yi Chen's King Kong Fist. He did not know that Yi Chen's King Kong Fist had already reached the highest level. Under the condition of limiting his cultivation, it would be strange if the Burning Fist could win against him. There was no sun or moon in the mountains and another half a month had passed. That night, Yi Chen applied the body-enhancing paste on his body, planning to break through to the 5th qi coil of the pure Yuan art. He wanted to combine his spirit, qi, hands, eyes and body into one. As for applying the body-enhancing paste, it was not useless. The body was one of the 6 forces of the human body. Only when the body was strong and full of energy could it increase the success rate. Pushing his pure Yuan art qi to its limit, Yi Chen put his tongue on the roof of his mouth, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and he quickly entered the state of meditation. Walala, the outside world was silent, but inside Yi Chen's body, the sound of his qi flowing was like a small river, endless. For a warrior, the inner 3 forces of the 6 forces had almost been combined into one. For example, the spirit and qi. The first step for a warrior was to convert the spirit and qi into qi. The spirit and qi were already inseparable and could be converted at any time. The combination of the spirit and the spirit was the spirit, and with a high degree of concentration the two could also be combined. The difficult part was how to combine the qi and the spirit, which was called the combination of the spirit and the qi. After many days of meditation, Yi Chen already had an idea. With a thought, the qi flowed along the meridians to the center of the eyebrows, where the soul resided, and the soul was the spirit. After 36 revolutions, the qi that was contaminated with the soul power returned to the dantian. Yi Chen knew he had succeeded. He had successfully combined the spirit, qi and the spirit. Next was the outer 3 forces. The outer 3 forces seemed simple, such as the eyes, the hands, and the body. But in fact, it was very shallow, and even a normal person could do it after hard training. The outer 3 forces of the pure Yuan art was to extract the 3 types of Yuan qi from the limbs, eyes, and the center of the body. These 3 types of Yuan qi were closely related to the 3 forces, and they could sense each other. This was the real outer 3 forces. First, he extracted the hidden Yuan qi from the center of the body. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless, and he was very careful. The center of the body was one of the most important parts of the human body. If there was a slight mistake, the person would become paralyzed and it would be very difficult to cure, so he could not be careless. The qi slowly seeped into the center of the body, and then it pulled out a very obscure Yuan qi and slowly merged with the qi. When the two completely merged, Yi Chen released the Yuan qi that had merged with the qi back into the center of the body. Using the same method, when Yi Chen also merged the outer 3 forces with the qi, big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body was completely wet. But it was all worth it. Now that his qi contained the Yuan qi in his limbs, eyes, and the center of the body, it also contained his spirit. In terms of reaction speed, subconscious speed, attack speed, and the sensitivity of his eyes, there was a qualitative change. Besides that, after the pure Yuan art had entered the fifth transformation, the speed of absorbing and refining Yuan Qi had reached a very impressive level. 1 day of training was basically equivalent to 3 to 4 days of training in the past. Chapter 25. Outside the boundless mountain range was a very complicated environment. There were forests, swamps, wild mountains, and endless water bodies. These days, a human figure could often be seen flying back and forth, killing beasts after beasts. My luck is not that good. None of the 13 rank 2 beasts managed to condense an inner pellet, and there were even 4 top rank 2 beasts. Yi Qin cut open the beast's body with his great steel sword and found nothing inside. He was a bit annoyed. Ever since his pure Yuan art reached the highest realm of the fifth transformation, Yi Qin knew that if he wanted to improve quickly, he would have to rely on external objects, such as the inner pellet of a beast. The inner pellet of a beast was the essence of the beast after absorbing the natural Yuan Qi. Theoretically, a 1-year-old inner pellet could save a warrior a year of hard work, and a 5-year-old inner pellet could save 5 years of hard work. However, it was only in theory. The inner pellet contained not only the essence of Yuan Qi, but also the beast Qi. If a normal warrior touched a little bit of the beast Qi, he would be in danger of going crazy, and if he touched too much, his body would explode. Therefore, no matter how much Yuan Qi essence there was in the Naiden, a normal martial artist would not be able to fully utilize it. They would have to use an evil warding potion to dissolve the demonic Qi within. It would already be considered good if the remaining Yuan Qi was 1/5 or 1/10. If they were unlucky, the entire Naiden would be dissolved and all their efforts would be in vain. Of course, if a warrior reached the clasping Yuan realm, he could use his Jin Qi to absorb the beast Qi and use the inner pellet perfectly. However, the inner pellet had to be below the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that a clasping Yuan realm warrior would not be able to do anything to an inner pellet that was above rank 4. The strong smell of blood attracted a lot of beasts. Yi Qin closed his eyes and used his powerful soul power to sense a powerful beast Qi within 30 meters. It should be a top rank 2 beast. His body flashed and Yi Qin jumped into the air like a huge bird. He glided 20 meters in the air and fiercely jumped towards a big tree. Swoosh! The big tree was cut in half, and a beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger was exposed. A top rank 2 beast, the tiger wolf beast. Yi Qin flicked his wrist, the great steel sword turned into a bright sword light and pierced forward. It was the most powerful sword move of the lone peak of 13 swords, the peak of perfection. The tiger wolf demonic beast did not expect Yi Qin to act so quickly. Just as it moved its body, its chest was stabbed. The injured tiger wolf demonic beast was extremely fierce. It clawed at Yi Qin's arm. Courting death, winding road around peak. Yi Qin ignored his opponent's attack and poured his inner Qi into his fine steel sword. He swung it in the opposite direction and split open the beast's chest. Then he chopped off the beast's claws. The powerful peak grade 2 demonic beast could not even withstand 2 moves from Yi Qin. Its body went limp and it slumped to the ground. It was obvious that it would not survive. Looking at the tiger wolf demonic beast's wound, Yi Qin's eyes lit up and he said in ecstasy, "My luck is really changing. This tiger wolf demonic beast has an inner core in its body." Cutting open the tiger wolf demonic beast's body, Yi Qin reached out his hand and took out an egg-sized milky yellow inner core with a hint of pink. According to the information on the demonic beasts, once a rank 2 demonic beast had an inner core, it would have a higher chance of becoming a rank 3 demonic beast. If there was a slight change in the color of the inner core, it meant that it was not far from becoming a rank 3 demonic beast. This inner core was milky yellow with a hint of pink. It was obviously a sign that it was about to become a rank 2 demonic beast. It was much stronger than a normal rank 2 demonic beast, and judging from its size, it should have been at least a year old. A year-old inner core, even if 90% of its demonic Qi and Yuan Qi were removed by the evil warding potion, it would still save at least a month of hard work. Not to mention this inner core that was about to become a rank 2 demonic beast, it might even double its original value, which would save at least 2 months of hard work. Looking at the inner core in his hand, Yi Qin could not control his emotions no matter how calm he was. 2 months of hard work. It would at least help him reach the late mortal realm stage 7. If he was lucky, after using the evil warding potion, the inner core would still have 1/5 of Yuan Qi left. That would mean 4 months of hard work and he would definitely be able to reach the mortal realm stage 8. Taking out a jade box from his pocket, Yi Chen carefully put the inner core into the box and closed the lid to prevent the demonic qi and yuan qi from leaking out. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen woke up from his ecstasy and looked at the dead body of the tiger wolf demonic beast. The materials from a peak rank 2 demonic beast can be sold for at least 1,000 silvers. I can't waste it. After all, I still need to save money to buy the evil warding potion, which costs 5,000 silvers per bottle. Yi Chen mumbled to himself as he squatted down to collect the materials from the dead beasts. He did not miss a single thing. After collecting all the materials, Yi Chen frowned. The big leather bag he brought was almost full. If only he had a storage ring. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Among the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only his senior sister Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan had a storage ring. How could he possibly have one? However, from this, it could be seen how powerful the Emerald Martial School was. Even Ji Shuiyin, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, had a storage ring. There were countless geniuses in the Emerald Martial School, and there must be a lot of disciples who were more powerful than Ji Shuiyin. Sai, a rank 7 martial school is indeed a rank 7 martial school. They are rich and have all kinds of treasures. My Yi family is one of the top 8 families. Only my father and some of the elders of the family have a storage ring. My mother is one of the most powerful outer elders of the Rudra Martial School, so it is normal for her to have one. It is impossible for anyone else to have one. Shaking his head, Yi Chen tied up the leather bag and was about to leave. Suddenly a strong wind suddenly appeared in the woods. Sand and pebbles were blown into the air. Some small plants were uprooted and flew into the air along with the strong wind. Yi Chen was shocked. What kind of strange wind is this? This is too sudden. Whoa! A horrifying roar was heard. It sounded like it was coming from hundreds of meters away. Not good, it was a rank 3 beast. Only rank 3 beasts and above could release their demonic qi and create a gust of wind to confuse people's sight and senses. Before Yi Chen's soul had traveled to this world, he had seen the part where Wu Song was fighting a tiger in the water margin. Before the tiger came out, there would be a gust of wind. But now, this rank 3 beast was way more powerful than the tiger. The wind it created could be compared to a typhoon. Without further ado, Yi Chen activated the pure yuan art with all of his strength. He jumped up and flew out like a huge bird, trying to avoid the attack of the rank 3 beast. Crack, crack. The sound of trees breaking was heard. After a few breaths, a beast the size of a water buffalo appeared where Yi Chen had been. It was tall and muscular. There was no hair on its body, but it was covered with black scales. Its tail was a long scorpion's tail. The hook at the end of the tail was shining with a gray light. Obviously, it was coated with poison, and anyone who got hit by it would die for sure. Yi Chen turned around and took a look. He immediately pushed his qi as hard as he could, pushed his golden swallow art to its limit, and ran as fast as lightning. This strange beast was a scorpion-tailed demonic wolf. Even among the rank 3 beasts, it was a dominating existence. Even a mid-condensing reality realm warrior would have to stay away from it. Chapter 26. Run. Run as fast as you can. Yi Chen knew that even if he reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, he would still not be able to fight against the scorpion-tailed demon wolf. The gap of 1 cultivation level was not that easy to make up for. As for the third disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Lynch, he was able to beat Wu Wanshan mainly because of his martial arts and martial skills. The North Snow Martial Academy was a rank 7 martial institution, which was a huge power that had been developed for hundreds of years. They had countless rare martial arts and treasures, and their resources were unimaginably deep. However, Wu Wanshan was only a lone wolf. Even his most powerful sword art was created by himself. The golden swallow art had been trained to perfection by Yi Chen. When he performed it at full power, his feet would not even touch the ground, and he would run along the grass and trees. Every second he would be able to cover a distance of 10 meters, which was no less than a real wild goose. Whoa. Before Yi Chen could let out a sigh of relief, a cloud of strong demonic qi shot towards him from behind. Yi Chen did not even need to look to know that it was the scorpion-tailed demon wolf's demonic qi bullet. Any warrior below the condensing reality realm would have their blood dried up and their limbs go numb. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen's body flashed and he easily dodged the attack. Boom. The ground on the right in front of him had been blown up, and all the plants nearby had withered instantly. Such a powerful demonic qi bullet, this scorpion-tailed demon wolf's pellet must be very powerful. If I could get it, it would save me at least half a year of hard work. Wait, what am I thinking? Yi Chen felt that his thoughts were ridiculous. Whether or not he could escape was still a problem, and he was still thinking about the pellet of the scorpion-tailed demon wolf. How reckless. Boom. Boom. Waves of demonic chi bullets came from behind, but Yi Chen could always find the best route to dodge. It gave people a feeling that he was walking in a rain of bullets. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf was furious. It stopped shooting the demonic chi bullets and started to chase after the human in front of it. 50 steps. 45 steps. 40 steps. Yi Chen's scalp went numb. He hurriedly threw the big leather bag into the air, and accurately landed on the top of a huge tree. It would be hard to see from below, and it would also be prepared for him to come back later. Whoosh. After throwing away nearly 100 pounds of demonic beast materials, Yi Chen's speed increased drastically. He was now as fast as an early condensing reality realm warrior. Added with his powerful soul power, he was unpredictable. But even so, the scorpion-tailed demon wolf was still slowly closing in, albeit by a very small margin. The two of them, one chasing the other, unknowingly entered the depths of the silent hills. The surroundings were dead silent. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf that was chasing behind seemed to be a little afraid. It slowed down quite a bit, its huge head looking left and right from time to time. Suddenly, a huge black shadow jumped out from the bushes and bit the scorpion-tailed magic wolf's neck. Because it was too fast, its body slid on the ground for more than 10 meters. The scorpion-tailed demon wolf struggled with all its might and howled in fear. Unfortunately, the black shadow was much stronger than the scorpion-tailed demonic wolf. With a single swipe of its claw, it shattered the scorpion-tailed demonic wolf's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. When Yi Chen turned around, he happened to meet the eyes of the black shadow. The pair of blood-red eyes were sharper than the edge of a knife, extremely evil. Rank 4 demonic beast, red blood demon beast. Yi Chen was extremely frustrated. He did not expect that after the scorpion-tailed demon wolf, an even more powerful red blood demon beast would appear. If that was it, then he might still have a chance of survival. But the problem was that he was lost, and he did not know if he had reached the depths of the silent hills. Although he was still hoping for a miracle, Yi Chen rationally believed that he was in the depths of the silent hills, otherwise there would not be a rank 4 demonic beast. Seeing that the red blood demon beast was chasing after him, Yi Chen forced himself to calm down. He looked around with his sharp eyes and finally fixed his eyes on the rock mountain in front of him. There was a huge horizontal crack. It looked like it was cut out by a blade. It was immeasurably deep. Without caring about what would happen next, Yi Chen stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his body flew out diagonally into the crack like a swallow returning to its nest. Boom. The rock mountain was shaking. The red blood demon beast's body was too big, it could not follow Yi Chen in, but its huge power still caused the rocks to crack, and small rocks to fly everywhere. Yi Chen did not think that the entrance outside would be able to stop the red blood demon beast. He took out the luminous pearl from his pocket, and with the help of the dim light, he walked deeper into the cave. After walking for a long time, Yi Chen could no longer hear anything from the outside. Drip. A water drop fell. Yi Chen instinctively dodged it. Before, I did not know how fast my reflexes were, but I could not believe that I could even sense a drop of water and dodge it so easily. If it was before, even if Yi Chen could sense a drop of water, his body would not be able to react. But now that he had trained the pure Yuan art, his body and mind were almost at the same level. After walking for a while, Yi Chen felt a breeze on his face. He was instantly excited. He quickened his pace and pulled out his great steel sword with his right hand. He started to accumulate his chi in his body. Boom. A cool breeze blew past, and Yi Chen's eyes suddenly opened up. In front of his eyes was a huge space. It was 4 to 5 meters tall, and he did not know how long or wide it was. It was an underground world. There was a river, trees, and a stone room in the underground world. Outside the stone room was a stone pavilion. Inside there was a stone table and 4 stone chairs. Did someone live here before? Yi Chen was shocked. He thought he had found the exit, but he did not expect to find himself underground. Blah. The water in the river splashed everywhere. It seemed like there were fish in the river, and the sound of water breaking could be heard from time to time. As for the trees, they were very strange. They were different from the big trees on the ground. The gray branches were like rocks, and there were only a few dozen gray leaves hanging on the branches. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen walked towards the stone room. Is anyone here? Outside the stone room, Yi Chen raised his voice. He called out a few times, but there was no response. Yi Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked into the stone room. The stone room was not big. It was only 3 meters in length and width, and the walls were inlaid with longan-sized luminous stones, illuminating the inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was the huge human painting on the wall in front of him. There was a beautiful woman in the painting. Her hair was like a waterfall and her eyes were like stars. She looked like a spirit in the wind, like the king of flowers. She looked like she was one of a kind. On the bottom right corner there was a name, Xianhou. Seeing this name, Yichen was shocked. It was Xianhou. There were countless powerful warriors in the True Spirit continent, but there were only a few who could truly rule the world, such as Su King, Evil King, Dragon King, and Xianhou. As the only female among the top warriors, Xuanhou's life was legendary. She became a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, reached the clasping yuan realm at the age of 14, reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 18, reached the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, becoming the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. She was so powerful that she was called the Xianhou. Chapter 27. How powerful was Xianhou? No one could say for sure. Some said she was in the top 5, some said she was weaker than the Evil King and the Dragon King, some said she was second only to Su King, and some said she was the most powerful in the world, and she was so mysterious that she had already touched the edge of the Great Tao. Of course, all of these were just speculations. But it was undeniable that the mysterious queen had indeed reached an unimaginable level. She had killed 3 master-level warriors from 100 miles away, broken through the earth vein with one palm attack, caused a volcano to erupt, changed the environment, and moved her own mountain to a place tens of thousands of miles away. Even a nameless brat like Yi Chen had heard about all of these things. Looking at the portrait carefully, Yi Chen found that he could not see Xuanhou's face clearly, as if the painter could not describe Xuanhou's face, and could only blur it to create a hazy beauty. After a long time, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and a question arose in his mind. Who are the people who live here? How could there be a portrait of Xianhou? It should be noted that Xianhou had ruled the world for more than 10 years, and only a few people were qualified to see her. Judging from the ink, this portrait was not more than 10 years old. Also, where was the owner of the stone room? He hung this well-preserved portrait on the wall, which obviously showed that he valued it a lot, and should have brought it with him when he went on a long trip. What is this? Yi Chen fixed his eyes on the center of the stone room, where there was a scorch mark. If he looked carefully, he could see an inconspicuous ring in the pale white ashes. Picking it up, Yi Chen wiped it with his sleeve. On the back of the green ring, 2 ancient characters were engraved, mid-rank. Yi Chen was shocked at first and then he was overjoyed. This inconspicuous ring was a storage ring, and it was a priceless mid-rank storage ring. If a low-rank storage ring was enough to bankrupt a normal mid-rank family, then a mid-rank storage ring would be enough to make a big family like the Yi family bleed. Probably only the big martial institutions would have 1 or 2 of them, and they would only be owned by the leaders. Normal people would not even dare to dream about it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen operated his internal qi and slowly poured it into the storage ring. Buzz. The storage ring shook slightly, and a trace of faintly discernible vibration spread out, which was captured by Yi Chen's soul power. In the next moment, Yi Chen saw the space inside the storage ring. It was a standard cube with a length, width, and height of 20 feet. Its entire body shone with a misty light and was slightly transparent, as if it had been cut out from the void. It was even larger than the living room of an ordinary family. There were 2 secret manuals, a sheathed long saber, and a pile of jagged jade stones the size of an egg, glowing with a faint white light. Could it be that this is a spirit stone? Focusing his attention on the jade, Yi Chen's originally calm emotions began to fluctuate again. With a thought, Yi Chen took out a piece of jade, closed his eyes and sent his inner qi into it. Boom! As if the floodgates had been opened, the majestic yuan qi within the spirit stone ferociously gushed out and rushed into Yi Chen's meridians with unstoppable force. Not good. Warriors below the condensing reality realm are not qualified to train with spirit stones. Yi Chen's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly operated his pure yuan art, and forcibly cut off the connection with the spirit stone. Taking a few deep breaths, Yi Chen still had some lingering fear. He did not expect that he would be so happy that he would forget about the taboo of being a warrior, and almost lose all his meridians. Fortunately, the pure yuan art's inner qi was extremely pure, and it had been trained to the highest level of the 6 meridians so he could barely cut off the connection. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if their meridians were not damaged, they would still pass out due to the yuan qi. Although the meridians in his arms were still aching, Yi Chen still laughed out loud. Spirit stones were the same as storage rings, they were both essential for a high-level warrior. The latter was used to store objects, while the former was used to provide yuan qi for training, which could only be produced by natural veins. According to the quality and amount of spirit stones, they could be divided into low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. For ordinary people, it would take more than 5 years to train from Mortal Realm Stage 1 to Mortal Realm Stage 10, more than 10 years to train from Early Condensing Reality Realm to Late Condensing Reality Realm, and at least 20 to 30 years to train from Early Clasping Yuan Realm to Late Clasping Yuan Realm. For most people, 40 to 50 years was way too long, terrifyingly long. But with spirit stones it would be different. Apart from the mortal realm, the warriors would need to train by themselves. Once they reached the condensing reality realm, they would be able to absorb the yuan qi from the spirit stones. According to some people's calculations, the quality of the yuan qi in the spirit stones was equivalent to 5 times the quality of the yuan qi in the world. In other words, excluding the problem of breaking through to the next level, it would be 4 times faster than normal training speed. In other words, only with the spirit stones could a genius be seen. After all, geniuses had extremely high comprehensive abilities, and could break through to the next level at an unbelievable speed, which would maximize the value of the spirit stones. But for those who were not talented even with the help of the spirit stones, when it came time to break through to the next level, they would still have to focus on the spirit stones. Otherwise, they might be stuck at the same level for the rest of their lives. Yi Chen estimated that there were at least 10,000 spirit stones in the storage ring, and each spirit stone was worth more than 1,000 silvers. In total, there were 10 million silvers in the storage ring. What did 10 million silvers mean? It was enough to support a medium-sized family for 1 or 2 years. It was definitely a huge amount of money. Don't show your wealth, I have to keep this secret. Before I become powerful enough, I can't keep it to myself. Yi Chen warned himself. Moving his eyes away from the spirit stones with difficulty, Yi Chen took out the 2 manuals. The first one was a fist art manual. The Tyrant Fist was a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill. The practitioner must have absolute confidence, never give up, or else it would be hard to bring out the essence of the Tyrant Fist. The Tyrant Fist had 4 movements. The first movement, Tyrannical Rampage. The second movement, Dominating the World. The third movement, Dominating the World. The fourth movement, Tyrannical Millennium. Remember, the Tyrant Fist was extremely powerful. Before the practitioner had mastered Jin Qi, his body must be extremely powerful. Otherwise he would injure himself, which was not worth it. The fourth movement, Tyrannical Millennium, was extremely mysterious. Only the body and Jin Qi could be used to its limit. It was a low-rank Earth Realm fist art. It would be a lie if Yi Chen said he was not excited. Normally, only the core disciples were qualified to learn low-rank Earth Realm martial skills. Only a few of the inner disciples could learn low-rank Earth Realm martial skills, not to mention the outer disciples. Yi Chen then looked at the second one. The second one was a body-strengthening manual. Pure Jade Body Boosting Spell, low-rank Earth Realm, passed down from hundreds of years ago. It can increase the capacity of Yuan Qi that a Mortal Realm warrior can store. If a Mortal Realm warrior trained it, he or she could directly absorb the Yuan Qi from the soul stones with his or her strong body, without worrying about safety. The Pure Jade Body Boosting Spell had 5 movements. The first movement, Body Training. The second movement, Hard and Soft Force. The third movement, Pure Jade Body Boosting Spell. The fourth movement, Broken Jade Rebirth. The fifth movement, King Kong Jade Body. Chapter 28. After being shocked by the storage ring and the soul stones, Yi Chen was not that excited after seeing the low-rank Earth Realm manual. But of course he was happy. Putting away the manual, Yi Chen took out the last item. It was a long saber with a scabbard. The scabbard was clear in color, carved with mountains, rivers, birds, and fishes. The handle was long, and the handguard was a tiger's head, which swallowed the saber. Chen. Xiao Chen drew his saber and a bright saber qi shot out. It left a 1-meter-long mark on the walls of the stone room, looking exceptionally sharp. What a great saber, it can even produce saber qi. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. A weapon that could produce saber qi had already surpassed the category of ordinary weapons, and had risen to the level of a godly weapon. In his memory, the Yi family also had a great sword called Vanishing Shadow. With one thrust, it could break through the air and kill without leaving a trace. If he was not mistaken, this great saber was worth more than 1,000,000 silvers. The only unfortunate thing was that Yi Qin did not use a blade, but a sword instead. In his opinion, the sword was the king of all weapons and the overall evaluation was the highest. Plus, the number of people who trained in the sword would usually take up half of the total population, but the ones who could actually train it well were very, very few, even less than the other weapons. The cold saber was covered by the scabbard. Yi Qin looked back at the burnt ground. If he guessed it right, the owner of the stone room was already dead. He had lost his mind while training, and was burned into ashes by the Zhenqi fire. Naturally, the storage ring had fallen into the ashes. Bowing 3 times to the ashes, Yi Qin murmured, "Elder, although you did not leave many things, but they are very useful to me. I, the outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, bow to you. I hope you will not blame me for taking your things." After bowing 3 times, Yi Qin felt a bit emotional. Judging from the belongings, this deceased elder had quite a high cultivation, at least above the clasping Yuan realm, or even reached the astral reaching realm. Unfortunately, he still could not escape the fate of losing his mind. From this, one could imagine the cruelty of training. Even if one had to deal with external disasters, one had to overcome one's own body. Yi Qin, who could not find a way out, decided to train the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell. He had already mastered the first spell of the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell a long time ago, and the second spell had already reached the level of toughness and softness. The only thing he needed now was to be like his senior sister Su Jing, to have a godly power inside his body. What was divine power? The most common horse on this true spirit continent was called the dark brown horse. It could run as fast as flying and it had a strong body. Without increasing its speed, it could have a force of 2,000 pounds with a light bump. Right now, Yi Qin's strength was around 1,500 jin. He was not far from 2,000 jin. However, he knew that the further he went, the slower his strength would grow. The time needed to reach 500 jin would definitely be longer than before. Yi Qin took out a few bottles of physique tempering paste from his pocket and took off his clothes, rubbing them on his body meticulously. Only when his skin shone with a glossy sheen accentuating his muscles, did Yi Qin get into a stance and start practicing his punches in detail. The punches were still the King Kong fist. The more aggressive the punches were, the more thorough the training of the body would be. Of course, the King Kong fist was different from before. Instead, it was combined with the second spell of the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell. The effect was even more obvious. King Kong crossing the river. King Kong smash. King Kong dive. King Kong unlimited. Practicing the movements of the King Kong fist, Yi Qin gradually got into the zone. He forgot about everything around him. Vaguely, there came the sound of blood flowing inside Yi Qin's body. It sounded like a huge river. On the contrary, his heartbeat was getting slower and slower, but it was still very powerful. The thumping sound was like a huge drum, vibrating his bones. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Qin suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up and threw a punch at the huge gray tree trunk. Boom. The tree trunk was extremely hard. There were only a few cracks on it. What a hard tree. But my strength has increased a lot. It should be 1,500 pounds now. I didn't expect the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell to be so useful. Within 2 to 4 hours, his strength had increased by almost 100 pounds. It was something that the King Kong fist could not achieve. After resting for a while, Yi Qin felt a bit hungry. What he had just done had used up all the extra energy in his body. He needed to replenish it. Walking to the river, Yi Qin thought to himself, the fish in here should be edible. The river was deep and clear. Through the water, he could see the shadows. The smaller ones were about a foot long and the bigger ones were more than 5 feet long. They were swimming very fast. With just a swing of their tails, they could swim 7 to 8 meters away, out of people's sight. Picking up a stone from the ground, Yi Qin yelled in a low voice, "Hit it!" With the force of more than 1,000 pounds, the stone was even sharper than a hidden weapon. It drew a straight line in the air and instantly sank into the water. Originally, Yi Qin was just testing the distance of the fish and the refraction of the water. He did not expect that he would hit a 5 feet long black shadow. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the black shadow flipped over and broke out of the water. As the water splashed, a dark brown weird fish appeared in front of Yi Qin's eyes. There were thorns on the side of its gills, its body was thick and powerful, and its surface was uneven. Opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, the weird fish bit towards Yi Qin's head. Yi Qin smiled lightly. He bent down and punched the weird fish's abdomen. Chin. The weird fish's skin was as hard as steel, which surprised Yi Chen a lot. With his current punch, he could shatter a huge rock into pieces, but he could not break through its defense. The weird fish backed off half a meter under the impact of the punch. It swung its tail, which was as thin as a cow's tail. Even Yi Chen did not want to be hit by it. At this critical moment, Yi Chen did not choose to back off. He took out the great blade from his storage ring and waved it. The weird fish's tail was chopped off. The weird fish fell into the river, trying its best to swim deeper, not daring to attack Yi Chen again. Forcing a smile, Yi Chen knew that without the great blade, it would not be easy to deal with this weird fish. Whether or not he could break through its defense was still a problem. But judging from the fish's body, it did not seem to be releasing any beast chi, so it could not be a beast. It should be an ancient species with special talents. The fish's tail was 3 feet long, and was as thick as a bowl, enough for Yi Chen to eat. He always carried a fire starter with him, so Yi Chen started a fire quickly and put the fish tail on the grill. After 15 minutes, a smell that he had never smelled before spread out, which made Yi Chen's mouth twitch. Grabbing the fish tail, Yi Chen bit down. The meat was so tender that he almost bit his tongue. This is amazing. This fish is like beef but also like chicken. It has an indescribable rich aroma, and it is very chewy. Wait, why is my body heating up? As he swallowed the fish, Yi Chen's body suddenly felt hot. A wave of heat spread out from his stomach to the rest of his body, seeping into his muscles, blood, and even his bones. Wave after wave, it felt very warm. Chapter 29. After about 15 minutes, the heat flow finally dissipated. Yi Chen felt that his body was filled with strength from the inside out. He was brimming with energy, as if he could kill a ferocious tiger with a single punch. Could it be that the flesh of this strange fish has the effect of strengthening one's body? Yi Chen revealed a joyful expression as he devoured the fish tail in big mouthfuls. He only chewed 3 times before swallowing the fish tail. Chi-chi. His body rapidly heated up, and sticky black impurities seeped out from his pores. A foul stench filled the air, and Yi Chen almost fainted from the suffocating smell. I can't take it anymore, I have to go take a bath. Yi Chen couldn't care less about the strange fish in the river. He stood up and leaped lightly into the river. Whoosh! The cool river water touched his skin and it felt extremely comfortable. All 48,000 pores on his body seemed to have opened up, greedily breathing in. However, the owner of the river water wasn't willing. The strange fish in the vicinity heard the noise and attacked in a frenzy. Yi Chen laughed coldly. He took out his treasured saber and swept it horizontally, slashing out a circular arc of saber energy in the water. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 strange fish were slashed into 2, unable to retaliate at all. Yi Chen threw their corpses onto the shore, 1 in each hand, preparing to use them as food in the future. When the other strange fish saw how fierce Yi Chen was, they all fled like birds. It seemed that they weren't as courageous as they appeared to be. After taking a refreshing bath, Yi Chen jumped out of the river. He subconsciously lifted his feet, and his entire body felt light and healthy. Other than that, the fish meat in his stomach had been completely digested, and he had to replenish it. The largest of the 9 strange fish was no longer than 3 feet. Yi Chen picked up 3 of them, cut their stomachs, and poured out their intestines. After washing them, he skewered them with a thin branch and roasted them over the bonfire. The aroma filled the air. After a while, the fish meat was cooked again. My strength has increased a lot now. I wonder if I can reach the divine power stage by eating fish. Strength above 2,000 pounds was considered to be super strength. Some people were born with super strength when they were 8 or 9 years old, but some people couldn't even when they were in their 20s or 30s. This was the difference in talent. Originally, it would take Yi Chen at least a week to reach this level, and that was with the help of the pure jade body boosting spell. But now he could reach his goal by eating the fish, which would save him a lot of time, so why not? After eating the 3 fish, black impurities oozed out of Yi Chen's body again, but they were much less than the first time and were slightly transparent. At the same time, Yi Chen's stomach churned with extreme pain. He hurriedly rushed to the toilet in the underground world and squatted down impatiently. There was a continuous puffing sound, and the surroundings were filled with a foul stench. After he had completely excreted, Yi Chen did not feel too exhausted. Those were just impurities that could not be excreted from his pores. He did not want to take a second look at them. Naked, Yi Chen poured some vanilla powder around him to cover the stench in the air, and then walked into the river. As the black impurities were washed away, Yi Chen's skin became smooth like silk. It was tough and dense, and even swords would not be able to cut it. His tender body seemed to have been trained countless times. His muscles were well defined and his broad shoulders were strong. Yi Chen calmly felt that his body was continuously absorbing yuan qi. Even the river could not stop it. Furthermore, the yuan qi was changing slightly, and its capacity had increased by more than 30%. It was almost automatically pouring into his body, and quickly merging with his qi. The qi whirlpool in his dantian gradually tightened, and the pressure in the center increased, as if it was turning his qi into zhen qi in advance to strengthen his body. It seems like not only my body's quality has increased, but the speed of absorbing yuan qi has also increased. This is not as simple as the super strength. That's right, Yi Chen's strength had already surpassed 2,000 pounds, and was approaching 3,000 pounds. In terms of pure strength, the core disciple Su Jing was not that much stronger than Yi Chen, at most 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Eating fish, practicing boxing, and training his qi, time passed by slowly. On this day, Yi Chen stood in front of a big gray tree. If I could break this tree with one punch, it would mean that my strength had reached 3,000 pounds. By then, it would be easier for me to train the third level of the pure jade body boosting spell. Once I have mastered the third level, I would be able to use the yuan qi from the spirit stones to replace the natural yuan qi. Yi Chen's mind was like a mirror. He had already planned out all the steps for the future. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen punched the big tree. Crack. The big tree broke instantly. The top half of the tree fell down and landed on the ground. Done. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It is even stronger than I thought. It should be 3,500 pounds. Although he did not know how much time had passed outside, Yi Chen's intuition told him that it had not been more than 3 days, maybe even less. In just 2 to 3 days, he had mastered the second level of the pure jade body boosting spell. This horrifying speed even surprised Yi Chen himself. He was wondering how strong he could become by eating fish. Would it be more than 5,000 pounds or even 10,000 pounds? Shaking his head, Yi Chen could not imagine it anymore. As time went on, Yi Chen started to feel annoyed. This place was too depressing, isolated from the rest of the world. It would be fine if it was just 1 or 2 days, but to live here every day, Yi Chen suspected that he would go crazy. Making up his mind, Yi Chen was ready to leave this place. Looking at the river, Yi Chen planned to catch some weird fishes and put them in his storage ring before he found a way out. These fishes could easily be worth more than 10,000 silvers, especially that huge fish that was 5 feet long. Just its tail alone was more effective than the other small fishes. It was obvious how effective it was. Making up his mind, Yi Chen took out his great blade and dove into the river. The river was very deep and it was pitch black. Yi Chen had already expected this situation, so he took out a few luminous stones and threw them into the river. The valuable luminous stones slowly sank into the river, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the environment within a radius of 10 meters. Whoosh! The river rippled and the huge shadow quickly swam away. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chen gathered his qi and threw out a blade attack. The bright blade qi could not even stop the river water. It was cut open and chased after the shadow like lightning. With a puff sound, the shadow froze in place. Yi Chen was afraid that it might be a trap, so he threw out another blade qi attack. As expected, the huge shadow struggled for a while, and the river water became murky, making it hard for the naked eye to see clearly. Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Chen. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen easily caught the shadow, and with a push of his feet, he jumped up. Breaking out of the water, Yi Chen threw the dead fish on the shore and continued to dive. 1, 2, 5. Only when there were no more strange fishes in the river did Yi Chen stop. It's time to go back. That red blood demon beast must have gone somewhere else to hunt. Yi Chen was still a bit worried. A rank 4 beast was unimaginably powerful. Even if he had 10,000 pounds of strength, he would not dare to fight against it, unless he reached the condensing reality realm. Following the path he came from, Yi Chen carefully walked back. From afar, there was a light coming from the huge crack in the rock mountain. Yi Chen held his breath, tightly holding his blade as he walked quietly. Chapter 30. The entrance was a mess. Broken rocks were everywhere. Looking at the walls, there were claw marks that were a few feet deep as if they were made of tofu. Yi Chen secretly felt lucky. He did not dare to stay any longer and flew back the way he came. Yi Chen had already remembered the lesson from last time. Therefore, in this dangerous area, Yi Chen did not rush on the ground. Instead, he jumped from one big tree to another. Along the way, he released his soul power to the limit. Once there was any movement, he would immediately hide his aura and hide. In the afternoon, Yichen finally arrived at the place where the big leather bag was placed. There's someone? Hiding behind the big tree, Yichen's eyes were sharp. Under the big tree, 3 teenagers were standing there. One of them had a big leather bag in his hand. It was very bulging. It was Yichen's harvest from a few days ago. Haha, our luck is too good. Walking on the road, we can pick up demonic beast materials. There is even an inner pellet inside. We can sell it for at least 20 to 30,000 silvers. The slightly older teenager sneered. I wonder which idiot hid the demonic beast materials on the tree. He thought no one would find them. What a joke. Another one flattered. Jianghu, you are the best. You could tell with one glance that there was something on the tree. We did not know anything. Jianghu said proudly, that's why I said that following me is your good fortune. Wait until my cousin Jianghu becomes an inner disciple. Then we can do whatever we want in the outer court. Of course, of course. The two nodded and complimented. Yichen could not stand it anymore. He walked out and said, put down the demonic beast materials. Jianghu looked back. It's you. That day in the Mu Rin Gang competition, Jianghu had Jianghu's help, so he should have been able to get the 3rd place easily. But unfortunately his plan could not keep up with the changes. Yichen suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took the 3rd place, which made Jianghu very annoyed. Jianghu, who is this little bastard? Do you want us to teach him a lesson? Make him kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit his mistake. The square-faced youth next to him observed the situation and understood that Yichen had offended Jianghu. That's right. I have the most experience in dealing with low-level outer sect disciples. I can make them cry for mercy. Hey little bastard, crawl over here yourself. Thinking that he was at Mortal Realm Stage 9, the young man did not take Yichen seriously at all, his face full of disdain. Jianghu grinned and said, he offended my cousin, so he definitely won't have a good time. But now, we can humiliate him and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Yichen said coldly, are you guys done yet? Put down the demonic beast materials and slap yourselves 10 times. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. What? Hearing Yichen's words, Jianghu and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. It was not that they had never seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen anyone with a low cultivation base who could be arrogant. This Yichen was simply courting death. Anger gave birth to courage, and the 3 of them thought of killing him to silence him. I dare you to say that again. Jianghu did not hide the killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, if you kowtow and apologize now, you can still be saved. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Little bastard, prepare to die. The square-faced young man took a step forward and opened his right palm, aiming towards Yichen's face. If this palm hit him, even if Yichen did not die, his face would be disfigured. His attack was indeed vicious. Seeking death. Although the opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Yichen did not care about it at all. With a casual step forward, his body suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the young man's neck, slamming him down. Boom. A shallow pit appeared on the ground, and the square-faced young man's head sank half a foot into the pit. Bastard, if you dare to make a move, I will take your life. Jianghu and the other young man were shocked. They joined hands to attack Yichen, and each of them performed the martial skills that they had been practicing for a long time. Limitless Sans Ho. Collapsing Cloud Palm. Facing the two's fierce attacks, Yichen's feet shook, and the hard ground was immediately crushed. His whole body became extremely powerful, and without moving he punched out with both of his fists. Bang. Bang. What's going on? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 7. Jianghu and the other young man felt like they were struck by lightning. They spat out a mouthful of blood and both of their feet left the ground. On the way, Jianghu's face flashed with a vicious expression. He waved his hand and shot out a black light. Go to hell. Don't forget that it was I, Jianghu, who killed you in hell. Chill. The black light was a poison willow dart. It was extremely fast, and almost as soon as it was shot, it was already in front of Yichen. The head of the dart was shining with a purple light. Just as Jianghu was laughing coldly, his face suddenly froze. In his sight, Yichen had only pinched the willow dart with his index and middle fingers of his right hand. Impossible. Even a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to handle my hidden weapons. Staggering on the ground, Jianghu's face was half angry and half frightened. Yichen did not bother to explain. He flicked his hand and threw the willow dart back. I hope you have the antidote with you. With a puff, The willow dart deeply stabbed into Jianghu's arm, and the poison instantly invaded his body. Bastard. I want your whole family dead, my cousin will not let you go. The poison on the willow dart was the 5-step snake poison. Mortal realm warriors would definitely die from it, and even condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to handle it. Seeing that he had been poisoned, Jianghu's face turned pale. He was afraid that the poison would attack his heart before he could detoxify the poison. He quickly took out a bottle of antidote, opened the cork and poured the whole bottle on his wound. Yichen hated it when people humiliated his whole family. He was so angry that he pushed his golden swallow art to its limit. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out, trying to kill Jianghu. At that moment, a cold shout came out. Get back. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jianghu, blocking his way. Yichen could not hold back his power, he threw out a punch. The fierce chi spread out in all directions, the grass and trees were all bent over. Yichen lightly flew back to where he was standing, and looked at the young man in front of Jianghu. The young man was about 18 years old, he had a gloomy face and a sarcastic smile on his face. Li Bu. Jianghu was surprised. Li Bu was one of the top outer disciples, he was at the same level as Zhang Haoren, peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. However, because he had not been able to break through to become an inner disciple for a long time, he had been in closed-door training, hoping to break through before the end of the year. Plus, he did not participate in the Mu Ring Gang competition, otherwise Wu Zongming would not have been able to get the second place. With him here, no matter how powerful Yichen was, he would still be killed. Li Bu, my cousin asked you to protect me. Kill him for me now. Jianghu was seriously injured, and as he spoke, there was a lot of blood coming out of his mouth. Li Bu said calmly, you can't even beat a Mortal Realm Stage 7 warrior, you are a disgrace to your cousin. As for him, don't worry, I will let him know what it feels like to kneel down. Zhang Haoren was known as a genius, so Li Bu could not ignore him. In the future, when he becomes an inner disciple, he would be able to take care of him. Turning around, Li Bu said, little brat, I will give you one chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake and I will let you go. Otherwise you will know what I, Li Bu, am capable of. Chapter 31. I will also give you a chance, leave now. Yichen had only used half of his power, he had not even used his real power yet. Li Bu laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not even try to hide the murderous intent in his laughter. Obviously Yichen had pissed him off. Looks like you won't give up until you die. Kneel down. His laughter was still echoing in the air. Li Bu had already charged towards Yichen. Along the way his blade flashed and the air was cut open. It carried a powerful aura as if it wanted to see blood. Yichen stood where he was without moving, looking like he had been scared out of his wits by the sharp blade light. Seeing this, Li Bu grinned. He was thinking if he should cut off one of Yichen's arms first, or one of his ears, or both. Still want to fight back. Li Bu saw Yichen's right hand on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes looked empty. Chin. In the next second, a bright sword light appeared out of nowhere. It stabbed out at an incredible speed and then went back into its scabbard. Li Bu stood there dumbfounded. He looked down and saw that there was a hole in his left abdomen. The hole went through his back and blood stained his shirt. No way. No way. I was already at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 a year ago. How could I be killed in 1 second? Li Bu's expression was ferocious, but it gave people a feeling of weakness. Yichen said lightly, I won't kill you today, but if you mess with me again, the consequences will not be so simple. Picking up his big leather bag, Yichen turned his back to them. Fresh Wind Town. The Elixir Pavilion. The shopkeeper was shocked as he looked at the beast materials on the counter. It was not that there was something wrong with the materials, but the person who was selling them was too amazing. If it was a Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior who had gotten so many beast materials, he would not be so surprised. But the problem was that the person was only at the early Mortal Realm Stage 7. Red Armored Spider materials, 900 silvers. Earth Cracking Centipede materials, 1,200 silvers. Red Smelting Bird materials, 1,300 silvers. Earth Viper materials, 800 silvers. Tiger Wolf materials, 1,100 silvers, a total of 28,800 silvers. Same old rules, change them all into gold notes. Also, give me a bottle of evil warding potion. The inner core of a monster beast was much more effective than spirit stones alone. Yichen would not waste it. You have a demonic beast core? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. What's the problem? The shopkeeper said, "Can you sell this inner core to the spirit medicine pavilion?" Yi Qin shook his head. "I don't lack money. What I lack is time. What if I use an essence chi pill to exchange with you?" To tell you the truth, our spirit medicine pavilion's pavilion master is currently experimenting with a new kind of medicinal pill, which requires a large amount of monster beast inner cores. An origin chi pill's effect is absolutely not inferior to an inner core that has matured for 3 months. It can also help you save the money needed to buy evil-repelling potions. Yuan chi pellet? Yi Qin froze for a second. This kind of pellet could save a mortal realm warrior 3 months of hard work. Although the inner pellet of a demonic beast was great, it could only save 2 to 3 months of training after using the evil warding potion to get rid of its beast chi. Not to mention that it would save a bottle of evil warding potion that was worth over 10,000 silvers. Okay, I agree to the exchange. Yi Qin nodded. Walking out of the spirit medicine pavilion, Yi Qin walked towards the restaurant. "Young master, please do me a favor. Give my poor daughter some food. I am willing to work like a horse in my next life." At the entrance of the restaurant, there was a middle-aged woman with a little girl. Both of their clothes were tattered and their faces were dirty. The little girl seemed to be extremely hungry. She sucked on her fingers with her mouth and looked hopefully at the customers coming and going. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. They thought they were dirty and didn't even want to look at them. Yi Qin felt sorry for them, so he took out a piece of silver from his money bag and threw it to them. For him, he was not short of money, only big money. Normally, a meal would cost at least 10 to 20 silvers. In terms of living, it could be said that he was quite rich. "Thank you, thank you." The middle-aged woman was so excited that she was speechless. She had brought her poor daughter to the windy town for a few days, and the people who gave her money were mostly ordinary people or some old beggars. Yi Qin waved his hand and walked into the restaurant. The little girl next to the middle-aged woman stared at Yi Qin's back in a daze. There were many things in her eyes that could not be erased. On the second floor, sitting by the window, Yi Qin was still thinking about what had just happened. Compared to the warriors and the rich, the lives of the ordinary people and the poor are way too hard. I can earn hundreds or thousands of silvers just by killing one beast, but they are still struggling to eat 3 meals a day. Who knows how many people have starved to death? Does fate really exist? Only now did Yi Qin feel that he had integrated into this world. He felt the joys and sorrows of this world and the sufferings of all living beings. Before, he had always regarded himself as an outsider, a passerby. Forget it. There are millions of poor people on this true spirit continent. I can't help them all even if I wanted to. I can only promise to help every single one I see. After finishing his meal and leaving the restaurant, the mother and daughter were already gone. They probably went to some steamed bun shop to buy steamed buns. Yi Qin sighed and walked towards the tall windy mountain in the distance. When he returned to the independent courtyard, the sky was already dark, and a bright moon was slowly rising. Yi Qin first took a shower to get rid of the dust on his body, then he sat on the bed with his legs crossed, preparing to refine the Yuan Qi pellet into his own Qi. The Yuan Qi pellet was light yellow in color, and there were fine cloud patterns on its surface, making it slightly transparent. Gulp. After swallowing the Yuan Qi pellet, Yi Qin concentrated his Qi and slowly started to operate the pure Yuan art. Boom. A loud noise seemed to come from his inner world. The Yuan Qi pellet turned into pure Yuan Qi and flowed into all of his meridians, merging with his Qi. 2 whole hours passed. Yi Qin opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed through them. From early mortal realm stage 7 to late mortal realm in one go, I don't think the Yuan Qi pellet has such a big effect. After 3 months of hard work, it was already quite good for him to reach the mid-stage, since his body condition was not that great after all. It was barely above average and could not compete with those martial geniuses at all. His only advantage was his powerful soul power, and his extraordinary comprehensive ability. He could train any martial art to perfection. However, it did not have much to do with his cultivation. At most, he would be able to reach the next level faster, and it would not take him too long to do so. Could it be that the fish meat had changed my body quality, or that my body was extremely lacking in Yuan Qi so it was more efficient and could convert more Qi into Qi? Yi Qin would not think about the things that he could not figure out for the time being. He needed to think about how to train the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell. Different from normal martial arts, body boosting martial arts were usually very hard to train, and it had nothing to do with comprehension ability. It required opportunities and methods or else it would be useless. Of course, it was not that Yi Qin did not have the ability to train it, but the training method of the third spell was a bit weird. It required him to absorb the jade chi from the jade stones and merge it with his body. Chapter 32. After thinking for a while, Yichen opened the box next to his bed and took out a blue jade pendant with dragon patterns. It looked a bit broken. This jade pendant was something Yichen had his eyes on at the pawn shop. At that time he already felt that it was different from the others, but he did not know what was different about it. But now Yichen could see through it with just one look. There was a blue chi circulating inside the jade pendant, and it was constantly repairing the broken parts. Natural blue jade. Yichen shouted in surprise. Jade was divided into innate and acquired. The latter was formed slowly after thousands of years, while the former was formed when a wisp of innate vital energy entered the jade and developed a faint spiritual nature. It often had indescribable hidden benefits for the wearer. However, these two kinds of jade were extremely hard to tell apart. If it were not for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to recognize it. With this natural blue jade, it can save me a lot of time. Just when I am about to doze off, someone sends me a pillow. Yi Chen smiled and held the jade in his hand. Calming himself down, Yi Chen took a deep breath and pushed his pure yuan art to its limit. His pure yuan art flowed into the blue jade through the meridians in his arm. The yuan qi in the blue jade had already merged with the jade qi, forming a special kind of spiritual qi. It was quite thick and sticky, and it was a bit troublesome to absorb it with his pure yuan art. He could only pull out one stream at a time. One stream was fine, he could take it slow. As the spiritual qi entered his body, it did not merge with his qi. Instead, it spread to every part of his body as if his body was a jade body. Next was the most important part. The pure jade body boosting spell flowed through his mind. Yi Chen used his powerful soul power to gather all the scattered spiritual qi and used it to cleanse his body. In the end, he simply merged it with the spiritual qi. Looking closely, one could see that there was a faint jade light on the surface of his skin, but it was so weak that it was almost negligible. 6 days had passed. Yi Chen had finally reached the entry level. His body had merged with 133 streams of spiritual qi. The blue jade's luster was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it had lost its spiritual qi. Once he started the pure jade body boosting spell, the surface of his body immediately shone with a jade-like luster, making him look indestructible. Picking up a fruit knife from the table, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and used 60% of his strength to stab at the less fatal spot on his chest. After all, the fruit knife was no match for a fine steel sword. It broke into two, but there was only a white mark on Yi Chen's skin. Withdrawing the jade qi, Yi Chen's skin became soft again, and the luster of the jade disappeared. It was as delicate as a brocade, full of elasticity, but it didn't lose its explosive power. I'm only at minor success in the third art, and it already has such a defense. I really wonder what the fourth and fifth art will be like. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to cultivate with spirit stones only after he had mastered the third art. However, Yi Chen felt that it was about time. His meridians and physical body could withstand the impact of the spirit stone's yuan qi, so he didn't have to worry about any side effects. The result was just as he expected. The energy within the spirit stones was still boundless and pure, but it was already under his control and could not cause any more waves. With the huge amount of spirit stones yuan qi turned into qi, Yi Chen soon broke through the mortal realm stage 7 and reached the early stage 8. Looking at the low-rank spirit stone in his hand, Yi Chen thought to himself, a low-rank spirit stone is enough for an early condensing reality realm warrior to use for 5 days, and I am only a mortal realm stage 8 warrior, so I should be able to use it for 10 days, maybe even more. That deceased senior left me a huge fortune. The Martial Plaza, the place where the Sky Cloud Martial School Disciples competitions were held. Today was not an important day and there were no competitions, but there were a lot of people gathered here from all directions. Most of them were outer disciples and there were a few dozen inner disciples. Huang Bingwen, don't underestimate Zhang Haoren. He is called a genius, so he must have some skills. Brother Cui is right, cross-realm challenges are nothing new in the Windy Nation. Don't fail miserably and embarrass us inner disciples. 3 inner disciples were walking side by side, 2 of them were talking to each other. Huang Bingwen, who was dressed in yellow, proudly said, "Of course I won't underestimate him. I gave him 2 months because I was about to break through to the 5th layer of the Heart Sutra. You should know that the gap between each layer of the Heart Sutra is very big. That way I would have more confidence." It had been 2 months since the incident at the Pavilion of Martial Arts. Huang Bingwen did not forget about the bet with Zhang Haoren, and he also wanted to try out the power of the 5th level of the Heart Sutra. The 5th level of the Heart Sutra, you hit it so well. Zhang Haoren won't be able to do anything now. Oh right, I heard that you also made a bet with another outer disciple. It is also today. Huang Bingwen said with disdain. Him? He is only at the late mortal realm stage 6, I can kill him with one finger. Late mortal realm stage 6? You're overestimating your own capabilities. Hee, this year's outer disciples are all itching for a beating, I can't help but teach them a lesson. Huang Bingwen was the star of today's show. As he arrived, everyone's eyes were on him, making him feel like he had never felt before. Standing on the stage, Huang Bingwen shouted, Zhang Haoren, come up and die. Below the stage, Zhang Haoren, who was wearing a blue shirt, sneered, Huang Bingwen, if you want to die you don't have to rush. You should take care of that stupid outer disciple first. He had already known about his cousin being badly wounded, but he was not in a hurry to take revenge. For him, letting Yi Qin be stepped on by Huang Bingwen in front of everyone would not be a bad idea. There was no need to dirty his own hands. If he fought with Huang Bingwen first, then Huang Bingwen would definitely lose and he would not be able to see that scene. Alright, I only need one move to take care of him, he can't run away anyways. Huang Bingwen did not care about such a small thing, he looked around trying to find Yi Qin. In the crowd, Wu Zhongming said worriedly, Yi Qin, although you have reached the late mortal realm stage 9, your opponent has been at the early condensing reality realm for a long time, his martial skills are all more powerful than yours, it will be very hard for you to win. Just try not to lose too badly. In the history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was rare for an outer disciple to defeat an inner disciple, and all of those outer disciples were extremely talented. Although Yi Qin was quite talented, it would be very difficult for him to compete with Huang Bingwen, almost impossible. Yi Qin smiled lightly, I know what I'm doing. Pushing through the crowd, Yi Qin walked towards the battling stage. He shouted, Stop looking, I'm here. Huang Bingwen's eyes were fixed on Yi Qin. He laughed evilly, Looks like you have been here for a long time, why did you only come out now? With a jump, Yi Qin landed on the huge battling stage. To be honest, it was a mistake for you not to fight with Zhang Haoren first, because you won't have the chance anymore. Huang Bingwen raised his eyebrows, What a boast, I will let you know what it feels like to be stepped on soon. An outer disciple, he did not even care about him. Chapter 33. This brat is looking for death, do you guys know him? I know him, his name is Yi Qin. Half a year ago he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 4. Even I can't see through him now, no wonder he is so confident. No matter how fast he improves, it doesn't matter. Although brother Huang Bingwen is ranked in the top 300, he is still an early condensing reality realm warrior. Us outer disciples are no match for him at all. That's true, Yi Qin is going to be unlucky. The outer disciples were all talking about it, while the inner disciples were just watching coldly. Brat, go to hell. On the stage, Huang Bingwen didn't even prepare his power, he just took a big step forward and grabbed Yi Qin's head with his claw. The black claw light made a swishing sound. Demon finishing claw. Yi Qin recognized his opponent's martial skill, it was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill. With one attack it could even break a steel plate. The power of the claw could penetrate through the Jin Qi of a warrior of the same level. Yi Qin lightly touched the ground and flew backwards, dodging the claw light. Huang Bingwen had a strange look in his eyes, he yelled, Trying to dodge? Skynet attack. Early condensing reality realm warriors could already release their Jin Qi and kill people from a distance. Huang Bingwen waved his hands in the air, and a dark ghost claw made of Jin Qi shot out. Releasing Jin Qi? Indeed troublesome. When fighting against a condensing reality realm warrior, the mortal realm warrior was not only weaker in many aspects, but also couldn't attack from a distance. At most, he could send out a palm wind mixed with Qi from 3 to 4 meters away, which was not very powerful. But condensing reality realm warriors were different, they could kill people from 10 meters away. Some of their martial skills even needed a certain distance to be effective. Pushing the golden swallow art to its limit, Yi Qin's body flashed, leaving a shadow on the ground. He dodged the claw light and attacked Huang Bingwen. You are looking for death, I was waiting for you. Huang Bingwen did not expect Yi Qin to be so fast, but he was not worried at all. With a backhand claw he tore at Yi Qin. On the way, Yi Chen lowered his body and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. His sharp eyes stared at Huang Bingwen. 10 steps. 7 steps. 5 steps. A sword light that was as twisted as water instantly attacked, and like a loach, it pierced through the gaps of the claw shadows. Flowing clouds and flowing water, 7th move, seeking gap. The simpler the move, the more effective it was because it had no flaws at all. Before the sword arrived, Huang Bingwen's chest already had a reaction. It was cold and numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. However, he was an early condensing reality realm warrior after all. He had been in the martial world for quite a while, and had experienced quite a few battles. After the initial shock, he let out an angry roar, mysterious heavy aura. Buzz. The air vibrated. Looking at it with naked eyes, the space 3 feet around Huang Bingwen's body seemed to have been twisted. The sword light flew past him without leaving any damage. It is the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. A few of the inner disciples frowned, and looked at Huang Bingwen in a different light. Yi Chen frowned and quickly backed out. Huang Bingwen said confidently, "In front of my mysterious heavy aura, all your attacks will be useless. But my attacks will be able to affect your balance." Not necessarily. Yi Chen thought to himself. This time I will beat you with one attack. Huang Bingwen's face did not look good. He had planned to beat Yi Chen with one attack, and then teach Zhang Haoren a lesson. But he did not expect Yi Chen to be so hard to deal with. Yi Chen's movement was so fast that it was impossible to track him down. Even after a few attacks, he still could not touch Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword art looked simple, but it forced him to use all of his power to activate the 5th level of the mysterious heavy art. Swimming dragon step. Extending his body, Huang Bingwen strode forward. With a few steps, he was like a soaring divine dragon as he charged toward Yi Chen. Huang Bingwen has even used the mysterious heavy aura and the swimming dragon step. Is this Yi Chen really that powerful? Many of the inner disciples had never fought with Yi Chen before, so they did not know what was going on. I can see that this Yi Chen is definitely a sword genius. An inner disciple said slowly with a serious face. What do you mean? I have seen senior sister Zhu Mei fight with other core disciples before. She also used the flying cloud sword art. Although it is not that powerful, it is very hard to defend against. You think too highly of him. How can he be compared with senior sister? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Only some powerful inner disciples or core disciples would be able to see it. No matter what, this Yi Chen is now famous. Facing Huang Bingwen, who was rushing towards him, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. As he moved his feet, he used the 9th movement of the flying cloud sword art, moving night. The night light was like water, and the sword light was everywhere. Huang Bingwen's eyes were dazzled. He never knew that the flying cloud sword art was this powerful. However, it was not enough to make him back off. His left hand formed into a claw, and his right hand formed a fist. He threw out a punch at the same time. Demon slaughtering wind claw, crazy fist. The sword and the claw clashed, and a cracking sound was heard. Yi Chen suddenly left the ground and flew back a little. He then made a fist with his left hand covered in a faint golden light, and clashed with Huang Bingwen's right fist. Boom. 2 different forces pressed against each other, and eventually exploded, causing waves of air to ripple. Right at that moment, Yi Chen floated backward in order to get rid of some of the power. Right then, as soon as his feet landed on the ground, his aura changed drastically. It was like a collapsing mountain as he shot out a sword attack towards Huang Bingwen. Not good. Huang Bingwen was caught unprepared. He increased his heavy chi field to its limit, and tilted his head at the same time. Swoosh. The tip of the sword was twisted by the chi field, and brushed past Huang Bingwen's cheek, bringing up a stream of blood. Infinite King Kong. Yi Chen yelled. His left fist shone with a golden light as if it was made of gold. He took the opportunity and punched towards Huang Bingwen, making an air-piercing sound. Huang Bingwen's eyes were wide open and he screamed, "Brat, I want you dead." The first one to fly out was Huang Bingwen. His heavy chi field had been broken, and his chest had been punched by Yi Chen. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, along with the sound of his ribs breaking. Yi Chen was also sent flying. Huang Bingwen was still able to use his fist power after being punched, and it landed on Yi Chen's left chest. However, Yi Chen had already started the pure jade body boosting spell. This fist power only made his chi and chi flow not smooth and made his chi boil, but it had no effect at all. Yi Chen won. He is so powerful. Under the stage everyone was shocked. They looked at Huang Bingwen who had been defeated and Yi Chen who was still standing in disbelief. Zhang Haoren sneered. He was indeed surprised. 2 months ago Yi Chen, who he did not take seriously, had now gained the power to beat an inner disciple. But in his eyes Huang Bingwen was nothing because he was also a condensing reality realm warrior now, and his power had increased by more than 1-fold. Yi Chen, do you dare to take 3 punches from me? Zhang Haoren did not seem to have moved, but he had already landed on the stage, completely ignoring the distance between them. Chapter 34. Zhang Haoren did not try to hide his Zhen Qi. All of the inner disciples could feel the vibration of his Zhen Qi. Some of them were surprised. It's Zhen Qi, he has reached the condensing reality realm. Another genius has been born. With his natural talent, I'm afraid he'll be able to surpass us very soon. Although Zhang Haoren was a rare genius, the inner disciples did not take him seriously. After all, most of the geniuses could train very fast, but when it came to breaking through to the next level, they were not even as good as some of the disciples. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level would be taken seriously. Sai, looks like we have to work even harder. Being surpassed by others is not a good feeling, and there are still a bunch of people above us. That's true, let's not think about the core disciples for now, but there are a few freaks among the inner disciples. They have trained their top-rank mortal realm arts to the peak of the 7th stage. How can they let others live? The higher the rank of the art, the harder it is to improve. Even if I was given a low-rank earth realm art, I would not be able to train it. While the inner disciples were still discussing, Wu Zongming walked onto the stage. Zhang Haoren, you are not the only one who has reached the condensing reality realm. Whoosh, a stream of pure qi spread out from Wu Zongming's body. The dust on the stage was blown away. Wu Zongming had also reached the condensing reality realm. A lot of people were interested. Zhang Haoren sneered, you were not my opponent when you were at the mortal realm. You are definitely not my opponent now. Wu Zongming said, let's see what you have got. Yi Chen, you go down first. Actually, he did not have any confidence in fighting against Zhang Haoren. The reason why he stood out was to let Yi Chen recover his qi. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He said to Zhang Haoren, you want to exchange 3 punches with me? I know you've consumed a lot of your inner qi. If we really fight, you'll be at a disadvantage. Now, as long as you can take 3 of my punches without being defeated, you win. What do you think? Zhang Haoren stood with his hands behind his back. His green robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Wu Zongming quickly said, Yi Chen, don't agree. You're good at swordsmanship, but he's good at kung fu. Then he turned to Zhang Haoren and shouted, Zhang Haoren, you can't be so shameless. Zhang Haoren said lightly, did I say that he wouldn't use a sword? I promise you. It's time to resolve the conflict between us. Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly calmed his boiling blood. All right then. Wu Zongming knew that it was none of his business, so he quickly landed off the stage. On the stage, looking at Zhang Haoren, who seemed to have a card up his sleeve, Yi Chen remembered what had happened in the reception hall a month ago. One of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang, had fought against the 2nd core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Luo Hanshan, with 3 punches. Now, he also had the chance to fight against someone with 3 punches. Although both of them were far weaker than the previous 2, it was still enough to make people's blood boil and feel proud. Let's start. Yi Chen did not seem to want to take out his sword, he just put his hands together. Zhang Haoren sneered and said disdainfully, if I don't take out my sword, you won't even be able to take 2 of my moves. Do you think I'm as easy to deal with as that useless Huang Bingwen? To be honest, when I fought against Huang Bingwen, I didn't even use my full power. Yi Chen smiled lightly. What? He is only at Mortal Realm Stage 9, and he didn't even use his full power when fighting against Huang Bingwen? Is he just trying to be mysterious or is he just bluffing? Suddenly, the crowd of disciples started to chatter. In the crowd, Huang Bingwen's face turned pale when he heard what Yi Chen said. He said angrily, this is ridiculous. If I didn't look down on him, this wouldn't have happened. The inner disciple next to him sighed and said, Huang Bingwen, no matter if you admit it or not, a loss is a loss, there is nothing to say. I just can't take it anymore. Huang Bingwen clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Haoren laughed out loud. All right, take my first attack, Ice Snow Universe. When he was still at stage 10 of Qi, Zhang Haoran's soaking cold palm was already extremely powerful. Now that he had reached the condensing reality realm, he was able to summon a blizzard as soon as he attacked. The entire stage was covered in layers of frost, and the frost was quickly spreading towards Yi Chen's direction. Along the way, the blizzard intertwined and moved towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen clenched his right fist, which made a metal clashing sound, and threw out a punch without any hesitation. The blizzard covered both of their figures, making it hard for the naked eye to see them clearly. Even some of the inner disciples were shocked by the power of the battle, not to mention Huang Bingwen, who had just lost to Yi Chen. How is this possible? This is only a high-rank mortal realm martial skill. Why is it so powerful in Zhang Haoran's hands? Huang Bingwen looked like he had just been shocked. Of course, Zhang Haoran did not hear Huang Bingwen's words, and even if he did, he would not care. The difference between a genius and a mediocre person was something that he would never understand. In the blizzard, Yi Chen's eyes could not see, nor could his ears hear, but with his super-sensitive senses, he could clearly see Zhang Haoran's movements and expressions, without missing a single detail. Go to hell. Zhang Haoran threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen's chest. Not necessarily. Yi Chen waited patiently and threw out a punch. Boom. The blizzard exploded, Yi Chen's fist and Zhang Haoran's palm collided. Both of them did not want to give way and stood there motionlessly. Facing this situation, Zhang Haoran grinned. He turned his left palm into a fist, and threw out a lightning-fast punch towards Yi Chen's chest. But to his surprise, he did not know when he had also been hit, and it was also on his chest. The crowd only heard two clashing sounds, and the two people on the stage were both blown back, their bodies staggering. Ah! My iron cloak art has already reached the highest level. You can never hurt me. Zhang Haoran patted his chest, looking like he did not care. The clothes on Yi Chen's chest had already been shattered. He looked down, and saw that his strong muscles had a jade-like luster, and was covered with a layer of frost. With a shake of his qi, the frost was quickly shattered and fell off like crystal dust. Raising his head, Yi Chen said, "You did not hurt me either." This time, Zhang Haoran's face looked terrible. "I did not expect you to have trained a body-strengthening art as well. I have underestimated you. But with this punch, you will definitely lose." Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. Compared to a few months ago, Zhang Haoran's mastery of the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist had become much more proficient. Boundless blue qi gathered around his palms, letting out waves of tiger roars. Soon after, a gorgeous light tail was drawn out as it charged towards Yi Chen, like a flying dragon soaring into the sky. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen pulled his right fist back and roared in his heart, "My current strength is more than 10,000 pounds. I can even kill an elephant. Today I will let you be the first person to experience it." Swoosh. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's fist was more powerful than any weapon, instantly tearing the air apart, and a thin layer of qi was squeezed out in front of his fist, continuously tightening. The two fists collided, and Zhang Haoran flew out in fear, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 35. Standing in the middle of the battling platform, Yi Chen's body was like an unsheathed sharp sword. This guy is really scary. If beating Huang Bingwen proved how powerful he is, then beating the genius Zhang Haoran only proves that he is a freak. That's right, it's not scary for a genius to challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him. What's scary is that the one who is defeated is also a genius, just like when someone challenged the head disciple. That's impossible. Among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, no one can challenge the head disciple. I'm just giving an example. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, Zhang Haoran held his broken right arm with his left hand and raised his head. His lips were covered in blood and slid down to his chin. He said viciously, "No one can beat me, Zhang Haoran, not even you. Yi Chen, wait for me. You have to become an inner disciple in 5 months, then I will challenge you again." Everyone shook their heads. Yi Chen could already beat you when he was only at the mortal realm stage 9. When he becomes an inner disciple, would you still have a chance? Yi Chen admired Zhang Haoran a little. Although he was arrogant and thought that no one could compete with him, his fighting spirit was amazing. He never knew when to retreat. Huang Bingwen, on the other hand, was much worse. Once he lost, he would hide in the crowd. Maybe he was planning something bad behind the scenes. With this kind of personality, it would be hard for him to achieve anything great. "Alright, I will give you a chance to challenge me, and in 5 months I will definitely become an inner disciple." Facing someone with fighting spirit, Yi Chen did not say anything sarcastic. Standing up unsteadily, Zhang Haoren looked deeply at Yi Chen. You are very powerful. I Zhang Haoren did not feel bad losing to you. But if you want me to submit to you, that is impossible. After saying that, he walked off the stage with determination. Wow, such a proud character, not bad. The battling platform was surrounded by stands for the audience. They went up step by step until they reached a height of 6 meters. On the edge of the stage, a young man in green was waving a fan in his hand, looking relaxed. On the side, the young man with the iron sword in his arms said lightly, reaching the condensing reality realm at the age of 13, he should be in the top 5 of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the past 10 years. The green-clothed youth nodded. When he grows up, he will be our opponent. As for the other one, I'm very curious as to why he has such great strength. Even the core disciple Su Jing can't compare to him. He is nothing to worry about. After reaching the condensing reality realm, physical strength will no longer be able to determine the outcome of a battle. But his defense is a bit tricky and I have never seen it before. Everyone has their own secrets. Didn't you also obtain a sword art in the Ghost Weeping Forest? The green-clothed youth smiled and said, let's go. We're too relaxed. The sword-wielding youth nodded and left the martial arts square with the green-robed youth. If someone saw these two, they would definitely recognize them. The sword-wielding youth was one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. His name was Li Kuang. His sword art could even make ghosts worry, and he was known as the Ghost Sword in the northern part of the Windy Nation. The green-clothed youth was called Pei Shaoqing, and he was ranked even higher than Li Kuang. Although he was young, he had a friendly attitude. The two had just returned from a school mission. They saw a lot of people on the martial arts square, so they came to have a look. They didn't come to watch the battle. On the way back, Wu Zongming looked at Yi Chen strangely. Yi Chen, you've improved so much. You've left me far behind. Yi Chen couldn't explain what had happened to him, so he said, improved a lot? I don't feel anything. Think about it, when you were in the Mu Ring gang, you were only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. Now you are at Mortal Realm Stage 9, and not just any ordinary Mortal Realm Stage 9. When you reach the condensing reality realm, who knows what kind of monster you will become. Maybe I've been enlightened all of a sudden. Hearing this, Wu Zongming nodded unexpectedly. You're right. Some people are mediocre in the beginning but suddenly rise in the middle. You might be one of them. Yi Chen was speechless. As the days passed, Yi Chen was not as high profile as everyone thought he would be. Instead, he stayed in his house all day. Even when he went out, he would go to his training spot, the cliff. During this time, Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming had officially become inner disciples. Every inner disciple had a special tag on their waist. On the back of the tag was their name. With it, they could freely enter and exit the martial skill pavilion, read the top-rank Mortal Realm manuals, accept missions from the school, travel around the martial world, and build their own business and reputation. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years of the Sky Cloud Martial School, countless inner disciples had died. Some were ambushed by the Jianghu, some were killed by the martial artists of the underworld, some were killed by the disciples of other martial schools, and some had completely disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Even so, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not take any measures to reduce the number of inner disciples who died. To them, no matter how beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse were, they would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Only by letting them travel the martial world would they be able to grow up and build a solid foundation for the future. However, Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming did not need to do any missions for now. Within half a year of becoming an inner disciple, the leaders allowed them to focus on training their martial arts. After half a year, they would be able to use the martial world as a grindstone to train their willpower and martial arts talent. While everyone was working hard, Yi Chen worked even harder. Every day, besides training the third spell of the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell, he would train with the Soul Stones. After Yi Chen had absorbed all the Qi from the Blue Jade, he did not need to absorb the Jade Qi anymore. What he needed to do was to master the martial art, which made every inch of his body have a connection with each other. Once this connection was established, his defense would be flawless, and he would not have any weaknesses. Without a doubt, the meat of the strange fish had helped Yi Chen a lot. Otherwise, he would not be able to train the third spell of the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell to this level in such a short time. Even early condensing reality realm warriors would not be able to hurt him. Seeing that he was about to finish the meat of the strange fish, Yi Chen's strength had stopped at 12,000 pounds. Towards the end, Every increase of 10 pounds of strength would be 10 times more difficult than before. It was almost the limit of his body. If he wanted to continue to increase his strength, he would have to make a breakthrough. At night, a bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone through the window, making the room look hazy. Outside the window, the shadows of the trees stuck to the ground, which added a sense of serenity to the room. Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a soul stone in each of his hands. Originally, Yichen did not dare to train with 2 soul stones. Although it would double the speed of increasing his qi, the huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones would break his meridians and turn him into a useless person. However, since his body condition had been greatly improved, and the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell was almost completed, using 1 soul stone to train was already a piece of cake. Using 2 soul stones at the same time was just right. As the huge amount of yuan qi from the soul stones turned into qi, the qi whirlpool in Yichen's dantian kept expanding, and finally filled up his dantian. Fortunately, the pure jade body boosting spell could strengthen his dantian, and the meat of the strange fish had also strengthened his dantian. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to have problems. The qi whirlpool suddenly shrunk by 30%, and became the same size as before. Yichen opened his eyes and slowly let out a breath. Finally, the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. The condensing reality realm is even harder than I thought. In order to reach the condensing reality realm, one had to liquefy the qi into Zhen qi, which was a very difficult process. The further one advanced, the harder it would be to compress the qi, and there might even be a rebound effect. Compared to other people, Yichen's breakthrough was already much easier. The pure yuan art was famous for its purity, and it was easy to control. However, when it was time to break through to the condensing reality realm, Yichen would not be able to continue refining the yuan qi from the soul stones. No matter how pure the yuan qi was, it would still take some time to merge with the qi inside the body, which would have a huge side effect on reaching the condensing reality realm. Standing up and walking to the window, Yichen looked out at the night sky and said to himself, "The Yi family meeting will start in half a month, it's time to go home." Chapter 36. The distance from the Sky Cloud Martial School to the Maple Leaf City where the Yi family lived was about 12,000 miles. Even with a 1,000 miles horse, it would take 12 days to get there. If there were any delays in the middle, half a month would be just enough. However, this world was different from the world where Yichen came from. 1,000 miles horse was nothing. The fastest horse in the Windy Nation was the Ghost-Eye Jade Lion, which had the bloodline of a demonic beast. It could run 3,300 miles a day. It was produced in the Devil Grassland in the east of the Windy Nation. It was extremely hard to catch and tame. Even the most common one could be sold for 100,000 gold. Although warriors could make a lot of money, only a few could afford a Ghost-Eye Jade Lion. The reason was that warriors spent money like water. For example, Yichen could earn 10,000 or 20,000 in 4 to 5 days. However, after he bought the pellets, he would not have much left. Especially the higher the level of the pellets, the more expensive it would be. It could even be more expensive than a Ghost-Eye Jade Lion. After asking for 1.5 months leave from the outer master, Yichen hurriedly started his journey back. He was riding a Cyan Mane horse, which could run 1,200 miles a day, which was worth 5,000 silver. As for the dark brown horse, which could run 2,000 miles a day, it was not that he could not afford it, but he could not control it at that time. Hiya! At the foot of the mountain, Yichen squeezed the horse's belly with both of his legs and sped away. After the Windy Town was the closest city to the Sky Cloud Martial School, the Windy City. Walking out from the south gate of the Windy City, Yichen's vision suddenly widened. The sky was blue, the clouds were pure white, the wind was wild, and the land was flat. Everything was presented in front of Yichen's eyes. Riding on the horse at lightning speed, Yichen had an urge to roar into the sky. He had never thought that one day he would be able to be like the martial artists in the martial arts novels, traveling in the martial world alone with a sword, although he was not really traveling in the martial world yet. Tat 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 tat. Nearby, a few martial artists rode over. "Little brother, let's go to the Silent Hills to hunt some demonic beasts, how about you join us?" Yichen had no intention of slowing down his horse. He turned his head and said, "I'm sorry, I still have something to do." What could be more important than making money? You should know that with our strength, killing a third-level demonic beast is nothing difficult for us. The leading guest of the Jianghu wore a bamboo hat and had a scar on his face. He was still trying to persuade them patiently. Yi Qin sneered, "Sorry, I will take my leave now. Go." With a shake of the reins, the Cyan Mane horse's speed reached its limit. This brat is too cunning. I won't be able to scheme against him." Scar-faced man's expression was cold. "Boss, why didn't you stop him just now? He's riding a cyan bristled horse, so he must be very rich. If we did this, it would be enough for us to enjoy ourselves for half a month." "Yeah. Judging from his appearance, he should be a young master of some family." The scar-faced man reprimanded, "What do you know? This brat's eyes are sharp, and he has a murderous aura about him. He's definitely not a good person. Be careful not to fail miserably." After saying that, his tone changed. "It's almost the end of the year. All the disciples of the small sects within 1,000 miles have returned home. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't take your life as a joke." "That's right. Boss, you have great foresight." "All right, let's go." The group turned their horses around and headed back to the Windy City. Far away from them, Yi Qin sneered. These people must have thought of him as one of those arrogant martial artists who had never traveled the martial world. Once he agreed to go to the Silent Hills with them, he would definitely show his true colors as a robber and kill them for their treasures. Unfortunately, even though Yi Qin had never traveled the martial world, he had a lot of experience. It was all thanks to the dozens of Wuxia novels he had read during his high school and university. Tens of thousands of miles away, a young man was also riding a Cyan Mane horse, running as fast as lightning. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying a great blade on his back. He had a handsome face and looked a bit similar to Yi Qin. "The Purple Sun Martial School is right in front of me. I said I would meet up with my big brother. I wonder if he is waiting for me there." The young man looked into the distance. A majestic mountain was standing there. It was faintly glowing with a light purple color. It looked majestic, and purple chi was coming from the east. After a while, the young man arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Yitang, you are here." There were a lot of Purple Sun Martial School disciples at the foot of the mountain. They were all wearing purple robes with a fire sun embroidered on the back. One of them, a young man with big eyes and bushy eyebrows, said. The handsome young man rode his horse and walked over. "Big brother, your Purple Sun Martial School is not bad. It is not like the North Snow Martial Academy where it snows all year round." The bushy-eyebrowed young man was the eldest son of Yi Chen's eldest uncle. His name was Yi Feng, and the handsome young man was his younger brother Yi Tang. One of them had entered the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School, and the other had entered the rank 7 North Snow Martial Academy. Both of them were much more talented than Yi Chen. Yi Feng said, "I would like to go to the North Snow Martial Academy, but I am not talented enough. Don't be too greedy." Yi Tang smiled and looked at Yi Feng carefully. "Big brother, you have reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9. Not bad." Reaching the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 9 from early Mortal Realm Stage 4 in 3 years was already considered above average. The martial school would also pay attention to such a person. "How can I be compared to you? You should be at Mortal Realm Stage 10 now." Yi Feng could not see through Yi Tang, or rather he had never seen through him. Yi Tang said with a bit of pride, "I barely reached the condensing reality realm, my Zhen Qi is not stable yet." "You have reached the condensing reality realm?" Yi Feng was shocked. Although the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 was only one step away from the condensing reality realm, it was extremely difficult to cross the threshold. Many disciples with above-average talent had to spend more than half a year to cross the threshold and officially become an inner disciple. There was no need to show off in front of his brother, so Yi Tang changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of the family meeting, I wonder how that trash Yi Qin is doing. Don't tell me he has not reached Mortal Realm Stage 7 yet? It is so embarrassing to be in the same family as him." Yi Feng put away his jealousy and chuckled. "The more you train, the harder it is to improve. I think he might not even reach late Mortal Realm Stage 6. Let's go back and teach him a lesson, let him know how useless he is." Now that I think about it, I miss those days. There were people waiting on me every day and I could bully Yi Chen when I was unhappy. But he was quite stubborn, he never told his parents. What's the use of telling them? Our father is an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He is not afraid of Yi Chen's father, although he is the leader of the Yi family. "Oh right, is father coming home this year?" Yi Feng nodded. "Father said he would be a few days late, so we should go back first." "I see. Then let's go back first. I think that trash Yi Chen should be leaving the Sky Cloud Martial School soon. And Yi Xian, I wonder what level she has reached?" If there was one disciple in the Yi family that Yi Tang valued, it would be Yi Xian. When he was at mid-mortal realm stage 5, she was at late mortal realm stage 5, which made him depressed for a while. But now that 3 years had passed, he should be ahead of her. Yi Feng no longer expected to surpass Yi Tang, not to mention that Yi Xian was his own brother. In the future, when Yi Tang became successful, he would be proud as well. In the true spirit continent, there are very few women who can become powerful warriors. Maybe her cultivation is just at the same level as mine. Yi Tang thought it was reasonable. Let's go. Alright. The two rode their horses and left. Chapter 37. Qingyuan River, the biggest river in Luo City. It was 2,700 miles long, the widest part was 12 miles, and the narrowest part was only 2 to 3 miles. Wooden boats were crossing the river, scattered all over the place. Yichen stood at the front of the boat with his horse, looking into the distance. There was a magnificent city, square in shape, with a tall tower in the center, which could be seen clearly from miles away. Young warrior, are you going home to visit your family? The boatman who was paddling saw Yichen wearing a blue robe with a great sword on his waist. No matter how the boat moved, he could not move at all, so he couldn't help but ask. Yichen nodded. I haven't been home for 3 years. During the last 2 family meetings, Yichen did not go back because even if he did, it would still be embarrassing. But this time was different. Even if the family did not send an announcement, he would still go back and take back his dignity. Going back is a must. Nothing is better than home. The boatman seemed to think of his wife at home. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he did not feel tired anymore. Yichen was actually a bit conflicted. Going home meant seeing his parents. Although he had merged with Yichen's soul from this world and accepted all of his feelings, he was still the one controlling the body. In other words, Yichen's consciousness had disappeared, and he was still himself in the 21st century. When the boat reached the shore, Yichen threw a whole piece of silver to the boatman. Young warrior, there is no need for this much. The boatman was dazed for a second, then he said honestly. Yichen waved his hand, jumped on his horse and rushed towards Luo City. Looking at Yichen's back, the boatman was both envious and happy. He envied the warrior's generosity, never having to worry about money, and he was happy that 10 silvers would be able to buy a couple of beautiful clothes for his wife, and there would still be more than half left. He thought she would be very happy. Luo City. After showing the Yi family's disciple badge to the guards, Yichen rode his horse and flew into the city. The Yi family was located in the south of Luo City, covering 1,000 acres of land. In front of the gate, there was a pair of stone lions that were as tall as 2 people. The red gate was decorated with shiny copper nails and rings, and the guards at the gate were all dressed in bright clothes. They were obviously mortal realm warriors. Young Master Chen has returned. Hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, the servants looked over. When they saw the young man dressed in blue, their eyes lit up and they called out loudly. Young Master Chen, I'll take the reins. A servant hurriedly ran over to take the reins. After getting off the horse, Yichen asked, Are my parents home? The servant said, Master and mistress are both here, I've already sent someone to inform them. Alright, I'll go pay my respects to them right away. After passing through the entrance, Yichen was led by a servant to the entrance of the main hall. Taking a deep breath, Yichen stepped inside. The main hall was spacious, and inside stood a man and a woman. The man was about 40 years old, his face was pale and beardless and his body was tall. Just by standing there, he emitted an indescribable sense of majesty, making people unable to look at him directly. The woman looked like she was in her 30s, she was extremely beautiful, graceful, and had a pair of bright eyes just like Yichen's, and her body was just like a young girl's. These two were Yichen's father Yi Tianhao and his mother, Shen Yuqing. Father, mother. At this moment, Yichen naturally bowed down, as if there was an invisible force controlling him. Shen Yuqing's face was filled with excitement. She walked over and helped him up. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yi Tianhao smiled and nodded. He was about to say something, but suddenly he was surprised. Chenair, you've reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Is it true? Shen Yuqing was so excited to see her son that she didn't notice anything. Looking at Yi Chen's qi again, it was so pure and powerful that it was only one step away from condensing Jin qi. If it wasn't the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, then what else could it be? Chenair, what's going on? Normally Shen Yuqing should be very happy, very happy. As an outer elder of the Rudra martial school, an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and her husband was the leader of the Yi family. She would never want her children to be weaker than others and be called trash by others. But now that her son had suddenly become a genius, she didn't know what to do. Although Yi Qianhao didn't say anything, his eyes had revealed what he was thinking. Yi Qian had already thought of what to say. He cleared his throat and said, "I don't know what happened. I suddenly realized that training is very easy, just like eating and drinking." The more complicated a lie was, the easier it was to be exposed. Yi Qian knew this. Suddenly realized? Yi Qianhao didn't understand. Shen Yuqing thought for a while, then said to her husband, "It's not like this hasn't happened before. There was a disciple in our Rudra martial school. He was just an ordinary disciple when he first joined the school, but after 1 or 2 years he unexpectedly became smarter. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation and is now a core disciple. So, our Chiner is also a genius." Yi Tianhao didn't care about the Rudra martial school disciple. He only cared about his son. Shen Yuqing said, "To be exact, he is an acquired genius. No matter if he is an acquired genius or an innate genius, he is still a genius. Aha, my Chiner is a genius. I am so happy." Yi Tianhao laughed out loud. He was in high spirits. Seeing his parents so happy, Yi Qian said seriously, "Don't worry, from now on Yi Qian will not be weaker than anyone else." Of course, in just 3 years he went from early mortal realm stage 2 to peak mortal realm stage 10. Who dares to say that my son is weaker than anyone else? Shen Yuqing gently pushed Yi Tianhao. "I know you are happy, but Chiner came back in a hurry. Let him rest first. We will talk after dinner." "You are right, Chiner, your yard is ready. Go take a bath to get rid of your fatigue. Then I will leave now." Leaving the hall, Yi Qian followed his memory and went back to his yard. "Hello, young master." A girl in green was already waiting for him in the yard. Yi Qian smiled. "Cui Er, long time no see, you have grown up." Cui Er blushed. "Young master, you have grown up too." "Ihi, you are right, is the bath water ready?" Cui Er saw that Yi Qian was still so approachable. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "It is ready, young master, this way please." In the bathroom, white steam filled the air. After letting Cui Er go out, Yi Qian took off his clothes and jumped into the tub naked. So comfortable. Moaning, Yi Qian lied down and closed his eyes. The situation was smoother than he had imagined. The most important thing was that he did not feel unfamiliar with Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing, as if they were his parents. Thinking of this, Yi Qian was deeply moved. In the 21st century he did not know who his parents were. He was picked up from an orphanage, then went to primary school, middle school, university just like everyone else. There was nothing special about him. He did not expect that after coming to this world he would also have his own parents. This kind of blood is thicker than water. It made him feel nostalgic. Chapter 38. The dinner was very rich, but of course it was not about eating. "Chin, why didn't you go to the South Rudra Martial School? If you were there, your mother would have been able to take care of you." Shen Yuqing was an outer master of the South Rudra Martial School. Although he did not have as much power as an inner master, he could go back home often. Plus, the South Rudra Martial School was not far from Luo City, only 2 or 3 days away. Yi Qian said, "I just wanted to live alone. Isn't it nice now?" Shen Yuqing sighed. "You are right. If you went to the South Rudra Martial School, you might not be able to achieve what you have now. I almost ruined you." Yi Tianhao took a sip of wine and laughed. "Do you have any hope of reaching the condensing reality realm? The Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition will start in a few months. Probably at the end of this month." So confident. Shen Yuqing put down his chopsticks. Yi Qian explained, "I have already condensed a little bit of Zhen Qi in my body. Plus I am training the pure Yuan art. I have already reached the peak of the 5th stage." Gasp. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing gasped. Many of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation had repeated mortal realm martial arts. The South Rudra Martial School also had the pure Yuan art. However, only a few people could reach the 5th stage of the pure Yuan art when they were still in the mortal realm, not to mention the peak of the 5th stage. With a bitter smile, Shen Yuqing said, "Back in the day when I was still an outer disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, I was also training the pure Yuan art, but I could only reach the peak of the 4th stage. I did not expect that my son would be even more successful than me." Yi Tianhao nodded. He finally understood how talented Yi Qian was. At least in terms of martial arts training, he was as talented as most of the other geniuses. "Alright, I have some bad news for you. Yi Tang and Yi Xian have already reached the condensing reality realm. Shen Yuqing said seriously. She didn't want to say it at first because she didn't want to hurt Yi Chen's enthusiasm. However, it was better to say it out loud so that he wouldn't have to bear a bigger contrast. Yi Chen nodded. I know about Yi Xian breaking through to the condensing reality realm, but there is one more thing you don't know. Ji Shuiyan had already gone to the Sky Cloud Martial School and asked to cancel the engagement with me. Cancel the engagement. The chopsticks in Yi Tianhao's hand were broken into two. His expression was very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, Yu Qin, I already said that this marriage is not reliable. Now the consequences are here. The marriage has been broken off in front of everyone. How do you expect Chenair to live? Shen Yuqing was stunned for a long time. When he recovered, he said, Ji Shuiyan's mother and I are like sisters. I'll go and talk to her later. What are you talking about? Is there no one who likes our Chenair? Yi Chen looked calm. You don't have to worry. This incident didn't affect me. If you want to cancel the engagement, so be it. I don't plan to get married too early anyways. Shen Yuqing was a mother after all. Her son was wronged. She felt bad too. She said sarcastically, in a few years she will know that she made the wrong choice. She is wrong now. My son is already a genius. He can have all kinds of women in the future. Yi Tianhao was even more extreme than Shen Yuqing. Not wanting to continue this topic, Shen Yuqing said, Ji Shuiyan, let's put this thing aside for now. Right now, the most important thing is the family meeting at the end of the year. There will be a total of 18 people from the Yi family. The top 3 will get the full support of the family, and the champion will get a low-rank storage ring. A low-rank storage ring? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The mid-rank storage ring he had was too eye-catching. Not only the condensing reality realm warriors would want it, even the clasping yuan realm warriors would want it. It was not safe at all. If he had a low-rank storage ring, he could avoid a lot of trouble. In the family meeting at the end of the year, I will be the champion. In other people's eyes, Yi Chen was very arrogant when he said this, but he did not think so. Good, very aggressive. I like it. Whether you get the champion or not, your mother and I will buy you a low-rank storage ring. Shen Yuqing nodded and said, as long as you work hard, you can have anything you want. After all, I have been an outer master of the Rudra Martial School for so many years, I still have some savings. Yi Chen smiled. He was lucky to have parents like this. However, he still preferred to fight with his own hands. Of course, he could not say too much right now. He knew that his parents did not have much hope for him to get the champion. After all, the condensing reality realm and the condensing reality realm were two completely different things. After dinner, Yi Chen went back to his yard. The moonlight outside was like water. The whole Yi family was silent. Inside the house, Yi Chen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. His breathing was steady and powerful. Contrary to the quietness outside, Yi Chen's body was filled with turbulence. His qi was circulating at a speed 3 times faster than usual. And with each cycle, the qi whirlpool in Yi Chen's dantian would have an extra trace of liquid qi, gathering in the center. After an hour, Yi Chen opened his eyes and mumbled to himself tiredly, no wonder so many people are stuck at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 for more than half a year. Converting qi into qi is too hard. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it in one day. But at this speed, I should be able to reach the condensing reality realm in 10 days. Seriously speaking, very few people could predict when they would make a breakthrough, but Yi Chen was different. His soul power was twice that of normal people, and the highest level of the pure yuan art, his qi was also extremely pure, which allowed him to accurately predict the timing of his breakthrough with very little error, which he had already tested before. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen got off the bed and went to the yard to practice his sword arts. The next day the Yi family was bustling with noise and excitement. It was not because the family meeting had started, but because the 2 geniuses of the Yi family had returned. Yi Tang and Yi Xian, not just the Yi family, even the whole Luo city knew about them. One of them had reached the early mortal realm stage 5 at the age of 12, and the other had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 5. One had joined the rank 7 martial school, the North Snow Martial Academy, and the other had joined the rank 7 martial school, the Emerald Martial Palace. It was hard to tell who was better. Besides them, Yi Feng was also quite famous, but compared to these 2 he was not as famous. Besides these 3, there were many other disciples in the Yi family. Some of them had joined martial institutions a few years ago, some were training outside, and some were traveling the world with their masters. Now, they were all returning to the Yi family, preparing for the family meeting that was going to be held in a few days. For the servants of the Yi family, guessing who would get the first place was their biggest pleasure, and this year was no exception. It was said that they had secretly started a bet. The ones with the highest winning rate were obviously Yi Tang and Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng did not get the third place but the fifth place. The third place was taken by Yi Hai, who was traveling the world with his master. The fourth place was taken by Yi Ming, who was training outside, and Yi Chen was the 18th place. Yi Chen did not know any of this, but even if he knew, he would not care. After all, the first place was not something that could be won easily, it was all about strength. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.